5 items, you're like, that's how many jobs I have right now.
Are you asking me to introduce myself?
Yes.
That's like a circle of hell for me. Hi, everyone. Neelu Razi. I've lived at the intersection of national security and technology for over 30 years. I have run venture capital funds. I've run private equity funds. I have been an operator at companies like RSA, where I ran strategy and operations, and Endgame, where I ran strategy and operations. I also have advised the U.S. government. So I was the chair of the National Security Agency's Technical Advisory Board. I sat on CISA's board. And today, what I mostly do is continue to make investments in cyber and national security while sitting on boards either as the cyber national security person, such as Morgan Stanley banks and other public companies, or I sit on the board of a cybersecurity company. So I'm on Tenable's board, for example. That's what I do. Oh, wait, I'm also, importantly, I'm in Nashville, Tennessee right now because I am as it turns out, a distinguished visiting professor at Vanderbilt University. We just set up a National Security Institute here at Vanderbilt, and I am teaching a class on AI and wargaming.
That's really cool.
It's great. I mean, the class doesn't exist in any curriculum around the country, but it is one of the most important things we can do is start bringing AI into simulations, especially from a wargaming perspective, because of the impact it's having on modern conflict and how technology in general is changing the face of modern conflict. So I'm super excited to expose a whole bunch of undergrads to a curriculum that doesn't exist and help them shape how we try to teach this early on and make it native to how we think about national security.
And I do believe that's going to be the content of what we're about to talk about. But before we just pivot into that, I want to note that what really prepared you for this keynote was being able to talk at a lesser conference as a keynote at RSA.
RSA is a much lesser conference than UniCon. And I think you're referring to my keynote on modern conflict. Yep. I did at RSA, and I also did it at S4. So when the invasion of Ukraine began, one thing I noticed pretty immediately was how technology was really impacting who could sustain in the war, even from day one. I mean, the attack on Viasat to try to take down communications, and that being responded to with Starlink immediately getting landing rights and going up and restoring communications. The fact that open source intelligence analysts actually announced the start of the war because they were looking at traffic flows on Google Maps before we knew, the war had officially been announced. One of the first things that happened in that war, and it was sort of minor, but it was prescient, was there was an IoT hack of Russian car charging stations, and the hack disabled the stations, but they also it had a message about Putin that was not very complimentary. And it was the first time an IoT hack had happened in the context of war. So it immediately sort of showed us that we're talking about something very different. Influence operations. I mean, the way that Zelensky was able to galvanize support just through influence ops and crowdsourcing, crowd stitching all those images together of himself relating to people, the grandmother with a lipstick who was learning how to, shoot a weapon and defend her country. I mean, we just started seeing aspects of war change, and that was then. And then you come forward to this summer, especially June of 25, and what we saw with Ukraine and drones and Operation Spiderweb, what we saw with targeted assassinations by Israel and how they were using edge computing, satellites, sensors, and drones to carry out missions in decision cycles that we'd never seen before. I mean, with a speed that we'd never seen before. It just points to the fact that the future of war is very different than what we even thought 12 months ago.
And that's why it's all the more important that our cognitive processes as humans keeping up with technology. So why don't we start with the UDA slide to orient everybody to the foundational concept that we're going to be digging into here.
Great. And you're right that it is all about, I mean, human beings were born with 152-ish cognitive biases that were phenomenal back when we were trying to like survive attacks by lions and tigers and snakes. But
Oh my.
What?
Oh my.
Oh my. Exactly. But today we're fighting, you know, it's a very different world. So the question is, do those cognitive biases help us, especially in the face of artificial intelligence, or, you know, how do we overcome the weaknesses that they provide?
All right. So I'm
filling in while you're pulling up the UDA slide.
Yep, I'm doing it. I'm working on it. Well, we'll do it that way. There, can you see it?
Not yet.
It's
There it
sharing
is.
the screen. There we go.
Yeah. So let me start with a question that I think you have the answer to. So why did some fighter pilots consistently win dogfights, even when their opponents had faster planes, better weapons, or more training?
Well, so the thing about aerial combat is it isn't just in the moment. You have to be able to set the position where your enemy is going to go, adjust to their changes, and then meet them there for the decisive action.
Exactly. So it wasn't about the hardware, right? It was really about decision making, and it was how you made decision making under pressure. And it was out of this concept that a U.S. Air Force Colonel John Boyd developed a model that's now used not just in the Pentagon, but I actually use it from a strategy perspective, and it's called the OODA loop, which is what we have up here. And it's a really simple idea with huge power, which is that every decision we make follows the same cycle. We observe, right? We take in what's happening. We orient. We take that observation and we put it in context. And that context is really important because context is based on our experience, our training, our values, et cetera. And we try to filter what matters. Then we decide, we choose a path. So once we orient, there's a bunch of usually options, paths we can take. We decide which path to take, and then we act. We carry that out. And the catch about the OODA loop is that it's not just about going through the loop well. It's about doing it faster and better than the person across from you. And this is what was really important in dogfights with fighter pilots, right? If you can speed up your cycle, you can disrupt your opponent's cycle so that you are no longer just reacting to the future and to the next step. You actually start shaping the future and the next step. And so that's the concept of the OODA loop. It's pretty relevant from a decision-making perspective.
So how do we incorporate the OODA loop with the exponentially increasing trends in technology? So technology and the technological revolutions that have come about have always been in this tension where humankind changes, society literally changes, the way we interact, what we do as private citizens, what we do in our jobs. And we're right now on a cusp of another revolution, moving
Correct.
from the data information age to the machine age.
Yeah. So if we just take a step back for a second, there was a time when we had centuries to adapt to revolutions, right? So the agricultural revolution, we had centuries to adapt. The industrial revolution took 200 years. The IT revolution came 40 years ago, and we're still living with the consequences of that. We're now deep in the fourth industrial revolution, which is AI, robotics, biotech, cyber physical systems, which is something you're an absolute expert in, and a post-IT revolution, which is already emerging with breakthroughs in quantum and genomics and clean energy. What that means is that we're running two revolutions simultaneously. And human decision-making, training, leadership, they're not built for that kind of overlap. And the risk isn't just being behind, it's never catching up. And there's a quote I love because, the pace of tech revolution for the first time is outstripping our ability as humans to adapt. And Harvard professor E.O. Wilson, back in the 1980s, said, the problem with humanity is that we have Paleolithic emotions, medieval institutions, and godlike technology. It's terrifically dangerous, and it's now approaching a point of crisis. That was back in the 1980s. The unknowns today that are being driven by technology are multiplying exponentially, and they're not just transforming science and society. They're, the thing I focus on, which is modern conflict, is they're entering the battle space faster than they're entering the private sector. So if we bring it back to the OODA loop, AI doesn't just sit outside the decision cycle. It accelerates every step of the OODA loop, and it has the ability to become the decision cycle, which, by the way, I'm not saying is a good thing, right? So when you think about artificial intelligence, when you think about compute, it observes faster, processing more data than any human team possibly could. It orients differently. It uses multidimensional analysis that generates moves that sometimes feel disorienting to us. They feel like they could be mistakes. But the thing is that its neural networks aren't bound by emotion. They're not bound by habit. They're not bound by bias. So it can actually find really surprising moves. And then it can decide without the baggage of bias or emotion. So it can generate moves that feel irrational. They're not grounded in patterns we see. And then it can act in millisecond cycles. Now, that can create opportunity. There's no question about that. But it can also create tremendous danger, right? We're seeing what it's doing in modern conflict. There aren't that many examples of when we've allowed the computer to just run itself. The one I like to talk about, the counterfactual and the cautionary tale, is the 2010 flash crash that caused the markets to lose $1 trillion of value in 36 seconds. And the way that happened was we had algorithmic trading, right? And there was a really big hedge that was placed in S&P futures. And the S&P is where most of the money flows. So someone had a position, they wanted to hedge it, they placed this huge hedge. The one algorithm saw it as not what it was, which is a hedge, but as a systemic crisis, a sell order that they saw as, the markets must be crashing for someone to put this big order in. And so that algorithm started selling, and then all the other algorithms started selling, and they were selling in microsecond sort of OODA loops, millisecond OODA loops. The humans couldn't intervene, and within 36 minutes, the market lost $1 trillion of value. What happened? The market recovered the value, but not in an even way. So, of course, hedge fund managers saw the irrationality of what was happening. And when, blue chip stocks fell to $1, the hedge funds went in and started buying. And at the end of the day, market value came back, but ordinary retail sellers who had stop loss orders lost billions of dollars, and hedge funds made hundreds of millions of dollars. So the point just is, the machine can run amok. AI is powerful. There's no question about it, but it can also make mistakes. Humans can make mistakes, but we don't tend to make thousands of mistakes in a second. Usually we have time to adapt to it.
So let's talk about fear. Right now, there's a lot of change, right? And you're talking about conflict. You're talking about modern warfare. We're talking about the economy, which is how our personal lives are funded and how we get to live the lives that we want. And I think there's two parts to that. Certainly, there's the fear that all the professionals in the industry are feeling about this. And this is part of why I thought your keynote was really important, because this is a model to help learn to approach something, right? A revolution can happen to you, or you can be a part of the change.
Correct.
And I think our viewers are uniquely qualified for that because they're already in the technical space. And then, let's just start with that question. I'll leave the second part afterward.
What's the question?
So the question is, how can an individual in industry, a practitioner, a manager, an executive, a board like what you advise at that level, how do we get past the fear? How do we embrace this? How do we employ OODA as individuals in this revolution?
Yeah, well, so first of all, there's a lot to embrace with all this technological revolution, right? And the thing that it's doing really well is reducing toil, and that's where we can be very embracing of tech, and especially in cyber, very embracing of the tech. And my personal viewpoint is the winning. It's not man versus machine. That's not the winning paradigm. The winning paradigm is man with machine, human with machine, and how we actually make that work the best. We're going to figure that out. I mean, right now there's a lot of disruption happening. It's very destabilizing. There's no question about it, because we don't know how this is going to play out. And honestly, I think the people who are the most at risk are the kids that I'm teaching, right? They're about to go for their first job at a time when we have no idea how AI is going to disrupt the various professions. But I will tell you, I don't think we're taking the human out of the loop. And I was at a conference recently, last week, where someone stood up and sort of made this point. They're like, the one industry that's not embracing AI is cyber. We don't understand why cybersecurity companies are not embracing AI as fast as they should. And normally I sit in the background, but like my hands shot up reflexively. And I just stood up. I'm like, I'm sorry. But here's the thing. We can't we can't afford to make the mistakes that we can't afford to let the computer run amok, because when it misses something, when it causes something to happen that's unexpected, that never ends well from a cyber perspective. Right now, I think we're doing the right things in cyber. Again, we're reducing toil. So when you look at, for example, threat intel and how we're automating reporting on threat intel, I think that's pretty phenomenal. But in the SOC, we're not going to take the SOC and hand it over to a machine and say, good luck. We still need the human in the loop to look at things. We're doing a lot about LLM security. That's a really interesting place for us to be focused on. But it is, I think, very premature and probably forever premature to think that we're going to take human intuition and human accountability out of the loop. Part of it is there's also an element of trust that exists in society that binds us together from a social contract perspective. And that trust is founded on humans being accountable and not giving that accountability to a machine. We're seeing other societies that are doing it, right? China will have no issues giving accountability to the machines because China doesn't trust its citizens or care for its citizens the same way we do. We're seeing Israel hand accountability to machines because from its perspective, it's fighting for survival, and that's what it needs to do, and it can't afford not to give it. I think we're in a very different place. And, I certainly wasn't alive when the Industrial Revolution happened at the beginning, when we started automating and moving to factories. But the same conversation was happening back then, which is it is the end of humans having jobs, because we're bringing machines in to do the things better than humans can do. And we did that. But it turns out there's a whole bunch of other things that humans can do a lot better than machines. So my thought would be embrace the positive of what this brings, which is reducing the toil in your life, in your, in how you do your job, but it shouldn't displace human judgment.
And that's the risk, and that's part of why I joked about it being the machine age. And I think it's really funny. We have Dave Itel jumping in here about just let the machines do it. So for those of you who don't know, Dave is one of the godfathers in the cybersecurity space, one of the OG hackers. Real great guy. So,
by the way, on Dave's point, it is worth watching. If folks here haven't watched the AlphaGo documentary, it's worth an hour and a half of your time to watch the AlphaGo documentary. Humans are great at certain kinds of thinking. Machines are great at other kinds of thinking. And that's part of what I was trying to say is what artificial intelligence is amazing at is multidimensional thinking. What it can't do yet is be creative and have that, human intuition and creativity and things like that. So part of what we're encouraging students to do is make sure that they don't just study computer science. If that's what they're doing, they should learn how to think creatively and out of the box. So we should embrace what AI can do, right? It can run thousands of Monte Carlo simulations as it's trying to decide what the next move is going to be, and that's not something we can do. But there are things we can do a lot better than the human can, and than the machine can, and that comes to creativity and judgment. And by the way, the one thing about AlphaGo that's interesting is the machine was programmed to win. And it was programmed to win by a point if that's what it took. Whereas most AlphaGo players were playing to win decisively. And there's something to that, right? Like we don't always, we want to think about the broader human context when we define what winning and losing is. And that's not necessarily something a machine can do as it's making its decisions.
And the dirty secret of cybersecurity is it is primarily people-based. We talk about the users all the time, and I dislike when this industry talks condescendingly about the users. I'm sorry. It is our responsibility that users use the machines the way they were designed. And if them clicking an email burns your organization to the ground, that's on you, not on the user. That's us building the proper defense. But what I'm talking about is the actual cybersecurity of detection and response is primarily people. It is a system tipping a human to come in and make the decision, as you were describing in the AlphaGo situation, which is what can I bring the context and making the right call, because this is going to affect other humans, other business processes. And so taking the second part of the question I wanted to ask earlier, we talked about the OODA loop with this revolution with respect to us, but OODA isn't about us. And while we are not necessarily in a trying to score a point, we are in a fight. Cybersecurity is national security. Technology and business in the Western world has become a target of our adversaries. And so the question I want to ask, since OODA is with respect to the adversary, security is defined by the threat, what are our adversaries thinking about this? Are they driven by fear? Are they driven by paranoia? What's going on in their minds? What is their OODA loop, Nilu?
So who are you speaking of when you say adversary? Like, is it what
China, Russia,
doing?
Iran, North Korea?
So let's talk about China, because they're really our most consequential. I'm not sure I have time to go through necessarily go through that country. In general, what Russia and Iran want is for us to leave them alone to do the things they want to do, right? They actually aren't planning to bring down Western democracy. So as long as we're disoriented enough not to be able to react to the things they're trying to do, that's all they care about, right? Iran doesn't want us to get in the middle of their nuclear program. Russia doesn't want us to get in the middle of them trying to reestablish, the empire. China is very different, right? China is trying to basically dismantle the post-World War II US-led world order and replace it with a world order that's led by China. And it doesn't see those two systems as being compatible. Now, what's complicating for them is China has not fought a war in 50 years. Xi does not trust his military, and he very regularly purges the most senior folks in the military. And so the likelihood that he trusts technology more than we trust technology is very high. And there is, by the way, one other thing I want to throw out is Gallup just put out a poll this summer, and the US military is the only institution remaining, other than small business and science, that Americans trust. And it's the only institution that in the last 50 years, our trust as a people has grown in the military, and it has not grown in any other institution: Congress, president, church, school, you name it. So that trust is the social contract, which means we can't take human accountability out, which means we will never completely move to an empty battlefield. And we are very unlikely to take humans out of the decision-making loop the way Israel has and the way China probably will. But to go back to it, China doesn't want a kinetic war with us, but what they do want to do is fight what they call systems warfare, which is they want to be able to take our systems down so that we can't react to the things that they're going to do. And that systems warfare includes being in our networks. We saw that with all the typhoons. It's being in our devices, and it's being in our brains. So there was some articles written recently about Galaxy, which is a Chinese company that is now automated propaganda warfare. And it was doing that with Hong Kong's elections and with Taiwan's elections. and it's generating targeted propaganda in millisecond speed. And it's astounding what it can do. And what we learned is that Golaxy has also profiled about 120 US lawmakers and about 2,000 journalists. And so this systems warfare that China is engaging in isn't about coming over and taking over the United States in a physical way, but it's about disabling us from being able to fight back when they go after the things they want to go after. And keep in mind, Xi has said he's not leaving Taiwan to the next leader. He is going to solve the Taiwan problem and get it back. So that's how our adversaries are thinking, is that they can take us down not through military superiority, but through this concept of systems warfare. And what that means is they're coming after the private sector and they're coming after the individuals. They're not going after the military. And so what everyone in this room is doing, and why I was so excited to address everyone, is that this is the front line. Like, you guys are our front line. There's no question about that. And we have to understand what our adversaries are trying to do. And they're going to automate everything because they don't care what the blast radius is. They don't care how many mistakes the machine makes. They can absorb that politically. And they know we can't. So that's their approach from my perspective. Now, I'm not in Xi's brain. I only read the translations of the things that they are saying. But this is the implication.
And with that, we are actually at time. So that was a great ability to observe, orient, decide, and act conclusively for a keynote, bringing together not only how can you, the audience, take away the cognitive lessons learned in approaching this current revolution. Really appreciate all the comments, and unfortunately we couldn't get to anyone's questions. And then to an understanding of the adversary, what we're up against, what the stakes are, and what you can do strategically.
Thank you, Bryson. Always great to be here. And just to put a pin in it, they're trying to disorient us. That's what they're trying to do. So that's how it fits back into the OODA loop. Thanks so much. Always a bucket list to be in a conversation with you.
See you in DC. Thanks, Nilu. And we're going to do a quick keynote raffle to kick off this UniCon. Let's see if I got the right one. That is not the right one. Where is the right one? Give me a second. I'm going to bring Gerald on stage while we do that, because up next is going to be Gerald Auger with Simply Cyber, which is just an awesome event unto itself. Why don't you start talking about that one? Oh, I got it. Here we go. All right. Can you see it?
We can see it. Bryson, I almost called you Mick because I'm thinking of Mick right now.
Yeah, Mick, I see Mick in the background. And Nicholas Misagno, please contact us. If you are on, you have won a grand prize. Email us at info@scythe.io, and we will get you set up with a grand prize from us and all of our sponsoring partners, IANS, Exona, Vanish ID, and Nucleus Security. But Gerald, I don't want to take any more of your time. I'm going to bring Mick up on stage, and the floor is yours, gentlemen.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. Hey, Mick, how are you?
Doing great.
Awesome. Yeah, that was an awesome talk. I'm glad I got to jump on there and see that. Thank you, Bryson. Thank you, UniCon, for putting this on. I hope you guys are excited. This is going to be good. I want to say good morning to all of you, and thank you for joining us. If you don't know me, my name is Gerald Auger. I am with Simply Cyber, and alongside me, my image is mirrored, is my friend Mick Douglas, who many of you know from the community. So for the next 25 minutes or so, I'd ask, put your phones away, because unless you're going to be tweeting or talking about us on social media, get dialed in, because we actually don't have any slides to distract you. Our goal with this, Mick and I came up with this together, and I think it's a really cool concept, is to have a real conversation with you, like Mick and I have done at conferences or in person before over a dinner table. And we want to talk about AI, right? So this is very hot right now. The keynote led into a lot of the points that we're going to kind of double click and go down into. And we don't want to talk about AI from the perspective of algorithms or code, which is like, the technical side. We want to talk about our relationship with AI and like the royal hour, if you will, if we can apply the royal hour, if that's a thing now. As cybersecurity professionals, all of us, we're on the front lines, right? We see AI used to detect threats, respond to incidents, and even make strategic decisions in some cases. And the speed and scale of these systems is awesome. I mean, it's a force multiplier that you can't deny. AI can analyze data. It can spot anomalies faster than any human ever could. And it makes you wonder, in a world where machines can do so much, what's actually left for us to do? Are we heading towards like this Wall-E type dystopia situation? What really makes us, the humans, irreplaceable? And that's the central question that we're going to be orbiting around in this conversation today. We want to move beyond technical how to the philosophical why. And this is what Mick and I got super pumped up about when we were talking about how we might approach this talk. Our talk is all about what it means to be a human in the field that's increasingly powered by AI, artificial intelligence. It's like in the news all day, every day, basically. We're going to be asking some big questions. We basically have three kind of tentpole questions that we'll be going from and orbiting on that. I do encourage you, while Mick and I will be doing a lot of the talking, we would encourage you to drop your thoughts in chat. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Are you seeing something different? But let's get into it with our first question. When an AI can analyze threats and respond to incidents faster and more accurately than any human ever could, what does this mean for our jobs? Has AI made our roles easier, or has it made them obsolete? Mick, where are you?
Hell no. So way back in the day, when even before we had SIM and SOAR solutions, we had things called smart log aggregators. And the volume of log telemetry that we received, even in the late 90s, was more than a single human could handle. We had automation, we had scripts, we had capabilities that were faster than people. And unless you were a low value add worker, you still had a job. Now, if you're the sort of person that your key contribution to the organization is you kept a chair from floating away, you're going to have trouble. But in the main, what we're seeing is that compute is being used very strategically to get the tedium out so that you can do the more creative, deeper analysis that these solutions not only can't do, but until we have a revolution, they'll never be able to do it.
Yeah, and one of the things that I like is, yes, they can do the log analysis with speed and scale far beyond any human. But one of the dirty truths, if you will, about the work, especially for SOC analysts, is alert fatigue and just being beaten down and exhausted from having to go through and look at these things, whether maybe it's a true positive, but it's the same one over and over and over, and you can't put detections in to handle it correctly, or it's just fake alerts that you have to do the triage and figure out, oh, it's a false positive, and it just eats away. I love the fact that, with the speed and scale, maybe, AI can help reduce that alert fatigue, which would increase overall mental health and effectiveness and execution of those analysts in the chair, and allow them to stay in a healthy mind state, which I think, as you made the point, Mick, like a low value add SOC analyst, maybe this enables the person who's sitting next to you that is, super effective. They're not so disgruntled and ground down that they can turn and help kind of skill you up a little bit, maybe do some of that mentorship that they just wouldn't have the mental cycles for if they were getting crushed by all this alert fatigue.
Yeah. Also, one of the things that a lot of people neglect to talk about is that automations work really good about known elements. There are organizations such as mine that specialize in doing pen testing and red teaming, where we do things that are net new attacks. And, a lot of people will say like, oh, we can detect anomalies. I politely beg to differ. A lot of the systems really struggle when you do something that is completely unseen. It's a real shame. I wish more organizations had the funding and just time to do like a truly novel attack against their environment. Usually the detections is a lot thinner than they believe, and that's where humans do dramatically better than AI solutions.
A quick programming note. I do see in the chat an individual named Yo say, guys not responding to questions. If you do have questions and you'd like to engage in the chat, do put a question in chat. I don't see any questions. Maybe put a Q in front so it's clear that it is a question for us. I agree. One other thought that I have on this one, Mick, and honestly, I don't know what the answer is. I would love your hot take on it. When it comes to what are our roles, we're talking almost like the analyst is the same analyst as 0 years experience to 30 years of experience. And it's not true. The entry level role, the entry level, tasking is kind of where AI is focusing on right now and helping with the triaging and tier 1 stuff. And I see that this could introduce a bubble, if you will, in the career pool, the hiring pool, because the mids are going to go to senior, but there's no juniors to go to mids. I don't think that the solution, even though in a capitalist society, would be to not hire anybody. I think that the solution could be around hiring those juniors, but instead of just throwing them in the fire, you have a more organized onboarding system, maybe deeper understanding of systems, getting specialized right away. Because I feel like a lot of times mid-tier professionals is where you begin to specialize in a certain area. And with the load no longer being there on the front end, you might be able to accelerate where that specialization goes and the development of soft skills.
Yeah, I don't know. This is one that I struggle with. A lot of times, and Jerry, I'm assuming you get this question all the time. I have folks say like, "Hey, I want to do cybersecurity. How did you get started?" And I'll tell people, but I give them a big caveat of my path won't exist for you. And I think that we have to be honest with folks that are not yet in the industry, that there's going to be a bit of figuring out what that tier 1 analyst is. I'm of the opinion that there will actually be tier 1 jobs. There's going to be a hiccup while we try to figure this out. But I remember when ArcSight was talking, and this was like 2007 era, they were talking about you don't need tier 1 anymore because the ArcSight platform is going to handle it for you. That never came to fruition. What happened is that the caseload dramatically went up. And that's a thing that we see across all IT. Like when I was first getting started out as a systems administrator, you would be considered a LISA, a large installation sysadmin, if you managed, get ready for it, 25 production servers.
Okay.
Right? Like nowadays, if you were like, yeah, I got a big shop, 25 servers, like people would be like, oh, okay, good for you. That's
pat you on the head.
Rounding error, right? So what I expect is that there's going to be more caseload given to the entry level folks. And for those of you that want to get into the industry, there's a book. It's, I think, out of print, but you can find it by pirating, called My Job Went to India, and all I got was this book. And it's all about how to deal with the reality that there are people that will work for dramatically less than you will. And AI is almost free relative to people's salaries. And a lot of what you need to do is learn how to solve the human issue. All too often in the SOC and just cybersecurity in general, we get enamored with technology. And I am guilty of that. I would be a hypocrite of the highest order if I didn't admit that. But the issue is, what really is the why we're hired is to take the technical issue off the plate so that the leaders don't have to worry that there's somebody monitoring that wall for them.
Now, the machines have proven that they can do the technical work better and faster than a human. So let's turn our attention to kind of the next question, or the real question in the room. If the machines are handling the how, what's left for us, right? What are the distinctly human skills that algorithms can't replicate in cybersecurity? And when I think about this question, and Nicole referenced this, it's around creative problem solving and intuition. And I think that that's the sweet spot for humans. When I get asked the question about like, oh, is AI going to replace everything? I constantly think about the macro threat landscape of this cat and mouse game, threat actors, we have buffer overflows, and then all of a sudden we have DEP and ASLR, and then they come out with ROP, and then we come out with control flow guard, and they come out with JOP, right? So like, it's going to be constantly evolving. So even if you have AI that can do the things, they're just doing the things that are known and repeatable. And yes, there's a little bit of, I don't want to call it imaginary, but there is some like creative generative work going on, but it's all based on previous existing thoughts and history and stuff. We're seeing right now, like click fix is huge, and it's just a novel way of getting a human to fall to run a PowerShell command through the run command on Windows. And I actually, in today's news, Mick, Mr. Docs, who's this kind of like mysterious security researcher, has put forward this idea of file fix, which is basically click fix. But I didn't realize this. If you put PowerShell in a file explorer bar, it'll execute it. So now the switch is to push it to there. And you might have to pull down the PowerShell locally and then you run it there. But you know what I mean? It's not the PowerShell command in the browser. It's the point to the PowerShell. Anyways, I think because of this novel attack development and the innovation from threat actors to constantly want to be able to get in despite whatever defenses have been put in place to deter what they currently can do, right. I think that is at least number one sweet spot on why this human element will not really be challenged legitimately by AI.
No. Well, and then the other thing too is you have to really think about what a SOC analyst actually does. They're responding to attacks and looking at what the option of responses are. All too often, I find that organizations have this calcified view of what your SOC should be. And hopefully, as the compute gets cheaper, these detections will get higher fidelity. You're going to have the ability that somebody will receive this like, hey, there's anomalies, hey, there's these alerts. And now with AI, they will have a wider gradient of responses. One of the things that I say time and time again that I get a lot of heat for is that you shouldn't always be putting things into quarantine VLAN. There's nothing wrong with having a graduated response. Like one of my favorite things to do, and most of my clients disagree with me, is putting things into a QoS service offering where the attacker is slowed down, right? Because a false positive effectively is a denial of service. If you totally automate things, we still need a human circuit breaker. But your victory condition really in cybersecurity is being able to prevent the attacker before they hit their victory condition. If you can slow them down, getting back to the OODA loops that were just talked about, doing things like service maximums with QoS, you can dramatically lower the attacker's ability to hit their victory conditions. Because when they land in an environment, they still have to learn about like where the juicy data is. So I'm hopeful that we start taking a broader view of what SOC operations are. So go out and make that happen, folks.
Mick, just as an aside, I do like the idea of throttling the attacker. It makes me think of my own, like, I'm not an attacker, obviously, but like, it makes me think of my own thing. Like if you're trying to watch a game on TV, a football game or something, and it's buffering and then it plays a little and it's buffering, you will sit there and try to make it work. If you turn on the TV and it just, the stream ends, you're going to pivot and go in a different direction. So I actually think that there's some merit there to mucking up the threat actor efforts. Another thought I have about this particular question of what is left for the humans if AI, goes, full board across the table, right? Goes ham. Mm-hmm. So I've been in a situation before where in a healthcare environment where there was an active ransomware situation about to happen, it was happening. Mm-hmm. And the decision was, do we pull the internet or not? And the decision was ultimately to pull the internet without thinking through that there may be allegedly, because I'm not sure what I can and cannot say. So allegedly a remote or like a telemedicine neurological stroke assessment service that now no longer works. So if patient enters the emergency room presenting stroke symptoms, there's no longer a capability. And with stroke, I mean, it's incredibly important from a time perspective.
Right on.
So I use this as a real case study example to illustrate the point that you can program AI to do all the things, but as Nicole mentioned in her keynote, it's unemotional. It's as objective as it can be. It's following, if then, I'm oversimplifying this obviously, but it's following a path to the solution. And whether or not to pull the internet has so many factors. Like, could patients be hurt? Is this going to cause an unacceptable loss of stock value? Like there's these human nuances of what the consequences actually are outside the element of you no longer have internet, that an AI, I just think can't, it's just not an AI decision.
And here's the other counterpunch that's really spicy, and I don't know why people aren't talking about this enough, is if you start over-relying on the AI, you are going to have some really freaky outcomes. I'm working on a class for SANS. It's still not officially public, but I can share with you, we have a lab where I will show the students how to bypass computer vision systems. You walk on camera and it says, there's a person. You do some stuff by putting special stickers and pins on your person, maybe put a sticker on your face, and all of a sudden you are no longer detected as a person. Now think about what that means if you have an AI-enabled closed-circuit television system. You can walk around a secured facility and never have an alert trigger. You become virtually invisible. So I don't want to hear the nonsense that humans will be replaced by AI. That's just a broken thought. What you have to be thinking about, though, is you have to understand what value AIs bring to these solutions and not fight those. You are not like that whole song, John Henry, about the steam hammer. You can't beat it like John did, but then he died, right? Like the moral of the story is you're not going to beat the machine. You have to augment the machine's capability. And I see the comment, humans will be empowered by AI. I agree. I think that the folks that can leverage AI will go on a different, trajectory, and those that don't will have a different trajectory. Daniel Meisler has been talking about this. He calls it the K curve. You use AI, you go on this path. You don't use AI, you're going to be going on a different path. Somebody asked about the QoS. Do I see it as a type of honeypot style defense? Not really. It's adjacent. I call that adaptive defense. John Strand and the folks over at Black Hills InfoSec, hey buddies, they call that active defense. So those are the terms. They are adjacent in thought, though.
Yeah, is that the question that CloudStrife's asking about adversarial attackers driven by statistical decision making? No, Bryson, if you could bring that one up. So CloudStrife, I just want to spend a minute on it, Mick. CloudStrife says, if AI adversarial attackers driven wholly by statistical decision making, would it not be easier to generate predictive honey tokens, honey strings based on the same algorithmic decision making, since you should technically get to the same conclusion? I have a thought on this. Do you want to hot take it?
Yeah, so what we do is we work for our clients that are wanting to go on this journey. We will talk about all the layers of defense that are available and what the attackers will encounter, and we will honey all of those things. So we will create tokens, we'll create user accounts, we'll create files, the types of things that adversaries, whether they're pen testers, red teamers, or actual attackers, will have to interact with. And so because attacker patterns are somewhat more predictable than how they land into your environment, you can create all these canary objects that they pretty much have to interact with. And you can then focus your attention on those rather than trying to have 360-degree visibility on everything all the time.
We've established that our value isn't in competing with AI, but in leveraging our unique human skills, right? So we still got value up in this place. But that does leave one critical question for us to discuss. For the future of cybersecurity professions, like the professional world, the industry of cybersecurity, right? If our new job is to leverage our unique human skills, what do we need to do to evolve? Like what's the marching orders going forward, Mick, for us to be as powerful and as productive and as, effective individually, right? As a profession, but like individually, right?
Well, this is bad news, okay? And this is going to be one of the spicier things that I say all this presentation. You're going to have to very rapidly get good at the technology that the AI is enabling. You have to understand how networking works, how databases work, how whatever you're monitoring works, because AI solutions do hallucinate. And you won't be able to tell hallucination from reality unless you have a certain level of technical acumen. As the sophistication of the depth of interaction goes, the deeper your knowledge has to be. And that's not great. That means that you're going to have a higher technical barrier to hit. Now, the good side is you can use these LLM tools to help you train up and build customized training roadmaps for yourself. But you do have to have a very, I actually see this enhancing the technical requirements. On the flip, you also have to understand how these AIs work. You have to understand what their strengths are so that you can leverage them and not try to fight against them. They're great at things like summarization, expansion, sentiment analysis, categorization, but they're very bad at other things like counting, right? Like the whole famous, how many R's are in the word strawberry? Like that's fall out the chair easy, and a lot of LLMs fail that test. So that's the sort of stuff that you're going to have to do, is learn the tech and also learn the capabilities of what AI are good at. Now, little shout, next week I'm going to be giving a talk at the National Cyber Conference in Huntsville, and I'm going to be releasing some Jupyter notebooks that folks can use. It'll be like some AI 101 on like how embeddings work and what that means from a cybersecurity perspective.
Yeah, 100%. And for those who are in the audience right now, this is why I love Mick Douglas. Mick is just, you're just such a community contributor, dude. I love it. So I did want to, this is where you're going to know that Mick and I independently prepared for this talk, because I was going to push back a little bit, Mick, on the hot, spicy take you just presented around a demand for deeper technical expertise for the practitioner as we move forward. And it sounded like your primary argument is to be able to call BS. And I do love this because, what's up, GRC Mafia people, right? So GRC are people too, Mick. And when we do audits, when you do risk assessments and you're talking to engineers and they tell you that, oh no, like that's not an issue because the flange valve would definitely stop the dip stang from doing that. And you're like, okay, I'm calling shenanigans. Like you just made up words. I'm fully aware of technical, constructs, and like that's not right. But what I would say is I believe the efficacy and the quality of these LLMs and their reduction in hallucination will continue to progress, which leads me to the, I guess, spicy hot take that the evolution of the human, I have a couple ideas, but one primary one is you're going to have this automated tasking. You're going to have a lot of intel. You're going to have a lot of like metrics and reporting and insights and outcomes and, basically guidance from the AI on what to do next. I think it's going to be vitally important for individuals in our profession to refine their ability to communicate complex threats to leadership, being able to speak up, being able to speak, to peers, right? It's less common now, but one of the rubs against our industry forever has been that, we like to be heads down. We like to be solo operators. We don't want to talk to anyone. Well, if the work is being done and now you need action or you need decision-making or you need budget or whatever it is, you got to be able to communicate, and you can't just be like, You can't just forward the AI report, because all you're going to be doing is demonstrating that you'll be the guy from Office Space who take the orders from the AI and you give it to the leadership, right? You take it from the customers, you give it to the engineers. So that's definitely a way to demonstrate you're not adding value to the organization. So I think communication skills are going to be vitally important to be able to refine those and, speak to the right audience.
Yeah, no, I can't fault that. I do think that it's going to be interesting to see how things, how it plays out. As hallucinations get more rare and as we learn how to ground and anchor LLM solutions better, I expect that's a safe bet. I'll say that. I mean, it's not a, I think that those who want to go tech absolutely will be able to go tech. I think those, wow. I do think that there's going to be more of a call for GRC mafia.
That's right.
I really think that, though. I can't argue that.
You shouldn't be surprised that I had a very safe hot take. I'm risk averse, right? I manage risk.
Well, as the GRC mafia are, so
yeah,
that tracks.
So we brought it all together. We talked about AI's capabilities, speed, scale, precision. We want to thank you for being a part of the conversation, everyone. UniCon, Bryson, thanks for the opportunity. We do hope, Nick and I, that you left with a new way of thinking about your role in our field, and you're not as doom and gloom about the future of our profession as is being written by many people. I'm Jerry. He's Mick. Thank you, Bryson, for the opportunity. I'll turn it to you.
Thank you so much.
You're on mute.
Thank you, Jerry and Mick. Yep, that's a common occurrence that happens a little too often. Really appreciate that and love the Simply Cyber Army. So for those of you who are going, where do I get more of this? Yes, while this is a one-day event that we're doing, one of the reasons I really wanted to bring Jerry on is Jerry is out there driving all this every day with Simply Cyber, which, I mean, I don't know how you do that. I can't come up with ideas to continually be able to do it every day. And I'm not sure I'd be able to handle the depression of dealing with this industry, thinking about it that way every day, packaging it. But you do it with panache, you do it with flair, and you do it with the optimistic energy that we all need to keep this going. Mick, you're a little bit of a curmudgeon, but you're brilliant. And I have loved how our friendship has grown over the years, starting with sparring on Twitter, to eventually growing to, there are probably too many ridiculous pictures of us now, but you're another fantastic human out there. So thank you both for joining us today on UniCon, where we have lots of great humans that are joining us. Next up is going to be Mia Clift, but reminder, there are 2 other awesome tracks. So if you're wondering what's on all of the tracks, off the site page, the events page is a link to the schedule and the links to the other 2 tracks. So please make sure you're appearing in all of these. And something we're going to be doing that's a little different is we're going to be having demos. So take a look at what the different folks are doing. They're only 15 minutes. It's part of how we're able to pull this all together. And I always think while we have a dim view of, vendors selling things, it's an interesting way to see how people think and what those products have come. But next up is my good friend, Mia Clift. Hi.
Hi, everybody.
I haven't seen you in like a month. What's going on?
We've been busy coming back from Vegas. I'm in Maryland right now, but I'm really excited to be here talking about GRC. We're getting ready to kick off a fundamentals of GRC class, but one of the things that I'm really passionate about is using GRC to build programs. So really excited to talk about that today.
And the floor is yours, and you just got set up with a whole bunch of GRC from Mick and Jerry. So let's
I know, that was great. Well, hello, everyone. I'm not sure. Bryson, can they see my screen?
No, you are not currently sharing.
Okay. I had shared, uploaded the presentation to the presentation thing. Sorry.
I do not have them here. So
okay.
I don't know where the presentation, if you sent them there, that was meant to be a backup. You're actually supposed to share your own slides directly.
Totally fine. Let me just
down, there's a little button at the bottom with a little monitor with a plus sign.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, folks.
Hey, it wouldn't be cybersecurity if everything just went smoothly. The human element is the most significant part of cybersecurity and definitely a part of presentations.
Absolutely. All right, let's get this going. Okay, there we go. You should be able to see it now. So
we still don't see a presentation.
Still don't see it says they're sharing a window. All right, well, let's try sharing the whole screen. Test. Again, technical difficulties. Share screen, entire screen, that one, share. Okay.
Still not seeing them.
It says it's sharing my screen, so that's awkward.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, all right. Well, then we won't use the slides. We'll just wing it. How's that?
Here, I'm gonna see if I can pull them up. Keep going.
Okay, so
I'm gonna try to get you in the background.
Great. All right. So this presentation is called Back to Basics, Why We Get It Wrong and How to Get It Right. We know a lot about GRC and how important it is, but let's talk about why it's so important to get in. So a little bit about me, in a short nutshell. I've been in cybersecurity for over 25 years, started in IT, worked my way up before where I am now at Liberty Mutual, being a cyber risk engineer, which means I get to tell underwriters what the risk is of insuring a potential business because I can look at their cyber posture and tell them what's going on. I was a CISO. Now I'm doing this, which is super fun. And that allows me to look at a ton of different organizations and a ton of different businesses to understand what's going on with their security posture from different angles of the business. I'm a mentor, I'm an educator, I'm a speaker. You can find stuff that I've written on YouTube. I teach a GRC course, and I love mentoring other people and helping bring the next generation of cyber together. Other things, I live in Minnesota. I have 3 adorable greyhounds, and feel free to ask me about quilting when I'm not doing fun things in cybersecurity. So let's talk about why we get it wrong, because, and I don't mean to say that in a negative light, I'm actually just saying it's an inevitability. We are fallible as people, we are fallible as businesses, and there's a lot of things that we could be doing better to get these things right, but there are a lot of things that we get wrong. We know about vulnerabilities, we hear about compromises all the time. We're just continuing to learn and evolve, and of course, as we get new technologies, we get new threats, we get new openings, we create bugs, coding as we continue to see it, AI as it begins to build its prevalence, they all have risk associated with it. And depending on how we manage that risk, depending on how we approach that risk, we can get it really, really right, or we can get it really, really wrong. And part of what I've noticed is a lot of businesses seem to have a prescriptive motivation for how they go through developing their business from a cybersecurity perspective. We talk about the cybersecurity maturity journey, but we really do have that journey that we build out and that we work. And it starts out when we're very early in our business. It's small, it's getting started. We're just trying to get the business open. We're trying to just lock down what we need to lock down in order to keep the business running. We might use cloud services, we might use additional things. We're just getting those basics taken care of that are like basic MFA, making sure you get your email, making sure maybe we do one annual cybersecurity training. Maybe we're just locking down with some robust passwords. We haven't really gotten into understanding everything that goes into cybersecurity. Part of that is because usually it's maybe 5 people in a business and they may not have time or knowledge or understanding to do all of the things that we need to do around cybersecurity. Then we get into the mid-size of the business where we discover that we have capabilities that we need to protect better. So we need more tools. We need more teams to build those tools out or to manage those tools or to add more employees. We have more business units that are going to have more needs and more tools that are going to require more security. We're going to have contracts that are going to require things like cyber insurance, and cybersecurity insurance is going to require other things. So we need to prove that we're secure. So we start adding on those other capabilities. But what about those tools that we bought initially? Are they still being used effectively? Are they still being taken care of? Do we have processes to evaluate them? Do we have policies that say you have to use MFA, that you have to use a robust password? Do we have any checks and balances to make sure people are doing these things? Hey, there's the slides. All right. Yes, next one. So then we get to the long term where we have regulations. We need less tools. And we've been taught we have to do more with less as we get bigger because we're reducing costs, we're reducing efficiencies, we're reducing all of those other things. And really, at this point, GRC seems to pop in somewhere between that whole proving that we're secure and building out those regulations in that long-term maturity of an organization. Can you jump ahead 2 slides, please? Where we need to be starting GRC is at the beginning. We need to start with policies. We need to start with procedures. We need to get there right at those basic times. And thankfully, a lot of the resources that we have can do that, but it seems like it's lost in the shuffle. And that's partially because of the things that are part of the cybersecurity myths that we also have to fight against. Next slide. So let's start with the first one. Security is an IT problem, not a business problem. We hear that all the time. And that's because we start with tooling. So tooling is usually run by IT. So it becomes an IT thing. It's not something that the business pays attention to. It's not something that the business wants to pay attention to. To them, it's just another financial drain. It's a pain to use an authenticator. It's a challenge. It's another thing that they have to sign. It's another contract. It's all these other complications. And they get a little frustrated because they think IT should just take care of it, that it's just something that they're going to solve, that they should be dealing with, that they should be working through. And they don't realize that it's risk in a larger construct. It's not just in this organizational level of the business. We also have an inevitability amongst everybody about keeping up with the Joneses. And businesses are no different. When AI became prevalent, how many people jumped on that AI bandwagon and started using ChatGPT because, oh, it was the latest and greatest thing. Everybody needed to use it. Everything is going to that new future, and we have to be there. We have to be ready to do it. When in reality, you know, we have to take those steps to protect those things. We don't need the latest and greatest as soon as it comes out. We don't need to be adapting to the latest and greatest as soon as it comes out. We need to have a more pragmatic approach to ensure that anything that we're bringing on board is useful, is cost effective, and is secure. You know, one of the best stories I have about keeping up with the Joneses was AI. A few years ago when ChatGPT first came out, I had a boss who reached out and said, hey, by the way, I found you a new policy writer. And I said, okay, great. And he had written the AI acceptable use policy using AI. So I was already up against the keeping up with the Joneses kind of challenge, and I was like, hold on a second. We need to be a little more cautious about what we're going to do with that. And it's not uncommon that as soon as something new comes out, we want it. We want the newest iPhone. We want the newest Android. We want the newest everything. But in business, that might cause problems. It's going to introduce more risk to the business. It's going to do a lot more things. So we have that myth that we have to buy the latest and greatest in order to keep up with everything that's happening. The human is the weakest link. I have heard this in so many presentations in the last year. I think we've all had those moments where we felt like that's the truth. But really, we wouldn't be in cybersecurity. We wouldn't exist as cybersecurity professionals without humans. And humans being fallible is an inevitability. You know, we are Thanos. We are inevitable. But we have to really give them guardrails to be protected, and we have to be able to empower them because they're also our greatest innovation. They're also going to be the people who are going to be our greatest cheerleaders and who are going to be our greatest successes. So when we say they're the weakest link, it diminishes the capacity for positive intent from us, but it diminishes how they feel about us if we're saying, oh, they're the weakest link and we just can't deal with them. We really need to change that script. Every time I hear it, I eye roll, and I would love for people to stop saying it all the time. Humans are our greatest empowering motivator. We talk about fear, uncertainty, and doubt all the time. We are the inevitable, or not the inevitable, we are the quintessential boy who cried wolf. Oh my gosh, if we don't lock this thing down, everything's going to fall apart. Oh my gosh, if we don't do this thing now, everything's going to fall apart. Oh my gosh, we have to add this new tool or everything's going to fall apart. dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. But what we've done is we've now created a motivator on fear. We make people question what they're doing, and that can only go for so long. One of the reasons that a lot of cyber leaders only have tenure from 18 to 36 months is because after you lean on fear, uncertainty, and doubt for so long, none of those things that you expect to happen are happening. You get frustrated because you're not getting buy-in. The business is frustrated because they're giving you these things, but you're also kind of continuing to make them live in stress instead of saying, hey, here's our successes and here's what's going well. And we have to find a new balance for giving good information, for showing what the actual risk of something is, and quantifying that risk in relation to what's going on in the business. Because sometimes what we think is the end of the world is really not the complete end of the world, because someone else has a risk that could eliminate the business. And so we have to learn how to use fear effectively, but not constantly. And then the last one is my favorite, and I'm sure anybody who's in GRC who's on this would understand and agree. Compliance is just a checkbox activity. We hear this all the time. We hear that people just want to get through. People just want to get through that whole, like, we finished compliance. We have all of our SOC 2s done. We've had our audit. Everything's great. We have all these findings, but they're not really findings, and we don't have to worry about this for another year or another 2 years. In reality, we have to think about these things, and we really should be using compliance as our greatest empowering agent and our greatest force for good. And how can we do that? How can we change it from being this one and done kind of, okay, we've checked these boxes, we're moving on, to a more business formalized discussion and a driver of maturity and growth throughout the business? Next slide. How do we get it right? If all of those myths are the things that we're up against and that we fight all the time, how do we get it right? And that's, we use those 3 little words to build the foundation of this house, and that's GRC. Next slide. Of course, GRC's basis are people, processes, and technology, and those align to those myths very effectively. And it also aligns to the maturity. So let's talk about people. We have to empower them to do the right thing. People in general want to do the right thing. We want to give them the right decisions. We want to give them the guardrails that they need, but we need to keep the person at the front of house, because at the end of the day, we're here for the humans. The computers wouldn't exist. We wouldn't need computers if not for humans. And so the human is our mission, as much as fixing and patching gaps and making sure that we're all of these done things. We have to be collaborative with the people that we're supporting, and we have to work for them, not against them. Our processes, when we talk about all of our processes, step 1 is setting up effective asset management. If we don't have asset management in place, the game's over, because there's going to be something that we aren't paying attention to, and it's going to get shut down, right? So doing that process for that, we need to start GRC from day 1. The first thing we should be doing when building a business and building our cyber posture is that information security policy. What do we want security to do? How do we want to do it? And what do we have in place that's going to be helping? And then using the power of the business impact assessment. This is something that I've noticed very few businesses do, and they should, because you don't understand the criticality of your systems if you have an understanding of the actual impact to the business if it goes down. And that's everything. It's from the login screen on your Windows box to the sign-in sheet at your doctor's office, to one little tiny API key on the back that you think doesn't do anything, but if it goes down, it takes down the entire business. There's that XKCD comic where there's that one little component from a little tiny shop in Texas that could take everything out. And we've seen that happen time and again with supply chain issues, where someone just didn't think about what the impact of that system going down could be, and the long-term ramifications. If you do a business impact analysis with the business and go, okay, what happens if this goes down? What's the butterfly effect there? Then we have that available to us so that we can say this is the impact, and actually go, this is how bad it's going to be, and this is a thing we need to protect, or this is a thing that we don't need to protect as robustly as this other thing. And then risk acceptances. I teach my students, I talk about them all the time. The risk acceptance is the way. Our organizations don't like to be accountable for their risks, but risk acceptances allow them to stop and think. So they'll say, hey, this isn't a risk, or hey, we just want to do this thing. You go, okay, cool. Who's going to be responsible for it? And suddenly everybody slows down and goes, hold on a second. What do you mean we have to be accountable for this? What? Hold on. Risk acceptances slow down the process. They make the human part of the conversation. So we go back to people and empowering them to do the right thing. And we empower them to do the right thing by thinking critically. And then technology. Maximize the use of the tools you have. You know, every year we should be going back and looking at all the tools that we have in place and going, are we using every capability that we can? Are we locking everything down effectively? One of the things that I've noticed is if people are using Microsoft 365, you have to turn ATP on manually, and a lot of organizations just think it's automatic. If you didn't go back and look, you wouldn't know that you needed to turn it on, but it's a great, powerful tool that you could be using if you're using that environment. So thinking about that to limit the need for another tool. You know, when you're thinking about, oh, I want to get this latest and greatest thing, go, well, do we already have that capability with something we already have? And can we use that until such time that we need other capabilities that that tool has, or you know, limit the amount of services that we're ingesting, limit the amount of staff that we need to manage it, and limit the amount of overhead that it's going to cost. But we also have to understand that every tool comes with its own risk. I think we're seeing that in real time with a lot of the software and vendor compromises that we've seen in the last year or so. We've seen an increase in activity for vendor risk and supply chain risk, but we've also seen a massive increase in vulnerabilities from, you know, database providers, SaaS providers, and with the prevalence of SaaS now, with the prevalence of AI, we really have to start understanding what the risk is of those specific devices and how they play back in. And again, that goes back to looking at the business impact analysis. That goes back to doing effective risk assessments. And it goes back to empowering people to think critically about these tools that they want to bring on board. Next. And so how do we do that? Personally, I'm a huge fan of NIST RMF because it gives you all of these steps to work through continuous improvement and maturity through an organization. I know 853 is 1,000 million controls and everybody gets overwhelmed by that, but they miss the step called tailoring, where we get to choose what steps we want and how deep we want to go from that maturity journey. You don't have to answer every single control if the system isn't super dangerous to you from a risk perspective. You only have to go as deep as your maturity level allows or as you want. So you can get those controls down. And then if you build the system out effectively, you may only answer 30 controls for one of your small, low risk kinds of systems. And so if you follow the process and you follow the documents, it actually works really well to build your maturity. It builds strategy, it builds your program, and it allows you to have those robust conversations with the business, because then you say, well, here's the control, here's what we need to do to implement it, or we already have this in place, which is going to save us money, or here's the risk, we've documented it, here's how we're working to resolve it, but here's what we need from the business, or we need the business to accept this risk, and this is the process for doing that. So looking at how we go through, we start with categorization, which allows us to identify the true risk. That's your business impact assessment in some ways, but also just aligning it in general with a low, medium, high kind of mentality. Identifying the gaps in talent, but also identifying the gaps in the capabilities within. So looking at what controls you have. Do you have things in place? Do you have people in place to manage those things? Do you have the processes in place to do that as well? So you can find your gaps in talent there. You can also build roadmaps of maturity. So if you say, hey, we're here right now, but we want to add these things as we continue to become more customer facing, a higher risk, we want to get into government contracts, we want to do something that's going to introduce more risk, or our threat landscape expands, you then have your roadmap on what needs to happen at each stage of the way. And again, and as far as you need to. If you want to stop without implementing every single thing on the planet, that is within your right and probably within your risk tolerance as an organization. But also you get to build a risk register. So many organizations haven't even gotten to this point. And if you're using a control framework like NIST, you have that gap. You already have those gaps already lined out. You just put them into a a program or a document or a spreadsheet, and you say, here's the risks that we found and here's what we want to do to mitigate them. And again, it starts a business conversation on a level that they're going to understand, instead of going in and saying, oh, well, we don't have this control implemented. We don't have control SC27 implemented. And they're like, well, what does that mean? You're saying, we don't have an antivirus solution that allows us to prevent from this thing. And you go, oh, okay, great. But it also allows that risk acceptance and the documentation and a review process of those acceptances. We can't just say, it's accepted, we're done. And then again, if we're continuously working through this cycle as we should be, it gives us checks and balances. We review things to make sure they're still in place and somebody hasn't accidentally turned something off, or somebody hasn't accidentally turned something on that they shouldn't. We get to review all of our systems and making sure that they're within life cycle, that they have all their patches, that they're doing everything that they need to be doing. You're doing that continuous discovery to make sure you have all your assets. And it really does build that entire program effectively. And so, next slide. In conclusion, my 3 big points, of course, from this are, start your GRC sooner rather than later, because it's so important to do. Focus with your people, processes, and technology, because they are the way. And then use any existing framework. There's so many out there. Again, I'm very much a NIST person, because I love it and I think it works really, really well. But there's so many other frameworks that you can choose from, and they all kind of crosswalk to each other. So even if you have some regulatory requirement that makes you do ISO, or you choose to do, security controls framework, or any of the other frameworks that are out there, there's so many now, just use one and go with it, because it's going to be the best way to build your program, build your maturity, empower your users, and beat all of those myths and get right back to those basics and ensure that you're hitting all of those points. Thank you so much for coming. Open to questions. I think I have a couple minutes. You're muted again, Bryson.
I do the double mute, even though I'm backstage, I'm still muted, but I want to make sure I don't ever, accidentally cross over.
Fair.
So there's a lot of comments. I didn't see any questions from the audience. Here we go. So this kind of ties in back from one of the things with Jerry's session with Mick previously. So is GRC and risk management, or third-party risk management, are those the same job?
No. I think TPRM is part of GRC, but GRC can be part of TPRM. So third party, you're looking at what's going on externally to you. You have to have those third party components to understand what the risk is of those third parties to your business. So you have to integrate that into your GRC program. So TPRM is part of GRC, but not GRC, and they're not doing the same thing. Ideally, the TPRM questionnaire would be a lot less robust. You're not doing all the same checks and balances, and you're really relying on your vendor to give you as much information as they can. And so you're trying to infer what's going on. Whereas in GRC, you're actually collecting evidence, you're collecting controls, you're getting information internally that proves that you are actually doing what you're doing. So it's different, but related.
I think a lot of where people mix the two up is, first of all, TPRM is a outward extension of your GRC program, but it's a subset of it. And then I think it's misused in a lot of the same way. GRC is a checklist, and that is the existential foundation of an organization's operations. Security is the critical thinking process we do on the top. And we make the same mistake with third-party risk management, because you push the 200 questionnaire down. And how does that go? Well, first of all, the sad secret is it's a salesperson most likely filling it out. And I don't mean that in a mean way, a pejorative way. It's like, oh, salespeople, but they don't know, right? And it's like, well, you said TLS version 1.3 is a requirement, and we have TLS, so check. Well, version 1.1 is not 1.3. There's a significant difference. And that salesperson doesn't know that difference and is doing their best job. It's like, well, I saw TLS, check, right? But that's that side of the house, is who's filling out the information for you. Where I will take the organizations for the third-party risk management to task is, what do you do with those checklists? First of all, rarely is it the security people who review those checklists. It's a part of the procurement process. So the same way that we're like, some of you who probably rolled your eyes or snickered when I said a salesperson's filling it out. On the other hand, you didn't do that when your procurement team is the only one looking at the questionnaire coming back to you. And then what happens? You buy the product, you buy the service, that questionnaire gets filed on a shelf, which nobody ever looked at anyway. And you're surprised that you don't actually have an integrated supply chain security process?
My concern with it is I think we're starting to get better from a TPRM perspective at looking at the questionnaires, but what happens if there is a deal-breaking gap? Again, it goes back to keeping up with the Joneses. We still want that product, and we're going to do whatever we want to keep that product because it's already integrated or it's too much money to change. Where's the checks and balances there? And we just don't have that in, we don't have any sort of checks and balances to say, well, we're gonna cancel you if you don't fix this gap.
So Alan asked the question. I'll let you quickly give a 30-second response here before we close out. In terms of third-party risk management, unless you have attestation, are the questionnaires useless?
I would say no, because regardless, those questionnaires are still a binding document in a lot of third-party components. So if somebody says that they do something and then it turns out they don't, you have an MSA usually after that contract. And if they said in their contract they did, that's part of the contract. So if they did that as part of the contract, you go back and say it's a breach of contract. It's not completely useless. So even if you don't have an attestation, you still have a signature on somebody who said that this is legit. So it's still an accountability tool.
And what I'll add is from what I just said, which is the questionnaires aren't useless, right? They give us a point for a conversation. It is incumbent on us, though, to continue that conversation beyond the questionnaire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's all about the conversation, communication, working together and collaborating to move in a right direction.
Mia, thank you so much. And it's great to see you again.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. And we'll see you next time.
Too many things going on here. Okay. So next up is going to be Justin Ells and Jamie Williams. One of the things we did with this format is we paired a lot of speakers together. So we did a lot of folks in a similar space and adjacent spaces and complementary spaces, trying to bring them together in that way. Just a reminder that you can get the schedule of all 3 tracks off of the webpage, so you can see the schedule for everything. This track is not the only track. We have some fantastic tracks with our partners, IANS, Exona, Vanish ID, and Nucleus Security. So check them out. Reminder, everything is recorded. So even if you're just camping here, those other ones will be available to watch. And there's a lot of great content going on over there. And reminder, good questions and comments get you entered in the raffle. Justin, Jamie, gentlemen, I use that term loosely with both of you.
Absolutely. Nice to see you again, pal.
Yeah, you too, man. You're one of the reasons I regret moving from DC, man.
Oh, really appreciate it. That's a killer background. Good to see you got settled in and, home sweet home.
I landed on my feet. I did that. Wow, this is the quietest I think Els has ever been.
Oh, I was trying to figure out how to share slides on here.
You mean that?
Yeah.
Ooh.
You
had that queued up,
little
didn't you?
arrows? Can you see the little arrows to advance?
Yeah.
Boom.
I didn't realize
Gentlemen,
you could link it to Drive.
the floor is yours. Let's go and get offensive.
Oh, yeah. Well, appreciate it. And obviously got to thank the host at first. Really, really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you folks. And I think this is going to be a fun one. For the hip hop heads, I think we'll touch on some quotes, but we're not going to do anything super technical, not a super deep dive. Really just kind of high level wave tops on Justin, you've been in the space. I don't know how long, legend in the industry. I have some notches behind me, just kind of wave tops, what we've learned, mostly, whether you're just starting off or, I get pings all the time, people trying to get into the space. How do you become, elite hacker, elite, whatever, or, some of the stuff, even putting this deck together, I realized there's stuff that I learned from Justin every day. There's stuff I learned from Bryson every day. There's stuff from everyone who's sharing content, and just kind of, even this morning we saw crazy Azure chaos. So there's always something to learn from, whether it's lateral or looking across the pond at our adversaries, just another way to touch up. But I don't want to monopolize the intro. Justin, anything on your side? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think one of the things from that Jamie and I spent a lot of time doing, and I think I kind of became friends because of it, is we look at CTI reports, we look at tradecraft constantly, and like there's a sea of interesting things. However, there's also a ton of overlap. So one of the things I think him and I do really well is like trying to pick out what is like the 1%, 2% novel, and how can we iterate on that? Like how can we highlight that to everybody else? Because like if you look at a lot of reports, you'll say, oh, they're all doing the same thing, but maybe there's like a deeper reasoning or some backstory around why they're doing X, Y, or Z. So one of the things we're kind of going over in this is like what's interesting to us and like attacker motivations and things like that.
Yeah, I think I can argue about this all day. Argue is probably the wrong word. Offensive in the brain, but like, and also like as a red teamer, what's your responsibility? Like, is that boring stuff that we think is lame? Like, should we just skip over that, or like, is there a time and place to really bring that to the table and make sure is there a reason that we're seeing that same boring stuff over and over and over again? But Justin, are you our command and control? Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I'll go first. Justin Elzy, I'm the CTO at Trusted Sec, and I've been doing offense for, 15, 16 years now. So I built the red team out at Trusted Sec, and I built the research team out, and the research team kind of like exists to support all of our offensive work. So, Jamie?
Yeah, Jamie Williams, red team engineer at CrowdStrike currently. Bounced around. I've never really been a formal like services provider red teamer. I've went from like pure offensive to intel to adversary simulation to pure CTI back to red team. So I guess learning through that pendulum thrashing cycle. But really, my big passion is I think generally threat research. I think it's understanding, again, looking at an adversary, not just saying, oh, big scary ransomware, big scary Iran, big scary China, whatever it may be, but like what makes them interesting? What are they, not only what do they do, but like why? Like, are they in espionage? Are they in crime? Can you, even if you just look at code on paper, you can see the investment, you can kind of see the thought. And really, I think that's the thing that I think in this entire space is really opening up, is not just looking at indicators, not just looking at, TTPs and things, but really seeing their campaigns through their eyes and understanding what motivates them to get out of bed and how do we best defeat that. So, at the end of the day, it is really a human problem, but really just, I love every day in the space. So I can nerd out on this all day. So I'll shut up now and drink coffee.
All right, so I guess we're gonna dive in. So like the first thing is, what's thinking like a crook, right? Like I think a lot of people come from pen testing backgrounds when they do offense. Like they don't necessarily come from CTI, but they're starting to be changes now. Like we see more people with CTI backgrounds, but like traditionally, pen testers are very good at like getting domain admin, but they don't necessarily come from the crime background of having what's the motivation here. So like, is it ransomware and they're trying to steal money? If your end goal of doing ransomware is telling somebody, hey, we hacked you, pay us money, well then you can kind of be a bull in the china shop and not worry about hey, I need dwell time of weeks and months. Like on the flip side, if you're an APT group, like maybe you're doing long-term collection, maybe you're stealing something for a specific event in time. Like there's reasons to stay under the radar for longer. And I think that a lot of that gets lost when people look at different tradecraft kind of along the way.
Justin, do you remember your first time ever being on keyboard with a live defender?
I don't know. I mean, there's like, it's a really weird, it's like a weird gray area because there was this point in time when like pen testing I was coming up and pen testing red teaming, like the big reveal was, can you add a domain admin account, right? This was before there was like EDR. This was before there was a SIM. So I remember that point in time, and then people would be like high-fiving because you added a DA account. And they're like, oh, we caught you. And we're like, okay, like that was the last step in the process. And then like, fast forward, now you have a company with SIMs, EDRs, a whole floor of blue teamers. So it's different, but like we've gone up against some of like probably the best blue teams around, and like we've had back and forth battles where we've got in and they've they were like sad about it or whatever. We had the flip side that like they've stopped us and they're high-fiving and doing everything on the call. So I've watched it come from kind of like adversarial of red versus blue to kind of more everybody's on the same page now. So it's definitely been a progression. I think everybody's in a lot better space now than it used to be.
I just remember like all the training I took was like very like red thrashing. Like you get an invite, like you said, it was like get domain admin. So you're scanning, you're doing all this really noisy stuff. And like, it's so much different in an actual like, hey, like if you goof one thing or run a command that's too loud, like they're literally going to come tap on your shoulder. I'm like, hey, we just killed your beacon, like have a good day. So, and I think that's really getting into that crook mentality. Is like this example we're showing is like, this is from a document like Chinese military cyber doctrine. Like it's not just red teamers and adversary emulation folks that are doing this kind of research. Like this is APT to APT, cyber criminal, cyber criminal. All these actors really study each other. They have their own, I don't know if they have a CTI team or anything, but they're reading the reports. They're picking up on, what other people are doing. They're stealing codes, stealing ideas. And in this case, we're even looking at like PRC, like national Chinese operatives who were like, looked at the Snowden leaks and said, oh, like not only can we repurpose some of this stuff and like understand it, but starting to gauge like bigger geopolitical like impressions of, hey, like, are we falling behind the United States and equation group and those things like that, because we're able to see how effective they are. So again, just kind of foot stomping, like thinking like a crook isn't really like, I would say it's not really optional in like modern. You really have to like, even if you're not in like the necessarily the security space, like if you're putting an app on the internet, you're configuring like a cloud environment, you're buying a product or doing whatever you're doing, it probably has security implications. You kind of need to take that second and say, okay, like how would someone who wants to do me harm, whether it's stealing data, impacting systems, whatever that outcome may be, how would they see this and what would they do about it? Yeah. So, just kind of flipping it over to you, like, I think we've both been kind of in this space for a long time. Like, what are you seeing like from like, I guess we see the noise, we see the high volume stuff, but like what impressions do you really get out of like reading a report on a random Wednesday afternoon?
So I really appreciate the takes that Twitter and other people have on attacks. Like when some APT group does something and they use just enough tradecraft to get by, but people think that like because they're an APT group, they need to throw every cool thing they have at it. Like they're not, they don't get awards at the end of the year for needlessly burning tradecraft. And I think people will go, oh, that's pathetic. Okay, well, did they get to the goal? Did they do what they needed to do? And they're like, yeah, they did. Some downstream event might have kicked off like the IR process or like some whatever, happened down the line, but they got and they did what they needed to do. Like they're still operating from some other country safely and life will go on. So I think that like the red teamers as a whole kind of look down at some of the things that people do as kind of like, hey, Lesser, this wasn't cool. But if it's enough to get through the threshold of whatever your AV, EDR, custom detections are, like a win's a win. They don't care that they're burning stuff. Like they wake up the next day and go to work and do the next stop. Like that's life. So I think that's always one thing I always take away from these reports is when I'm like, hey, this super weird thing that I didn't think was cool worked, but hey, it was enough to get by this and accomplish whatever their mission set was.
I forgot what adversary it was, but we were doing an emulation and we noticed like every time they ran a command, they spawned a new CMD and then they outputted all the text to a file and named the file that the command was. And in my head, I was like, there's no way we're emulating this. Like, that's so dumb. That's so bad. But then to your point, it's like, it was like one of the e-crime groups. Like they were prolific, like millions of dollars, if not more. And you're like, I hate their tradecraft, but it works. And it's, to your point, just enough. And it's like, it's actually kind of infuriating. Like, I think that's one of the things I've learned in this industry is like, we're mostly fueled by like rage and hate. Like, that's the most annoying thing to me is like, you look at that tradecraft and you're like, that's not super sophisticated. It's noisy. It creates all these artifacts. There's an easier way to do it. There's a more like stealthy way to do it. But that's baked into their malware. And they've been using that same stuff for like years, if not longer.
I think a big part of this comes down to like, there's always like the environment better than the people who run it concept. And I think a lot of times, now that people have the ability to lab things up, like it's easy to spin up complicated VM infrastructures and spin them down, get tools, all those things. Like you can really dial in like, hey, this tool is really just a bunch of YARA rules that runs on memory. Let's extract the YARA rules. Let's take a look at the ML model that they use. Like you can dial things just a touch past where they need to be. And if you know what you're attacking, like hey, I can dial it to this and whatever. And I think that red teamers don't necessarily get that same luxury, which is why I think they swing a little higher. It's because a lot of times your fixed time engagements, a few weeks, maybe a few months, like you can't afford to screw up, because then it now says, hey, we're doing a red team, like let's respond to low and informal alerts and things like that. So when you can play the long game as an actual criminal, with a little bit different, parameters.
Right. And I think that's something I've seen in too, is like the word evasion has really evolved. Like even in the time I've been like working this space, evasion used to mean like there's no telemetry, there's no logs, like there's no evidence of what I did, versus now a lot of what I'm seeing is exactly your point. The adversary has a lab, they understand what you're looking at, they understand what your dashboards look like, and they're more evading your reaction. It's the mean time to response versus mean time to detect. Can we hide in the noise? Can we show you alerts that don't have context? Can we like decorrelate things and make like a bunch of kind of iffy positives, but like not really a true like needle in the haystack? But just to kind of foot stomp what we're talking about, like obviously as you're reading reports and kind of understanding what the the sophisticated actors are doing, you might see some cool stuff like this. Like this blew my mind. Like it was like I think this is a Chinese APT shellcode. And if you're familiar with the concept of like an Ouroboros, like the shellcode as it deconstructs itself is randomized, and it also like as it executes overwrites itself. So it's basically kind of like a Turing complete like ghost. Like it executes and disappears. Super cool. But like the bigger point is like if you're actually trying to do an emulation or trying to be successful, you don't really need to do this kind of stuff. Because whether you're doing this or like a CMD waxy most basic stuff in the world, like they ended up in the same place. They got caught, their malware got reported. Like it's not saying this isn't cool and this isn't super neat, but especially as you're like prepping for, and I think the bigger kind of thing that always came in the back of your mind is like, you only have so many cycles. So like, this is super neat. This is super cool, but like, how much time did you take to build this? And is this something worth your investment versus like, I think one of the best skills you'll pick up over time is like, especially when you're understanding these reports, is figuring out where the biggest ROI and the biggest bang for your buck in terms of like, I need to invest more in loaders versus like the actual beacon at that point, like, maybe it's not as important, or like just figuring out where you really want to double down and invest.
And I think the biggest or the funniest thing in like anti-analysis space is like you can do something cool like this, groundbreaking, whatever. At the same time, if you just say, hey, I'm going to make my malware look like a crypto miner, does that change the playbook for response? Like, oh, there's a crypto miner on our Linux server because it had Jenkins and it got popped. Okay, we removed the crypto miner, like no big deal. But like that could have easily been something that was doing, way more malicious stuff. So people kind of jump the assumption when they say, oh, I've seen this miner before, move on. Like maybe they changed 30 lines of code and it has some more C2 in it, or like things like that. So there's you can do more with less in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I think this, if you're an Office fan, this is kind of like a, more or less the point. Like, why waste your time looking for 0 days when, leak creds, you can just brute force, or even just like go on a dark web market and just search a domain and probably find a bunch of, unfortunately not MFA's credentials to get into an environment. It's funny, we have so many memes here, I forgot the order. So these are all like surprising and amazing to me as well.
And this one always makes me think of the biggest thing is like, companies do a pretty good job on like web app security, login pages, things like that. What they don't usually account for is web apps not tied to their IAM provider. So when these breach credentials pop up like this, they might have a couple web apps that their vendors use or somebody else uses that you can get into with like some password combination that's sitting out there in a leak. And you do a really good job, like maybe having a blocked password list for Azure AD or on-prem AD or Okta or whatever it is. But those apps that fall outside of this that have vendors, then once you get into a web app like that, it's probably only ever been tested from a login standpoint because they're like, oh, nobody has creds. You can still pivot that way. So there's stuff out there where like, hey, that's not super exciting, it's a password leak, we know about it, but there's some places those things live on that you don't consider.
I don't want to open too much of a rabbit hole, but like as you're talking about like web apps and like SaaS stuff and anything like kind of not OS or not like kind of that control plane, it also just, I scream internally, think about logs. Like you said, like we put so much on protections and preventions there. Like, hey, please don't like get exploited. Please don't let anyone log in. But then past that point, I think that's one of the beauties of what we're doing is like, as you see config changes, as you see like muxing, as you see like, mass, we're seeing like scattered spiders and groups like that just do mass data exfil. Like, do you actually have telemetry that shows that? And would you know, like, wow, like someone's siphoning like all of our, fill in the blank critical data. That's just such a can of worms and like such a strange space. But like, here's another example. Like, I forgot what a UAT 7237 is. I'm assuming that's some kind of maybe APT. Apologize to whoever Intel shop this is. Their naming conventions aren't super familiar to me, but as you can see, like they're not doing this. This is looking at the previous shellcode example. They kind of ended up in the exact same place. Like these folks were successful. They're running, if you look at, red teaming 101, you're going to see that CMD WAC-C. That's like, kind of your basic execution medium. Super noisy, creates a huge process tree. They did a little slick move on skipping net.exe, but like overall, it doesn't take, to your point earlier, it doesn't take much to be successful. But I also think this is a bigger lesson in like, especially if you're doing an internal assessment or some kind of, working with defenders, you really need to make sure you're meeting them where they are. Like, don't overwhelm them with some crazy, stunt hacking stuff that they're just not prepared to do. I think it really, besides the prioritization of where to put your effort in terms of development, the other kind of bigger takeaway is like remembering why you're doing these assessments. And it's, the bigger picture is to find problems and fix them. And you don't want to like have a target that's, I'm not going to train a Pee-wee basketball team on like a 10-foot hoop and expect them to dunk. Like I need to like, not saying your defender, you need to belittle them, but you really need to have a good idea of like, hey, how mature are you in this space? Like if you're doing host stuff, maybe it's a little bit more rigorous. If we're doing cloud or maybe application security stuff, maybe you need to start a little bit rudimentary, saying, hey, do I even see logins? Do I even see this? Before we even think about like advanced analytics and, all this, crazy crap. Let's just get the basics and kind of build. And the analogy I always use is like, you're not just going to like put a headband on and walk outside and run a marathon. You really need to like figure out what's a comfortable jog. And like over time, that jog will get fit like quicker and quicker. And you might, scale out from 5 miles to 10, but don't just, strap up and pray for the best.
You brought up a good point, and I see this a lot with clients where they say, hey, like, we want to do a red team. We want it to be the craziest, stealthiest thing ever. And we want you to get into some code repo and push changes to production, blah, blah, blah. You're like, okay, cool. Like we can do that. And they're like, and then they go, okay, but we also at the end, we want you to emulate like the most basic ransomware because we're actually worried about that too. And I'm like, if you look at like the grand scheme of threats, like the ransomware piece is probably a lot higher, and they want to see all the cool stuff and like we want custom C2 da da da. And then they're like, well, can you emulate this thing on the screen here too? And we're like, okay, cool. Like we can always go back and do that. But it's funny to watch two sides of the same conversation with like, we want all custom everything, no holds barred. And then like, can you just try to, spray everything with like WMI and, run some random EXE off the internet, things like that. So
yeah, the last thing you want is like the only impression from a like assessment is like, wow, that sucked. Like, yeah, right. Like what, why, like, hey, like, let's break that down a little bit. But, just a couple more just kind of cheeky examples. Like these are real examples from real reports. Like, adversaries aren't doing crazy stuff. They're base 64 encoding a payload twice. And it's like, that works. It's silly, but it works. Funny one on the right was like, instead of doing some kind of priv-esque, some sneaky, exploit or whatever, they're literally just flashing the user with like a prompt and saying like, and even if you open it up, it shows you the PowerShell command. They're brute forcing a user and just saying, hey, I'm just going to show you this prompt 1,000,000 times until you get annoyed and have to click, and then you'll never see us again because we're now, high integrity or whatever. What are we looking at here? And favorite thing about, this is just kind of side item, but like one of my personal favorite things about reading reports is just finding goofs. Like in this case, they were trying on the left, the adversary was trying to kill other processes from like maybe crypto miners typically always do this is like, they'll get on a host and try to like, I think it's like co-location recon. Like, is there any other miners here? I need to kill them because we're fighting for resources. They accidentally killed their own beacon. And on the right, old ransomware case, they ended up only encrypting one host because they, even though they were domain admin, they just didn't realize they could move laterally or just didn't take the time to. So, big takeaway that is there's a lot of laughs, a lot of humor, a lot of fun here, but also like if you're really trying to get into the space and really, or if you're already in the space, don't necessarily think you always need to be doing the most advanced thing. Like the adversaries, unfortunately, kind of vary in terms of their level of sophistication, in terms of their level of consistency. We see malware all the time that has bugs and flaws and just huge kind of goofs. So I'm not necessarily saying you can take it easy, but I think that's one of the best parts about reading intel is like keeping you honest in terms of like whether it's imposter syndrome or just like, hey, I need to be at kind of the same level of the threats that are relevant to my organization. I really don't want to miss the mark in terms of being, you know, too this or too that. It's kind of like a little three little bears analogy here.
And I'll just say on the left one, just real quick, is that like cohabitation checks are like a real thing now. You know, years ago, you might not end up on a box as a red teamer or a tester where something else is going on, but now that's a reality people find. So just something to be aware of. Like you might put yourself in the middle of an IR incident by finding something, and I've seen C2s and toolkits kind of add those features in because that's the reality we live in.
So this might be our most spicy prompt, but like, just I'll tee it up for you first. Like, I think one of the challenges we see a lot of in this space with offensive security is like not crossing that line of like, how do you responsibly, you know, do this research, whether it's like, you know, finding flaws or publishing things or releasing tools, whatever it is. Kind of what is your guiding philosophy in terms of like kind of still being in that true defender mentality, but still pushing the science and the art forward responsibly?
I sit on the publish research, don't publish the full POCs anymore. We have a kind of a new thing where we publish tools once their techniques and things are kind of burned. So we like to publish research because obviously we stand on the backs of everybody else that's come before us. You know, no one company is leading the way completely. So you got to give back if you're taking from other places. But the industry has shifted, right? People stop publishing full tools because you publish a full tool in an EDR product, build signatures quickly. Like this was a self-solving problem. The industry's matured pretty rapidly. And I think sharing out basic research is cool. The whole tool, probably not necessary. People can kind of AI their way to a lot of these things as well. So I think it was a bigger debate. I think it largely fixed itself because the companies that people red team have matured to a point where releasing the tools was shooting yourself in the foot, for lack of a better.
I'm gonna ask you for a slide flip because I think it's the most like perfect meme ever. Shout out for Nick for being a good sport here. But yeah, I can't really add much to what you said. I think I would never gatekeep knowledge. But I think my answer here is kind of along the same lines. Like it depends. It's really nuanced. I think one of the things that we really have to keep to heart, especially as a researcher, is like, what's the context? Like if you're finding a flaw and like, you know, vulnerability in some kind of system, I think like, you know, obviously you want to give folks a chance to kind of, you know, fix things or at least be aware of it. But if it's something like a tool or something like, yeah, like that's something, you know, we are a community that kind of learns from each other. But at the same time, I think one of the best kind of principles, maybe it's like something just write on your whiteboard right before you do a git push, is like, how could this be weaponized? And have I done everything to kind of look at like, how hard would it be for someone who had like, you know, malicious intent to use this? And you'll see some really cool things, especially in the design of like red team tools of like, hey, this is a POC for some like slick injection or something, but it's got a baked in like, you know, it's just going to inject like calc or something. And you're like, oh, if it pops a calc, who cares? But like really, if you wanted to go further, it's going to take a lot of development, a lot of research, and like kind of put that cost on the adversary to really make things hard. Because we see examples like this all the time where like people, even if they don't mean to, are aiding and embedding adversaries. Like in this case, there was a Reddit thread a couple weeks ago, months, I don't know, time flies weird, where people were like installing proxies on their host, which end up being used by like Russian, you know, military ops, which they didn't know that they were, you know, creating C2 channels. But unfortunately, can I get a slide flip? Unfortunately, they were, but thankfully, I think the big lesson here on crossing that crook line is like, as much as we've been talking about the offensive security space, the real scary ones are the threat researchers. Like they are relentless, and I can almost like with 100% certainty, like they will find you. Like and the way they find you will be so weird. Like in that case, they found these actors through like pizza deliveries. Like they had goofed and ordered too many pizzas, and they lived around the corner from like a Russian military complex. So super fascinating. And glad we got a third attendee here with puppies. That's awesome.
And then I think the big thing is, like how do you kind of start looking at this stuff and analyzing it and, pulling this into like your daily, like I usually wake up every day and kind of aggregate all the things. And I use Twitter a lot, DFIR report, like all of the major players in the CTI space. I look at everything they put out, like Mandiant, and I kind of just try to pull all those bits and pieces together. I think I stitch a lot of this together too with there's a couple Twitter accounts that will share samples that when they hit VT. So a lot of times what is really annoying in this space is something will end up in a CTI report, but they won't release the actual file. You'll get the hash. So then the files may pop up weeks or months later and go unnoticed. So I follow a lot of the accounts that share the files directly, because then you can REM them yourself and kind of jump in the game.
I know we're coming on time, so I'll keep this quick. We'll kind of parrot that. Just keep reading reports, keep learning. But I think the most important part is like, don't be afraid to get your hands dirty. Like, even if it's just looking at a report and like looking at the discovery commands, like go execute those and like, hey, why did they execute this? What are they looking for? What did they see? What did it make them think about? And like, how did that influence their next steps? Like, I think you're never going to know everything, but the more you kind of consume, the more it's all going to stitch together and you'll kind of have a bigger picture. And shout out to D4 Report there. They're awesome. This meme is just like as you read reports, you'll see like the craziest crap happens. Like in this case, they were embedding commands in the file name, which is silly, but again, like you're not going to come across that kind of stuff unless you're just reading and consuming. And who loves a C2 and a calendar invite? That's awesome. But yeah.
And we could talk about this for days and days. Like when I said we had 20 slides and two of us, we could have used a couple hours just to riff on things, but we made it. So
anything is a command and control if you want it badly enough.
That is.
Print the sticker.
Anything is a weapon if you want to use it as such.
I hate how true that is. Yeah, but yes.
We have a new Lulzbin site about SaaS products dropping real shortly, so there'll be more of those to talk about.
Well, I appreciate that, Justin. Your meme of you saying no made it in, because you are Mr. No.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, thank you so much.
Pleasure was ours.
All right. For the next half hour, we're going to be doing demo slots. First up is going to be Vanish ID, then Nucleus Security. So 1 o'clock and 1:15. They're only 15 minutes. Who is my backstage? I think Matthias and Ben. And while we're going to do that, I'm going to do a raffle to keep you here for them. And I think they might even be doing their own raffles inside their demo. I don't know. So, you got 2 chances to win here, all for seeing an awesome product. So let's quickly do our general raffle to whet the appetite. And the winner is a lot of names, a lot of participation. Jeffrey, you also won the other day on Unicorn Dispatch Live, so you are a lucky man. Message info@site.io and get your prizes. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bryson, and thank you everyone for being here. This is our 3rd time, I believe, at UniCon, having the opportunity to, provide insights and in this particular case to showcase the technology behind our managed services. With me is the VP of Managed Services at Vanish ID, and I'll let him introduce himself, and I'll go off camera. Thank you very much. Ben, all yours.
All right. Thanks, Matthias. Good to be here. Thanks, everyone, for hanging around, spending some time. So as Matthias said, I run our managed services division here at Vanish ID. And really what that encapsulates is our customer success motion, as well as pre-sales engineering. So my goal today with the demo slot is to give you a preview of what the Vanish ID platform does, the problem it solves, and how we actually go about not only quantifying the risk that we're able to discover, but also measure our impacts against the remediations. So being a technical guy, I prefer tech more. So let me flip over and share my screen. Matthias, can you let me know if you're seeing everything properly?
No, we are not. Bryson, I think you're managing the room.
Nope. You should be able to share screen and do it down there at the bottom.
Yep. I'll try it again. Any luck this time?
I do not see you.
It's StreamYard is sharing my screen. So
Yeah, but it doesn't show. So Mia had the same issue, but everyone else has been able to share just fine.
any change?
No.
All right.
Do you want to send me a presentation and I can do that? Do you?
Who's going to do tech? So
Yeah, you're trying to do a demo with an actual screen share.
Yeah. Let me, I can pivot to something else here. I'm going to give this
Matthias,
one
can
more.
you try sharing, seeing if maybe you're able to do it? It might be something with like being an authenticated user or something. I don't know. We've never had this issue before. For anybody who's ever attended a conference, this is what happens. And Ben and Matthias were already sweating bullets because the demo gods. So like, this is the perfect storm. This is how you know you're doing cyber right.
What about now? Anything now? Because it's showing up for me under shared content.
No.
Okay, so maybe we can pivot here. Give me just 2 seconds. Essentially, at least while I'm getting here, I can familiarize you with what Vanish ID does. Essentially, we're focused on, you can think of it like digital executive protection. So in today's day and age, there's information about us that exists in a lot of different places, a lot of public places. And it's that information that threat actors harvest to conduct cyber attacks, physical attacks, et cetera. So really what we're in the business of is removing that information continuously. We've created a platform that automatically scans and removes that information. And I'm going to try to switch to PDF. It's not even letting me do that. All right. So it looks like I'm going to attempt to paint a picture with my words, I guess.
If you email it to me, Ben, I can load it for you real fast in the background while you're doing that.
Matthias, will you send Bryson the sample executive protection risk report, please? Because I don't have his email handy and I don't want to keep everybody staring at a screen in silence. So the information where it exists about us is, most people are familiar in today's day and age with something called a data broker. These are people that are able to buy and sell our information without our consent. It happens continuously. They source their info from a lot of different places, but primarily credit bureaus, places like LexisNexis sell this information. So even if you take it down once, it comes back. So data brokers have things like your name, email, phone numbers, your physical address, your family members' names, all sorts of data that you didn't give any permission to be out there in the first place. And it has no good reason to remain out there. So that's one of the main focus areas of our platform is to continuously monitor and remove those data broker records, making you harder to see and harder to attack. We do this via agentic AI agents that we've built to take down these data brokers. We're also going to leverage the information that we find on those data brokers to enrich somebody so we can find, complete exposure. I'll most likely, and I do have a record under my current address, my previous address, the one before that, the house I grew up in, so you're typically going to have multiple profiles on a single data broker. And then there's, 100 data brokers. The other thing we look at is when it comes to the deep dark web, we look at breach repos and bring together 3 different breach repos. We're not looking to be another identity management system that says, hey, your information's on the dark web. Your information is on the dark web. What we focus on for our users is really making sure they're aware of any clear text credentials that are exposed, right? Because that's really the one thing you can protect against, not only within the enterprise, but in users' personal lives. And then for our higher, executive level, CEO level protection services, we also have full scope open source intelligent hunts done by analysts on my team. And that's going to bring in repositories that really can't be automated, right? So we'll look at social media security. Is your Facebook open? Are you sharing your birthday on LinkedIn, your personal email? It's going to find things in business contact management systems, which if you're sticking around all day, there's another demo slot later in the day by someone on my team that's going to talk specifically about this. So if you want to get less cold calls and direct marketing, definitely attend that session later on that shows you how to remove yourself from these business contact management systems. They source their information differently, and it's a lot of it's a main source in place where people buy information for direct cold calling and marketing efforts. So great, yeah. And so what Bryson is able to show you now is when all of those things happen, the automated parts of the platform, along with the full scope OS and Hunt by an analyst on our team, we produce deliverables like this for the end user, right? They're not cyber savvy. We wanted to put the risk we find in the actions we've taken into easily digestible format, so everybody's used to working with a PDF. Right, it's going to show them, Bryce, you can keep scrolling down a little bit. It's going to give them priority actions here that are specific to their profile. So some privacy best practices like freezing your credit, using MFA, reviewing the breach passwords that are in this report, but also things specific to them. Like if they make political donations, things like FEC filings, they stay out there forever and you don't have to use your personal information. Is your Facebook wide open, right? Is your family member's Facebook wide open? That creates risk for you. So really, the larger we can extend this circle of cyber hygiene around the primary target, which in our case is the executive, the safer that they're going to be. And that does include family members. This data broker information and other information is cross-pollinated. So like my information's on my wife's page and vice versa. So if you're going to do digital executive protection, you have to, full stop, have to include family members. Otherwise, their information's still out there. And usually on the company bio page to say, hey, Ben resides in Aldie, Virginia with his wife, Jane, and their 3 kids. They can easily find that information, with no problem. So all of that information gets wrapped up into this report. Bryson, give me one more slide, one more page down. And then we'll quantify for them. So in this example, you can see the original attack surface was in orange, right? After the work that Vanish ID has done, their reduced attack surface is in green. One of the things that I was going to show you in the demo is actually how we break down this risk. And you can get a bit of a concept here. We're going to give you an overall risk score, but we're always looking at this like a threat actor would from the outside in. So we break down, so that total risk score is underpinned by 2 key concepts: accessibility and value. Accessibility information is that information that existed on those things like data brokers, right? And the breach passwords and your open Facebook site. That allows a threat actor to reach out and touch someone, right? Really begin their attack. Value is, again, from the outside in, how valuable is this person to a threat actor? You're really not going to impact value. You're not going to make the CEO or CFO not those people. You're not going to wipe yourself from the internet, in total. So we never want to give our customers a false sense of security. You're not going to impact value. Where we really go to work is the accessibility, right? We make you as hard to access as possible. And really that's what you see quantified in these reports and in the platform, if I could show it to you. So we'll measure any new risk or risk that we find, and then whether we remove that risk, like a data broker that comes down, whether we communicate that risk, like a set of breach passwords that would be contained in this report or an end user notification, or whether we, have a privacy briefing with you and get your business contact management systems down, secure your Facebook, delete that old MySpace page that you swore you did way back when, right? All of those things go into the risk reduction, and it's constant monitoring because it's not a static environment. This is very dynamic. New breaches, unfortunately, are happening all the time. Data broker records come back. Business contact management systems are sourcing new information, and social media sites are making it yet even more confusing on how to properly secure your profile so everyone in the world can't see it. So I think all of those things really wrap up how we look at this problem and how we're solving it for our customers. So I don't know if there's a QA portion, but happy to, reserve a few minutes if anyone had any questions. And otherwise, thanks for having me.
Hi, are you all going to run a raffle?
Matthias? it's outside of my area of expertise. I think it would live with Matthias if we are going to run a raffle here.
How can folks follow up to get more information in more detail?
Yeah, so vanishid.com. You'll get an idea of what we do there, and you can reach out from the contact us page right on there.
And what is the most common challenge with folks moving to using your platform, integrating it? Like, how does a practitioner look at this?
Yeah, there's no integration required. Everything we're doing is on the outside. So we get a little bit of authoritative information like first name, last name, and corporate email, and our system can fill that out by all the public data that we can find. We give that intel back to you via these reports to the end users, but we also have reports for our security leaders. So you can report up and out about this program. And absolutely, you can take data via API, that this external risk data, and ingest it into your systems, and correlate on it internally, but that's not required. So it's really a frictionless approach because it's an external problem to get started. So pretty quick and easy.
You do got a question in there. OSINT is interesting. It's crazy what you can find. Are you using sources like Maltego to monitor?
Yeah, Maltego is a good way to visualize a lot of this exposure. So there are aspects of what Maltego does. We've kind of recreated that, on our own, really with our own platform. I like how if I would have shown you the demo, you would have think, is that Maltego, right? It's very similar to how we do it. So we've kind of created our own Maltego with the repositories that we support. But yeah, if you've seen that, that's something close. Except we actually take action on that risk as well as mapping out where the exposure is.
All right, Ben, thank you so much for supporting UniCon and for the demo. For those of you who they're going to work out these technical glitches, so you have an opportunity to catch Vanish ID again in track 2 and track 3 later this day. So if you're interested in more, I promise you, Ben and Matthias will get the glitches worked out, and you will be able to see the platform. Thank you, Ben.
Awesome, thank you.
Kevin.
Hello. Hey, Bryson.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
Every day is a holiday. Should I bring Aaron in as well?
Yes, please.
All right, gentlemen, the floor is yours. I will be here for the technical troubleshooting if we have it.
Wonderful. And I will, I'll start, and then I'm going to jump off and just hand it over to Aaron. Welcome, everybody. As a reminder, please keep the question and answers coming. We'll address those at the end. We will be doing a raffle. So we'll be raffling off some cool Nucleus swag for attendees of the presentation at the end. So please stick around. Introducing Aaron Atarzada. I think I got that right. Enterprise security engineer here at Nucleus Security. And Aaron, please kill me if I didn't pronounce that correctly.
That was perfect.
Got it. All right. I don't think I've gotten it in the many years I've known you. Aaron's experienced security engineer with demonstrated history of working in the IT and services industry. Holds a Bachelor of Science and focused in computer science and physics with a minor in cybersecurity from the University of Southern California. Excited to introduce him for this session. He's going to be demoing the Nucleus platform. And Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Really excited to be here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and we're going to jump straight into, let's go into this tab. All right. Is that coming through all right?
No, your screen's not sharing. I'm not sure what this issue is. We've never had this problem before. You're now the third. We've had other folks where it has worked, though, so I'm not sure what the difference is.
No worries. Let's try this instead. How about that? Is that coming through?
No.
All right. I have another idea. Let's do, it's likely a site settings, site permission issue. Why don't I leave it going while I'm doing this? Because it is likely a permission setting. And if it doesn't come up, then what we can do is talk through Nucleus. Did the last host, did you share Bryson yourself?
So they sent me their PDF, and then I was able to load that to StreamYard and then put that on the screen with you.
Okay, got it.
So I can do a PowerPoint or that, but I obviously I can't share your live screen for a demo.
Right, no worries.
So I'm going to guess it's a permission setting on your side, because otherwise it's just a HTML screen share.
All right, let's do the following. Bryson, can you, I'm going to share you on this slide deck real quick, and let's go that route. Bryson, can you send me your email, please?
Bryson at scythe.io. And yes, world, I'm okay with y'all knowing that. This isn't like an OPSEC fail. It's my public email. Knock yourselves out. I spend probably half my day putting most of you in spam, so good luck. Yep, there you go. You're up. Nucleus is up. You got it.
All right, can you see my mouse all right? Mouse is moving. Things are moving.
Everything is going.
Amazing. Okay, cool. So Nucleus is a risk-based vulnerability management platform where data is ingested via connectors from sources such as CrowdStrike, Wiz, Orca, Tenable. Even on the left-hand side, when you think of Sneak, GitHub Advanced Security, SonarQube, SonarCloud, shift left scans that are happening within the CI/CD pipeline itself, as well as external pen test scans as well. So Nucleus encompasses the entire left to right side of the stack. And the idea is to bring data into Nucleus, your vulnerability data, aggregate and normalize and deduplicate the asset records themselves. So when we think of assets, traditionally we think of VMs, virtual machines, EC2 instances, EKS clusters, my workstation, even things like ephemeral data, right? Load balancers, VPCs, security groups, repositories, container images, right? These are all different types of assets, and Nucleus supports over 135 different data models. All of that data comes in a Nucleus, deduplicates the same asset type. So a VM, for example, that's being seen from CrowdStrike and Wiz, and also maybe like a Tenable authenticated scan and is deployed in AWS, that will be deduplicated 4 times. So you have one asset record across 4 separate data sources. Now, with Nucleus, we think of risk. You have a left side of risk and a right side of risk, where the left side of risk is this asset context, right? I think we all remember that Log4j morning about 4 years ago. And if your C-suite were to come to you and say, hey, I have millions of instances of vulnerabilities, and we have maybe a couple thousand specifically of Log4j, where do I start? So the start part of that is the asset. So in Nucleus, every asset has context, where it is, what it's touching, how truly external is it? Like, is it actually external, or is there like a security group that is specifically blocking out ports that aren't even relevant to that vulnerability? Is it potentially in scope for a compliance audit, right? Are you going through like a SOC audit and that asset is going to be prioritized higher or lower? And same thing with like DLP. Do I have an instance that's potentially computing, credit card data versus an instance that's a printer sitting in my closet? So every asset has risk tied to it, and those risk attributes are coming from different bits of metadata that Nucleus is correlating out of the box for you and enriching that host. And this can be a host, this can be a container image. Every single asset is normalized, so every single asset has those same exact risk attributes across the entire organization. Now, on the left-hand side of my screen, you'll see groupings. A lot of folks, they have very, very interesting grouping structures, right? Some folks want to do things like hierarchy, where they want to measure C-suite all the way down to remediator. Maybe they want to group by the application that those assets create. such as like an API gateway or like an admin portal, where I'm combining things like EC2 instances and container images, as well as like all the ephemeral assets that support that application into one singular groups. So this grouping structure will carry with us throughout the entire demo here for the next few minutes. So keep that in the back of your head as I'm triaging here. But we talked a little bit about the left side of the risk concept, which is the asset risk. Now let's talk about the right side of the concept, the vulnerability risk itself. So I just jumped straight into my active vulnerability view, where I'm seeing all of my Wiz vulnerabilities and sneak vulnerabilities and CrowdStrike vulnerabilities, all long list in one central view. Now, in a few moments here, we'll be pivoting on remediation efforts. I wanted to take you to this view to start showing you a little bit of metadata that Nucleus automatically enriches every single vulnerability with out of the box. So if I click in on my log4j instance here, 2021 44228, and I click on my instances list, I have every single instance of log4j in one simple view. On the right hand here, you'll see a risk score. Now, earlier we talked about asset risk. There's also vulnerability risk, right? I think we're all familiar with NVD. NVD will say, yeah, it's a 9.8, sure. But how risky is actually that vulnerability? Sure, it's a 9.8, it's a buffer overflow, for example, but maybe 1 out of every 40,000 times of you actually trying that buffer overflow, is it actually exploitable? So that's where we go into the vulnerability intelligence tab. The Nucleus's enrichment layer, called the VIP, enriches every single vulnerability out of the box with things like external chatter, POCs, how many people are actually doing it in the wild. And it spans over 17 different threat intelligence feeds, and Nucleus normalizes it to just 5-6 values out of the box, where you can actually reference these when we talk about prioritization, right? Sure, it's a 9.8, but in actuality, maybe it's not really being exploited in the wild. Maybe there is no imminent exploit out, or maybe 1 out of every 40,000 times of you actually trying it, is it exploitable? So is it really a 9.8? Now, every customer has a different way of how they want to prioritize, right? So Nucleus gives you the ability to reference any of these fields to build your own engine for prioritization. Now, of course, you want to take a lot of the load off for you, so we'll normalize those into single key value pairs here in the extensional threat rating. But now, how does the vulnerability risk and the asset risk, how do they tie together? We go back to my instances page, we'll see my laundry list of my 12 log4j instances. But if we look very closely, instance 6 has a risk score of 200. That's because the asset context is much lower. That asset may be internal, it may be in staging, it's not as imminent, it's not as pertinent to the production environment, versus an 800. That's going to be the ones that I want to focus on first. So when you start talking about assigning SLAs and getting things out for people to remediate, you want to set your SLAs and your priorities on the risk of this vulnerability to the business, which is exactly what this risk score is here. Now, maybe I want to request an exception because I can't get to it just yet. Nucleus enables remediators to work inside the platform to request exceptions, conduct workflows, automatically assign those exceptions to different team members for granting. Maybe you need 3 separate levels of exception granting workflows. All of that can be handled via automation out of the box. And the cool thing is, maybe you have exceptions outside of Nucleus. If you're using solutions like Jira, ServiceNow, Zendesk, Freshdesk, right? Nucleus will enable you to have bi-directional communication back and forth between those respective solutions so that you can keep your workflows inside of your respective ticketing tools. And we come in with a completely frictionless approach. You don't have to jump into Nucleus if you don't want to. You can just use Nucleus as an engine to feed your external platforms. Now, Kevin, Bryson, please correct me. I believe I only have 2 minutes left here.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Do we have any questions in the chat that I can help answer?
How is Nucleus different from Vulkan?
So Vulkan, as acquired by Tenable, Nucleus is a vendor agnostic platform, right? So Nucleus is going to be used for large-scale infrastructures. When we're talking in the hundreds of millions of vulnerabilities, customers that are pushing 500,000 plus assets. Where Vulcan has a really good thing going for them, where they got acquired by Tenable and it's baking into the Tenable One platform. But at the end of the day, it's going to be, it's going to be a Tenable-centric tool. Whereas Nucleus, as an independent company, is going to get the entire breadth of the organization. So we continuously keep good relationships with all of our vendors from, again, the left side of the stack when we talk about AppSec, all the way to the right side of the stack when we talk about infrastructure.
Okay. Are you all running a raffle? Because we are at the last minute.
We are running a raffle, yes. Kevin?
There's Kevin.
There we go. Hey, guys. We are, I think Daphne was going to help us with it. So maybe we take it offline and we can select somebody after and we can reach out to them with information on how to get it.
Okay.
So we will run a raffle. We can definitely take that offline and make sure we get that to them. And thank you, Aaron, for that. I'll drop our website. If anybody has any more questions about Nucleus or wants to learn more, you can visit us there. If you guys are at Falcon this week or you have team members that are out there, please stop by our booth as well. We're out at Falcon. I think Aaron might be out there right now, taking a break from it. Yeah, thank you so much, Aaron, and thanks everybody for joining us.
Awesome. Cheers. Take it easy.
And
all.
you'll be able to catch them on the other two tracks.
Yes.
They'll be presenting 2 more times today. So you're like, wait, I didn't quite get that. And I want more demo because some of this demo was cut a little short. You will get it in track 2 and track 3. Check out the schedule for it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes.
Awesome. Cheers.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
So now you're going, I thought I remember there being an annual rant that was going to return.
We have to stop meeting this way and actually meeting in person.
I tried.
I don't know whose fault that is.
Yours. You are in the Dakotas, and
you
respond to maybe my text messages 7 months later when it finally arrives through your telecommunications infrastructure.
I'm not even in the Dakotas. I'm actually in Germany.
Well, you're teaching this week.
Yeah, well, teaching next week at B-Sides Krakow. My wife and I came out early. I'm in Mittenwald. I'm staying in a house that was previously owned by nuns. So they have all kinds of amazing kitchen things. Like this is a pie thing that can.
What does that have to do with a nun? Do nuns have particular kitchen implements?
Dude, they have all kinds of stuff. They were like holy water dispensers. I've got nutcrackers. I've got. Let's just do a tour, shall we? So we have like. This kitchen is like straight out of the 70s. So look at this. Look at that. It's awesome colors, right? I just love it. They got all kinds of
1970s green.
Oh, it's totally 70s green all the way. I'm not going to show you.
Do you have a nutcracker you can show us? Because I feel like that's the appropriate metaphorical segue to what we're going to be doing.
Bam.
Dude, I was picturing like a true German nutcracker, like with Swan Lake.
Yeah, no, they don't have that. I think that would have been too provocative for the women in the house. But yeah, I've got a full-on nutcracker. Holy crap. Yeah, this is brand new in the box, 1971 nutcracker. It's amazing. So just living life, Moss, Bryson.
So what nut do you want to crack first?
You know what?
Let's do our rant. Maybe hold on. Let me back up and explain to everybody. So John and I have known each other for a long time. In fact, John Black Hills was the first customer of Scythe ever. And second of all, so since 2022 at Way West Hackin' Fest, John and I have now done an annual tradition of John and Bryson rant, and we just pick whatever we don't like, and we go, it's bullshit. So John, what nut do you want to crack first?
I'm gonna go with like it's a double rant, right? I'm gonna go with the double rant of AI is going to completely solve computer security and AI is not going to solve computer security, because it seems like there's no one in between, right? Like, either you have people that are like, oh yeah, AI is going to completely solve all this stuff, and I'm just waiting for AI NG to come out, like EDR AI NG, and I don't know what we're going to do after that, what we're going to tack on to try to market it. But that kind of pisses me off a little bit. But then on the other side, you have people that are like, oh, this doesn't mean anything. It's just like cloud computing, that meant nothing. It's just like virtualization, that meant nothing. And I don't believe that there's really a nuanced conversation about it. And that really kind of pisses me off. It's a lot of marketing hype. And I mean, that kind of gets to the point of like UniCon and Wild West Hacking Fest. We're trying to cut through marketing hype a lot of times, and that's hard these days, especially with AI. But I'd like to get your take on it, because I want to take this as a segue into AI pen testing, because that's where I want to be here.
Sure. Yeah, I already know where that's going to go. So I simplify artificial intelligence because, of course, like anything in our industry, at the end of the day, this is about money. If you don't understand it's about money, you are the customer, right? You are the target. All of this is money. Cybersecurity is not, folks aren't doing this for the good of things. They're doing it to protect their organizations who need to accomplish a mission, who need to make money. So this is about money. That's the chessboard, which is why marketing is always the leader for an idea, because that's how we get money. That's how we drive sales. So what is it? And I like to start with my story, where I can very simply explain it with a racist soap dispenser. So you can go and check out this YouTube video.
Oh,
and
I've seen this. Yeah.
Well, I've done this talk a number of times, so I hope you've seen it. What happens is you see a dark-skinned hand trying to get soap, just a regular electronic soap dispenser in a bathroom. No soap. So he takes a white paper towel, soap. First question: did the engineers who developed this soap dispenser, are they racist? No, of course they're not racist. But what we have is a failure of imagination, unconscious bias, and a limited training data set. The second thing we have is, where is the human in the loop in artificial intelligence operations? Now, something as silly as a soap dispenser is not huge, but now imagine a scenario where it could be, because that's where artificial intelligence is leading us. So where do we have guardrails on AI operations? Because the AI is going to continue to change, as well as there might be things we didn't consider. Tying that back, that's the foundational understanding of artificial intelligence in any application. The revolution it's going to be, that it represents, we're on the verge of, is a shift from a roles-based access control security model to a knowledge security model. It is no longer an individual with access directly to this system or these files. It's now everybody has access to the same information. It's just what information and context is presented back to us. That's how I anchor the policy and governance controls we need to have in terms of looking at AI for training and deployment and operations, and then where I look at it in the security model of what's changing.
And kind of taking that idea and kind of juxtaposing off of context, right? AI always wants to give you an answer, right? Like if you ask it a question, it doesn't really like telling you, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you an answer to that, unless you're like, I would like to have somebody bound up with ropes. It's like, yeah, no, that's getting into fetish land at that point. I'm not going to answer that.
Was this really with the nuns? Do you have a fetish we're not aware of? Is this your chance to burn yourself?
It's like a ghost, maybe a ghost reference. But at any rate, so I want to use like an example of context. And I think that this is important for people trying to move forward in computer security and what's going to happen with AI over the next 5 years. And I kind of use this with AI and context, and how humans can do context switching very, very, very quickly. And we don't really worry about it. But if you don't give proper inputs to AI, it's just going to kind of go on its own. So I do this really, really simple thing where I'm like, okay, I want you to kind of imagine something. My wife and I love walking through the forest, right? What does that forest look like? Now, if I take that narrative and I say, we love walking through the forest on the beach, all of a sudden the context has just shifted. I'm developing more data around that context. And then if I say, we love walking through the forest and the beach of the Pacific Northwest up around Seattle, all of a sudden now the context gels, right? And when a human being is getting fed data, we are constantly updating our contextual model to develop in our minds what it is that's being talked about. And we do it so fast that we don't even think about it. As we get more and more data, we constantly flesh out this perception within our heads. And I'm not going to get into politics or anything like that, but usually whenever somebody's describing something, it takes a while for you to gel what it is mentally that they're talking about. And then let's apply that to AI. right? If you take somebody that doesn't understand basics and fundamentals of technology, doesn't understand basics and fundamentals of computer security, and they're given AI, they're going to suck. The output is going to be awful. The AI is not going to give the appropriate data back. People will make fun of the AI. The AI will feel bad. The AI may even get depressed. If you don't want AI to get depressed, it's not a good thing. But if you put AI in the hands of somebody that understands basics, fundamentals, that understands coding, that understands operating systems, that understands network protocols, and you allow them to develop really well fleshed out context as far as prompts that you're giving AI, then the output is going to be much, much, much better. And this is a really long, complicated way of kind of getting into a rant. If your whole life has been completely built around watching a tool, like whatever vendor EDR you're using or SIM you're using, and you consider your job just to sit there and drink coffee, and when the red pops up, you click a button and you isolate that host, you're about to be unemployed. Life is going to suck for you. It's going to be very, very hard for you. However, if you're somebody that is actually striving to understand and learn those basic core fundamental concepts, then when you start working within a team and you start using AI, you're going to become incredibly effective at your job, because you'll be able to communicate enough detail and enough data and enough context so that AI can be useful to you. So I do think that there is a problem, especially with like junior roles coming into computer security, where we're replacing a whole bunch of junior roles with AI. And I don't think that that's the right move. I think that that's going to create an elastic point in the industry where we're not hiring junior people, and that's going to snap back. I'm hoping within the next 6-7 months. But we really need to make sure that everybody that's in this field, we're kind of going back to, you just can't suck anymore, because AI is going to kick the shit out of you. And somebody described this to me as like, AI is a bright intern. Not an amazing employee, but a pretty bright intern that's going to make mistakes, and it's going to require somebody with some seniority to be able to push it into the right kind of path. So we're really going to need to develop those skills even more. We're going to have to understand the fundamentals, as CloudStrife was bringing up. And it is something that never went away, Bryson. You and I have been talking about it since we first met, right? Computer security is nothing more than an inspired application to the fundamentals, and that has not changed. And the final thing, and then I want to kick it back over to you for your rant, is when we're looking at AI, we need it. We need it desperately, because of the technical complexity is constantly exploding in the industry as a whole. We need this to kind of take care of the motherhood and apple pie shit that we should have taken care of 10 years ago. Active Directory security and hardening. Getting context associated with EDR alerts, being able to very quickly deal with look at the MITRE attack framework when it first came out. It's like, this is neat. Now it's just like, dear God, what the hell has happened? It's now a much more complicated framework than it was in the past, by necessity, right? It's not necessarily MITRE's fault, but we need AI to kind of take this general stuff that we should have taken care of a decade ago and help us get that stuff taken care of so we can get to hard problems as well.
So you gave me a lot of things to fight on here, and that's why I got to take notes.
You wrote it down even. Okay.
Yeah, I wrote it down. Army officer, blank look is not fake. I got it. I can only count one hand, two hands. Yeah. I lose track. Can't go more than 3 digits in binary. So first, I'd rather have a depressed AI than a Nazi AI. So I'll take the depressed one over the Nazi any day of the week.
If that's the choice I'm put into, I'm taking that choice.
Yes. Exactly. Then we're talking about the use of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a tool. We keep talking about these revolutions. In the opening keynote with Nilu, she talked about that we're now coming into this latest, industrial, it's the 4th industrial revolution. And the point of that is, when you look at the broad scheme of things, and I think this is a uniquely American flaw, we are this isn't an ADD social media commentary, which we could also rant on. This is a strategic commentary. We forget that the world works beyond a generation. And we tend to, as the US, think every 20 years. And the reality is, of course, it is a contiguous growth of humanity over hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands of years that has led us to this point. And my point in all of this is, ever since the caveman first looked at a rock and said, I can do something with that, And then the Neanderthal said, I don't want to use the rock. Well, guess who got killed? So AI is yet another rock. It's just another rock. And there are going to be those who use it. There's going to be those who eschew it. And same way with when code became a thing. There were folks who could be software developers, and there's folks who could script, and there was this whole ecosystem that you could go into and master to use it. AI represents the same thing. There are going to be those who use it well. There's going to be those who don't know how to use it well, and there's going to be those who don't use it at all. Back on marketing. So something I've personally learned, having founded Scythe for the last 9 years, is what we built was ahead of our time. It was truly an innovative product. And all of you are going to be like, oh, he's bragging. That's great. No. Innovation.
I'll say it.
Sucked.
Yeah, it was ahead of its time. See? And I'm not even getting paid, folks.
It sucks. It sucks. You know why it sucks? Because where we're talking about marketing, all of the marketing goes into the general education of what is even the idea. Not how do you use it, not how you build it.
Dude, I wanna like throw this in real quick, because when you first started this, people were like, well, is it an implant like Cobalt Strike? Is it an implant like Metasploit? Does it in like the whole idea of adversary simulation and emulation and all of that like was not cooked in people's brains at all. Like they didn't understand testing and exercising your blue team stack. And I think I sat down at the piano at DerbyCon. And you gave me the whole presentation and I got it, right? I mean, but there were a lot of people that just didn't. And they like, well, if we patch everything will be fine, right? And they forgot that there's this whole vulnerability surface that isn't in a CVE. There's this whole vulnerability surface that has nothing to do with a patch, but it has to do with configuration. And that's where it fit in. But go ahead. Yep.
And the challenge isn't one of being able to take a snapshot. It's being able to integrate a workflow with all of the parts of the company that need to be this. And that was the, I think where I originally sort of became prominent on the public stage was me taking red teamers to task, because I saw this isolation. I saw this fascination with, we're the cool hacker, we're doing the nerd stuff. You wouldn't understand it. And not only do you not understand it, you don't fix the things we find because you're stupid and you don't take it seriously. And I'm just like, oh my God, how do you have jobs? How is this an entire industry doing this? And this ties to MITRE ATT&CK, right? So MITRE ATT&CK is another epoch moment. I always like to point out how young our space is. 2000, 25 years ago was the point that firewalls became commonplace. It's not that firewalls weren't around. I'm so fucking tired of a fucking nerd coming back to me like, Bryson, didn't you know we had firewalls in 92? Yeah, I fucking knew we had firewalls in 92.
Bryson, I don't know if you know this, but I was actually doing object-oriented coding before it was a thing.
There's always an exception. Folks, stop focusing on the exceptions. You have to understand the chessboard. And the chessboard is center of mass. It's what everybody's doing. It's what the common wisdom is. And it goes back to the marketing. It goes back to the innovation. Because guess when that becomes a budget item in an organization? Way the hell down that line from the innovation. And so if it is not a clear value proposition of what it is, and that's the firewall in 2000, that's when it clicked. Our networks should be separate. 2013, the Target breach, that created the whole market. That's where investment poured in. That's where the whole world said, oh, we need more than AV and firewalls. There should be a whole bunch more to this growing problem that actually affects our organizations. And that's what we care about. 2018 is when MITRE ATT&CK became popularized. Again, it had been around for a few years. Where it hit critical mass was around 2018, and the industry started to wake up to it. Like anything that is correct and brilliant and simple, it has been abused. And that's the problem with it. And we've had a couple of comments on MITRE ATT&CK. Are there techniques or this or that? MITRE ATT&CK is a common vocabulary for all of us to understand the components of an attack. That is a huge value now, where anyone can be like, well, credential theft. Well, what does that mean? Well, this exact procedure of credential theft. Oh, okay. Now we're on the same page. The problem is it's not a fucking bingo card. If you are paying a vendor, you have a tool that fills it in with colors and red and blue and green, and that's what it does, you're wrong. Because an attack is, this is how I describe MITRE ATT&CK. It's like the periodic table of physical elements. This is made up of a bunch of individual atoms through a chemical equation that turned it into this. That's what an attack is. It is a chemical equation of MITRE ATT&CK elements that order that state basis, the conclusion of that chemical equation as it goes through it, is an attack. That's the realism that you need to be looking at it, because the other way is atomic, it's simple, and you're not building proper detections to it. This is where we're now seeing artificial intelligence, and where John wanted to go in the rant with, well, what is AI going to do in that space with penetration testing, which is breaking into a system, and then the red teaming, the adversarial emulation of what's all the tradecraft I'm going to be doing afterwards.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, whenever we're talking about like the kind of the combinations of attacks, one of the things, you know, I am going to rant on, and this is something I've talked about for a long time, is could we please stop saying that these are the techniques that are used by these particular groups of attackers? It pisses me off to no end whenever and this is getting rarer and rarer for BHIS, but we run into people at conferences, we run into people that maybe are calling BHIS, and they're like, well, we want you to attack us the way Salt Typhoon would. I'm like, I don't know what that means. I don't understand. I understand what they think it is, which is wrong, but they do not understand how an actual adversary works. And the reason why this bothers me is there's this belief that you have this hacker group and they're only going to use this bucket of vulnerabilities to attack, right? That's it. You know, they had this write-up, Mandiant wrote it up. That must be what they're using. No, that is based on what Mandiant has seen, right? Or Verizon or whoever, right? And the thing that bothers me is we become complacent. And I think that MITRE fell into a trap, not MITRE, CISA fell into a trap when they're like, well, here's the main vulnerabilities that attackers are going after. And anytime we try to quantify an attacker, we try to quantify what the vulnerability space is to the top 100, top 175, or here's the 15 vulnerabilities or techniques that this particular group is going after, then we are really, really underselling what it is the attacker is actually going to do. And the attacker is going to utilize any and all vulnerabilities that you give them. They are not going to get to a vulnerability and be like, Dimitri, we do not use that vulnerability. That vulnerability is for the Chinese. That's not.
Hold on. Even not even a vulnerability, right? Like running "Who am I" command, right? That's one of the dumbest arguments you see on Twitter.
That's for the Brazilians, dude. The Brazilians run "Who am I." You know, it's just very, very frustrating to me how we're constantly trying to simplify attack patterns, how we're constantly trying to simplify what an attacker actually is. And that's one of the things I think that's going to help with AI is it's going to open up the aperture. So we're going to be able to start looking at a wider swath of vulnerabilities rather than trying to artificially constrain the vulnerabilities that we're going to look at or the techniques that the attackers are going to use as well.
So AI is just going to get us there faster.
I think so, but I think it's also going to get the attackers there faster too. So it's an arms race, right?
In fact, I just saw a release on GitHub because for the last 3 years, I've seen attackers using AI, and I'm just like, oh my God. Okay, what are they doing? What actually are they doing? Turns out they're using AI the way we are doing, poorly. They are using it. Nobody's using it to really dev malware because it turns out that's kind of, you need to be right. As somebody who used to run an APT, I will tell you, we do not push something into the field unless we are 100% confident of what it's going to do. Now, in a criminal ecosystem, you don't need to be 100% because the odds are not quite as high, but you can't make a mistake because one blue screen of death and boom, you're caught, your tool's burned, and it's over. So that's not what we're seeing. What we are seeing, right, is I can now use AI to orchestrate. I need to orchestrate my infrastructure. I need to automate some things. That's good. We've now seen phishing be able to work better at scale because I can now pull in multiple OSINT data sources, collate that into a data lake of information, and now I can spearfish out of that. Your latest LinkedIn post, spearfish, boom, HR, that we're seeing. And then just this week, the part that we'd all been talking about finally has been publicly released, which is, I forget what it's called, Hexwing AI, I think. And it is an AI orchestrator. Thanks, Trey. Testing live in production. And what it does is it is now getting onto the aspect of making that decisions. And I'll also share, because we put out the press release last month, at Scythe, we've been doing a custom AI R&D project with the DoD where it's not slapping ChatGPT on things, it's injecting machine learning capabilities into payloads. And so now payloads can both orchestrate to be comprehensive, which if I'm being really bold, going back to my 2018 ShmooCon Fire Talk, I think that there's going to be an element of solving part of cybersecurity that comes out of that. I'll go into more detail at another time because that's a whole other thing. But then the second part is I can also optimize choice, which means where today I need a human operator to go, well, what are the most likely tradecraft things, and using that imagination, that's a constrained set that a machine learning can actually do pretty well. And particularly if you start to train it in a real world environment over time, that's where we're going to start to see AI drive where I think the tradecraft of offense, and certainly what we've been seeing with the Cyber Grand Challenge since 2016, is the same thing with being able to use symbols in expressions for being able to identify vulnerabilities for exploitation.
So I want to talk a little bit about web app vulnerabilities and AI. It's kind of weird. I was talking to one of my testers, Cameron, yesterday, and she brought up a very interesting point. We were talking about AI, BHIS, how we want to use it, where do we think the lines are? And she mentioned that web app security has plateaued. And what she meant by that was we would have some customers going back even 3 years ago that have amazing, good web app security. And then you would have some where it was absolute just dumpster fire of garbage, right? And you would have this kind of this mismatch in between. But she said there's been this stabilization, and it's a mediocre stabilization, where a lot of the web apps that we are testing now, we're still finding critical vulnerabilities, but it's like the band of really good code and really bad code is very much narrowed. The highs are now coming down, the lows are now coming up. And that is interesting to me. And I think a lot of that has to do with a ton of the organizations that we're doing work with. They're now utilizing AI in their IDEs. They're using AI in their development because they should, right? Because you talked about it, it's money. The less time the developer has to spend developing code that is functional, the more money that organization is going to make. Get to market faster has always been a thing. But it's weird because AI hasn't necessarily improved what we're seeing as far as web apps, just web apps in this particular situation. And the way that I think we should start looking at it is it's starting to standardize mediocrity, because a lot of the code that is being fed into the AI algorithms is actually stuff that came from Stack Overflow. Stack Overflow is screwed, like their traffic has gone through the floor. But that's a lot of mediocre code, right? AI.
So that gets to the copyright intellectual property problem.
Oh my God! Yeah,
all of these communities, Reddit, Stack Overflow, right? Stack Overflow was the way that devs would always go and look to double check things, and AI has just sucked all that training data for free.
Now it's automated right there. So when we're talking about AI, I think that it's creating a lot of opportunities, right? And I think we need to embrace those opportunities. We still have to know what the hell we're doing. But guys, if you're in computer security and you think AI is going to replace your jobs, remember, AI was trained on us and we suck. So there you go.
That's my favorite thing about AI is because it is trained on humans. And I think folks forget that because they think of it as HAL 9000 and the Soulless Beast, or a ghost nun in John's house where he's staying in Germany. And it was trained on human data sets. And so the most interesting data point study I've read on that, and I've been teaching this for I don't know how long, maybe a year, is if you are polite to it, you get a better answer. If you say please, you get a 60 to 80% more effective answer. And why? This is how much it is based on training data on us as people, as humans, is because that's how we interact, right? If I say, John, do this, you're going to be like, okay, maybe, right? You feel it. But if I say, hey, John, could you please? Or, I mean, I could do the BioShock. Would you kindly? I mean, it's...
Bryson, that's fantastic. Why don't we draft up a business plan and get started on that?
Please do.
Please do.
And you get a better result because that's how humans interact with other humans. This machine we are creating is still built in our image. Now, here's the catch. You all have been reading science fiction for most of your lives, and you're nerds, so you've been reading it probably since your childhood. And science fiction is really cool because it puts us in all of these alternate realities. And there's a number of them that come to artificial intelligence, because that'll be the first time in our modern consciousness as humanity of something else being at least peer, if not greater than us on this planet. And that's the singularity. And this is what the AI revolution represents at some point in the future. Is so far in the progression of technology and human, we've been able to maintain. Humans can grow linear technology grows at this curve and it's still below humanity. At some point in this future, I don't know when it's going to be, 2030, 35, 45, in our lifetime, represented with AI and the technology that it'll be able to drive because its ability to do things at O of N by O of N and without that kind of cost will pass us.
And I think that's the difference between AGI, what we're in right now, and super intelligence, right?
Yep.
And that's scary, right? That's, oof. I'd like to think, Bryson, that the best possible scenario is the, oh God, I forget, completely brain farted the book. It's based off the Canterbury Tales, a Hyperion by Dan Simmons, I think is the author.
Actually, I have the book.
Yeah, I think you got a copy of it. But Hyperion and the Hyperion Cantos, one of the nice things about that book is AI just got disinterested with humanity. And basically, that's the sequel, right?
No, so this is the yeah, this is because we already see the creature on it. I think this was the third one. So Hyperion was the first. Yeah, it was Hyperion, the fall of Hyperion, Endymion, and the rise of Endymion.
Yep. And I'm hoping that when we get to that point, it's kind of like the Hyperion Cantos, where it's basically like AI just got bored with us and kind of went off and did its own thing. So,
well, what you're missing actually from the book, if you recall, is the AI did that after it had tried to overthrow humanity. There is mass death across the universe. The humans realize that the AI has manipulated everything, which is why in Dune we only have human counters, because at that point in that story, they've already thrown AI out and they don't want the machines doing anything, which is why the spice is so important. But back in Hyperion, there's an entire fight and they exile the AI, and the AI decides to then just stay to itself as a separate part of the universe.
It does come.
I read my books
back though, and not in the really horrible sequels written by Frank Herbert's son. It gets weird. All right. Well, I got to get going. Thank you so much for inviting me, and you guys have a great conference.
John, good to see you again, my friend. Stay safe in Germany.
You bet. Later.
All right, let's quick do a raffle. Raffle. A lot of great folks participating. And Ethan Romero, you are our winner. Please send an email to info@site.io. And thank you for staying in for the rant. Next up, we have Trey. Next up we have Nicole and Trey. Again, another part of our group talks that we're doing, bringing different folks together to bring even better ideas. And again, in a very tough 25-minute format, which is on purpose. Knock it out of the park.
Awesome. Thank you, Bryson. So hi, hey, hello, everybody. I am Trey, and that is...
I'm Nicole.
We're going to do a quick talk to you guys about stopping hunting all of those ghosts in your systems and clickbait. This is kind of a pretty cool topic, pretty cool idea we came up with. We hope you guys like it. Let's see how this goes. So you've already seen me, obviously. I am Trey. I am the lead professional services here at Scythe. I do all things kind of threat emulation, content dev, all of that fun stuff. Pretty vast background, 17 plus years at this point in IT and cyber as a whole. I am a USMC veteran, and there's some other cool little fun facts about me on the slide. If you want to connect, my socials are at the bottom.
And once again, I'm Nicole Hoffman. I do all things CTI. I've done security research. I've done digital risk protection. I've been in the field for almost a decade. I'm also the author of a few children's book series. Some more stuff about me on the slide as well. If you want to find me on social, it's Threat Hunter Girl, with or without the I, depending on this platform that you're on. And if you want to know more about my books, you can go to my website at threathuntergirl.com.
So when we're talking about stop hunting ghosts, our big focus here today is going to be kind of on the intelligence life cycle, how this all plays into the chaos we see at work every day, and threat emulation as a whole. So with that in mind a bit, Nicole, let's talk to him a bit about the whole intel collection cycle. What's this look like?
Yeah, so this is the typical intelligence lifecycle that you'll see. Some variants of this will not have feedback, but I personally think it's important to ensure that you're actually answering the questions that people have, you want to have the feedback. But the most important part of this is the planning. Without planning, you won't be able to produce intelligence requirements. You won't be able to guide collection. It'll just be chaos because you won't know what to collect. And so then you end up collecting everything. And then, having that processing to make sure that you're doing that, source evaluations, making sure everything is as it should be. You're analyzing that data, and then you're starting to put the story together so that you can disseminate it. So this is the typical attack cycle, or the attack cycle, the intel life cycle, with that planning being the most important stage that you will not see in this next slide that we're going to share.
And yeah, so this is what it should be. What we typically see, regardless of the organization we're working with, is something more like this. More often than not, leadership reads a flashy new headline from Bleeping Computer or their Twitter feed or LinkedIn, something like that. Someone makes some crazy article talking about the newest CVE or bug or what have you that just came out 5 seconds ago. They go into this whole little crazy panic cycle. They look at their team and goes, "Are we safe from X?" Team looks back at leadership and goes, "We have no idea. Let's find out about X. I've never heard of that before." They go through this whole scramble. They collect all the information they can. Some of it's random. Some of it's just more BS that's out there of people saying there's some super cool POC, but not really. It takes 50 steps to make it happen, and only in their lab environment. You go through, you try to see if this stuff is aligned with your organization, with your goals, with the metrics you're supposed to meet in your overall threat profile. And if you didn't do the planning phase, like Nicole just talked about, none of that actually lines up and you have no real idea or concept. From there, you end up making a bunch of reports, PowerPoint slides, you do a brief, ensure everyone you may or may not have a problem, and then kudos, right? This is typically what we're seeing. You got anything with that one?
So I'll add to this one. We're all guilty of this. Like, I still do this. There's really no way to completely get rid of the panic cycle. So don't feel bad if you're like, yeah, I would love to stop doing this, because our main thing that we're going to try to get to tell you during this presentation is you want to make sure you see if it's even worth your time to look into it first. Because if you don't, then you end up doing all this extra work just to find out it doesn't even impact you, but you've already written the report, you've already collected all the data, and it just leads to extra time. So don't feel bad if, at the end you're like, well, I'd love to get rid of this, but I'm not going to. We're just going to give you some tips on how to make it a little bit better.
Yeah, and that's the end goal here, is to give you hopefully some tools you can utilize to avoid at least the full panic cycle and have a better idea of what's going on. So with that in mind, what's really the root cause of this whole panic cycle? It's Vigo, right? Vigo the Carpathian. He's looking mean, looking grouchy. He's always asking kind of crazy questions and stuff that doesn't really matter. But no, not really. It's that lack of awareness, of understanding of your organization, and I think on top of that, you also have this crazy sensationalization of threat actors, right? We're making crazy cool avatars for them. We're talking about them like they're football teams. There's a lot that goes into this hype cycle that's causing problems, I think, for everyone industry-wide.
Yeah, I would say with this, like I was just saying, we're not going to completely get away with, from the panic cycles, but I think if it would be a huge flex for you, like if your CISO contacted you and said, hey, what do you know about this? If you can already say like, hey, I've already looked into this, it doesn't impact us. And have that already prepared to tell them. It's a huge flex and it helps a lot. But being able to just get rid of it is hard because, we sensationalize everything in CTI, especially, on the vendor side. You might, want to bring people to your website. And so what do? You make flashy headlines and you try to get people to read it. And then the other side of that also is a lot of times in CTI, we will make things a little bit more flashy so that we get people to actually read it because we want them to implement the changes and we have to kind of be like, look at the shiny thing so that, they'll actually go through, possibly read it, not just scroll down to the IOCs. So it's partly our fault as an industry, but there's steps that we can take to try to get out of that life cycle so that you're actually able to either ingest intelligence and and action it accordingly, or produce intelligence that is actionable to others.
Yeah, great point. And so with that, it's time to gear up, as they say. And these next few slides are going to cover some of these key tools and kind of tactics you can keep in your utility belt to help you get through this whole thing. So, number one, knowing your environment, right? I know this sounds so 2008 in understanding that we should be doing asset inventories and we should know what the known, approved, and actually in use applications and software, hardware, all that fun stuff is in your environment. On top of that, maybe understanding user behavior, when most of your organization typically works, times they're on the clock, times they're not, when people are logging in, where they're coming from. All of these kind of baselines of your assets, your personnel, their behaviors matter, right? These are the kind of things that are going to help you understand, one, if what you're seeing in the new panic cycle is a threat to you or even matters to you as an organization, but two, so you don't end up wasting time on it, right?
Yeah, I will also say for this, it's also having the right visibility and logging, because there's nothing more, like, I guess to me it's sad because I'm in CTI, so I like to research things and get to the bottom and put patterns together. When you have an incident and you start the incident response process, if you don't have the proper logging or data retention to be able to investigate, that is also a huge issue. It's part of knowing your environment and being able to investigate things, because without that visibility, you really can't defend. You can't tell if you're, really isolated those threats. So part of this is not only identifying the assets and the tools and all the things in your environment, but also ensuring that you have the right visibility. And this is an ongoing process. This is a step-by-step, like, just start somewhere and make those changes bit by bit. Like, don't get discouraged if you're like, this seems like Mount Everest type of task. Mount Everest, people have climbed it. It just takes, a little bit of practice, one step at a time. It'll really help you out in the end.
Yep, and you kind of hit the nail on the head here. Being able to understand your environment, everything you have and what's going on will really help you narrow that scope, right? And it's going to improve the CTI you gather, how you're reporting, how fast you can do it. Because, a lot of times we see this thing where people are always up in arms about the new hotness. And let's take, for example, when the whole SharePoint recent release happened, people are losing their minds. Does it really matter for you as an organization if you're a Google shop? Is this something you should even be researching, digging on, and reporting on? Or is it just a waste of your cycles? But all of this to say, from a threat emulation perspective, this is the stuff we need to know, because it's going to help us to gain that visibility. Do we have detections for these things that are going on? Do we have some way of alerting or even seeing that something bad is happening in our environment? That's kind of the whole point here, right?
I will add real quick before we move on. This is also a great way to baseline for threat hunting purposes and being able to identify anomalies if you have that visibility to know, like, hey, this isn't normally what we see. It's challenging to do that if you don't have that logging and visibility as well.
Yep. And speaking about visibility, kind of understanding your organization, the sector you work in, what regions you operate in, all of this stuff kind of ties in here. If you're, say, an organization that works in, let's just use oil and natural gas, critical infrastructure, those kind of things have been a big deal, especially here lately in the news. So if you work in oil and natural gas in, let's say, the Midwest of the Americas, you're probably facing a vastly different threat actor style, people that are targeting you. Your profile is going to be different from an organization that, say, mainly operates out of the Middle East, or maybe, say, Africa, Australia, somewhere else. You're going to face completely different threats. The people that would potentially want to target you or care about you as an organization and the information you have are wildly different. On top of that, when we think about information, the information you have as an organization will really help you kind of narrow that scope and determine your vision even further. Because what kind of IP do you have as a company? Are you maintaining some proprietary government secrets, or are you just a new shoemaker and your competition is going to be other people in the shoemaking space? It changes that whole profile, right? Then lastly, when you're thinking about your overall market and then you as a person in that overall market and supply chain, what kind of threats have you historically seen target you or target the market as a whole, right? All of that plays into account here.
Yeah, I will say from both like threat hunting and the CTI side, I've noticed a lot of organizations that have a CTI capability, they will start with external data, and as they become more mature, they start looking at their own data and like what is targeting us on a day-to-day basis, because that is going to be more helpful sometimes in understanding the types of threats you see on a day-to-day basis. But this is also like when you're thinking about your specific sector and region, you're also trying to think of like, what are your, crown jewels? We all say it all the time, but like actually thinking about it and, documenting it and starting to think like, okay, if you're an elementary school, for example, or a school district, your crown jewels is probably going to be, all of that PII data, and start thinking of like, what paths can they take to get there? If you're a financial institution, you have to also think about things like ATMs or customer accounts and things like that. So you have to think of not only what are your crown jewels, what data is the threat actor probably going to be after in my specific sector, and start mapping out like how could they get to that data, and that's going to help you out as well as you start planning out, what is important for your organization in that planning stage.
You made a great point there when you're talking about internal data versus external data. We see it a lot where people are just spending buku amounts of money on all of these external threat feeds and IOC sources and everything else, and they completely neglect the internal data. Like, have you already been breached in the past? What kind of stuff are you protecting against on a daily basis? Have you been targeted? Like, those kind of 3 questions right there give you a great place to start, not only from an intel lifecycle perspective, but from a threat emulation perspective. You've already seen it happen. You know what they do. Why not at least baseline from there to understand if you can stop the threat you're already facing, not this supposed threat that lives out in the ether somewhere.
Right. Those reports are really good too, or even if it's an email, however you're disseminating that, is being able to say like, hey, we saw this thing. We noticed that this impacted us like 2 weeks ago, that these are the things that we did to mitigate that threat and whatnot. Those things are going to be way more impactful than just you screaming into the void like, hey, you should worry about SharePoint, because at the end of the day, the business, it has to go back to the business. Everything CTI, cybersecurity, has to have a business impact. And so being able to look at your own data is a huge source for intel.
So here's kind of a whole little like analysis model. Nicole, you want to read us through this one a little bit here?
Yeah. So one of the things we think it could be really beneficial for organizations is to start threat modeling. And there's different types of threat models. Sometimes you might see a threat model for like a specific process, or maybe like how an application, like how the data flows through the application. There's also more generalized threat modeling that could really help with knowing your enterprise. And that has to do with, creating your organizational profile, making sure you understand, the industry, your assets. You start thinking about the types of threat actors, threat groups, maybe even nation states that may possibly target you and why. You start looking at vulnerabilities, thinking back to what are your crown jewels? What is the path that they might take? And one of the things I will say is start talking to business continuity. Like, I think that CTI and really InfoSec in general, whoever's going to be putting this together, should start reaching out to other departments to make sure you understand what the whole organization thinks is really important, because every team is probably going to say they have a different crown jewel. And, business continuity, you'd be surprised how much information that they have that could be really useful for you when you start prioritizing what is important and what's not important. Like, for example, if you're like, if you have all SharePoint, in your, or Microsoft in your environment, then if a SharePoint issue comes up, that might be really critical. That might be all hands on deck. And so you have to start trying to prioritize that and put it together. But you have to have it documented so you can actually understand it. And then the risk part of this is being able to apply it back to the business. You're not just saying, hey, there's a bad guy doing this bad thing. You're saying, hey, this is the potential impact to our organization if this happens. And this is how we know that. Because that's a lot more easier for the business side of the house to understand, and it's easier for you to get certain things approved if they understand the business impact.
And we're talking about threat modeling here as a whole, even from a basic level, thinking of it from kind of like my side of the field in threat emulation. I typically look at 3 kind of key things on top of the map we just talked about. Overall, who would have the capability to target you in the first place? You as an organization, your maturity in defense and in security is going to raise the bar of the actor that's able to hit you. So if you're doing all these different audits and checks and you've got a very mature defensive posture in what's going on, you're using all the right tools, doing all of the right things, it's really going to raise the bar on who could potentially target you. Next, it really comes down to like who's at that point, who has the opportunity. And these are all the kind of things we can control here. Our layered security, like patching, understanding your assets as an organization is going to help you understand where the potential opportunities for exposure are, but also where to look when something bad is starting to go down. And then lastly, who has hostile intent? Who would actually care about you as an organization enough to do something? Like, is this going to be maybe an insider threat? Is this a competitor that wants your new suite design for sneakers? Is this just criminals? Maybe you work in government and you're looking at nation state level stuff. All of those things, so like capability, opportunity, and intent kind of comes together to help you determine that.
I had something to add and it completely left my brain. I'm sure it might come back. I might circle back to it.
It's all good. So next, we're talking integration. So all of this stuff we've been talking about for the last 10, 15 minutes or so, Nicole, let's kind of walk them through how you'd want to integrate this together.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, CTI should be treated as a capability and not a product. This should be something that you evolve over time with baby steps, depending on your maturity level. It shouldn't be a one-time purchase and just check mark, forget about it, because it's not going to succeed. And if it does, it's going to take a very long time. You should be making sure that you define what it is that you're trying to solve or what it is that you're trying to improve by bringing on a CTI capability, whether that's your own internal team, a vendor, or if you're just, wanting to pop together like a MISP platform and turn on some feeds. Like you have to be able to say, what's the goal here? Then you have to say, are you even mature enough to be able to ingest that data and action it appropriately? Because if you just turn on all the data and you're not sure what to do with it, you're just going to add more noise, especially if you're adding it to like a SOC environment. They already have enough going on. They don't have time to try to figure out Fancy Bear's doing this over there. How does that apply to me? I'm not sure. So make sure you have that well-defined because that will help the CTI team, if you're having a team or a vendor specifically, be able to craft those intelligence requirements so you can say like, what is it that is important to us? Why is it important to us? What decisions is this CTI going to help answer? Because CTI in general is to answer questions so that people can make decisions. And so it's important for CTI to be able to know what those questions are or what those decisions are to be able to answer them appropriately. And you can't do that without proper planning. So if you just, have put together a CTI team and you just start chucking things at the org and they're just not ready to ingest it, it's, you're going to have some heads butting and you're going to have to be like, okay, let's slow down and let's go back and figure out this one step at a time. So I think you should think about this in the beginning. And this could be something that maybe you're not ready for a whole team. Just have one person do it a couple times a week. Start ingesting things, start analyzing it. How does this impact us? And it will evolve over time.
Yep, and there's a great point there when you're talking about your process immaturity when it comes to CTI integration. I'm sure you've seen it in the past, and I've seen it at times too, where the company isn't really mature with their whole process. They haven't defined what their goals, what they were actually trying to do, and how all that's going to integrate in is going. But they just have a feed. They take all these bulk IOCs, things like that, and they just feed it to their security analyst or the person in charge of making changes in the infrastructure. So they end up doing some kind of craziness at times where they're just like mass blocking bulk IOCs and not doing any kind of due diligence and checks. And next thing you know, everyone's wondering why they can't reach their assets in AWS anymore, or something just disastrously wrong happens to where now you're actually interrupting business. You're starting to actually be the problem yourself and not helping.
Yeah, and I will say really quick, going back to the talk earlier with Jamie and Justin, Jamie had said, you really want to make sure you understand where you are, because if you start planning in dreamland, of, oh, this would be really cool, but you guys may not even have that visibility. It goes hand in hand with the CTI portion, is you have to really want to understand like where we are as an organization before you start diving too deep into CTI. And John said previously as well, I don't know if it was John or Bryson, but in that talk, they mentioned that part of it, it was Bryson, because he said Scythe was ahead of its time. And CTI, I feel like, is also ahead of its time. So a lot of times people will create this capability, buy this product without fully understanding what it is. They might just think it's an IOC feed. So part of, if you're a CTI analyst, whether you're at a vendor or you get hired in org, like there's a lot of education that goes into it. Like you have to educate people, like what capabilities you have. And you start saying, we're not just an IOC feed, we also do like research as a service. For example, a lot of business units don't necessarily always know that. So education is part of this CTI integration as well.
So building a panic containment unit. So once we've kind of got this baseline understanding of our environment and what's going on, once we're able to identify and prioritize different things, now we kind of have an idea of when we actually should panic, right? When something pops up that's actually a true threat to us or a problem. Some of those kind of different criterias, if we're looking at, say, like vulnerabilities to make sure they meet them, could be like, is there a POC available? If there is there proof of actual exploitation? Is this something that we could potentially detect on alert? Is there some new rule we can implement? And then it kind of comes also down to how easy is it to exploit this vulnerability? Does it require us chaining 5 different ones together? Is this a one-click kind of RCE kind of thing? What all is going on here? And I know this has been something I want to say near and dear to you here in the last few weeks with some of the research you've been doing. So I'll let you rant on this one for a minute.
Yeah, so I will say another, example is, like Salesforce, there's been a lot of Salesforce breaches with scattered lapses, hunters, I think is what they're going by now. If that's a critical part of your organization and you see something like that in the news, then obviously that requires all hands on deck. Hey, this is the time to panic, but also, what level of panic. It could just be something like, hey, let's scope this out and then determine its priority level. Or it could just be like, this is such a critical part of our organization that it's already at the highest priority. You need to be able to put that together as well. Once you turn on, you understand your environment, you start, mapping out what region you are, you threat model your organization, you turn on the CTI, you have a great understanding. If you don't use Salesforce, then why would you care about it? You know what I mean? So it goes back to like understanding it. And, before you start panicking again and looking back at the panic cycle, read the article, like actually read through it in its entirety. Is there even enough information to be able to put out to leadership? Is there just one tweet that someone wrote and now everyone's panicking? Like, you can inform people ahead of time. Be like, hey, I saw this. We're on top of it. We will provide you updates. That alone will cut down on some of the panic. You let people know we're aware of it and we're going to scope it out. So you don't have to feel like you have to have all the information, because sometimes if it's just a tweet, it's just a tweet. You know, you have to just share what you do know and be okay with what you don't know. So that's my little rant there with the Salesforce.
And all of this kind of comes together for this talk when we're thinking about it from the intelligent perspective. Once it's established, you've got an idea of what you're doing, what your goals are, you've built out a process, and you're starting to work and tune your environment, maybe adding detections, new different alerts, stuff like that. Well, you've got to test it, right? So that kind of gets us into the emulation side of this, and also threat hunting when something bad really is happening. You don't want the first time that you're actively trying to implement your incident response process or follow those disaster recovery procedures and things like that to be in the middle of your active incident, right? That's just asking for a headache and for problems. And I couldn't imagine being in that kind of position. So realistically, be like Scooby here, right? Give your team a chance to level up and practice these procedures, whether that's small little bite-sized testing that's happening weekly, monthly, quarterly, doesn't matter. Just give them the opportunity, one, to practice their threat hunting, but two, to validate that all of these new detections and alerts and this information that you're gathering, correlating, and putting into some kind of implementation is valuable to you. This is one big feedback cycle, right? So as long as you can give them that opportunity, they're going to be prepared. They're going to be much better off when something real does happen.
And I will say this could be an uncomfortable process, and you just have to be okay with it. Like, you have to be okay with looking in the mirror and identifying your weaknesses and working towards, you know, fixing them. You know, you might go through a hunt or an emulation or a purple team, whether it's threat hunt, whatever it is, and you might be like, wow, we're not detecting any of this, and that's embarrassing. But you know what? At least now you could put the processes in place to be able to fix that, so that if you have that exact same technique used in the future, you're more prepared. It also gets you on the right track of identifying, like, in that specific situation, who is it that you're going to escalate it? Who owns which data, and start looking at your escalation paths and things like that. And you'll be able to say, like, oh, hey, this is impacting that, and I already know that because we've done this in this purple team, or we've done this in this emulation. And it just helps you out a lot if you have it documented.
Yep. And I know we're about to time out here, and Bryson's going to yank me off stage. So I'm going to skip over that and just say, in the end, make sure you don't cross your streams and you try to avoid that panic cycle as much as possible. It's going to improve the way you work as an organization. It's going to build a ton of trust. Your threat hunting process and incident response process is going to benefit greatly from it. So let's kind of keep all of these things in mind and don't cross streams. Bryson?
Nicole and Trey, I think I can say hands down, you win the award for the coolest slides and the themes. The graphics were awesome, and there was a lot of commentary that we were popping up on the screen. Yes, there you go. I liked the ghost Scooby-Doo in that other one, but crossing over the Princess and the Frog voodoo here with Slimer also, I think, gets it. But I thought, again, this was this idea that we came up with pairing complementary components. So Nicole from the threat intelligence, threat hunter side, Trey being more of an emulation expert, you get those different expertise and then slightly different perspectives that come together. So thank you so much. And somebody summing up really well right here. Great content. Thank you. Awesome points and takeaways. Also love the illustrations.
Thank you, guys. I'm glad everyone enjoyed what we put together here. This one was fun to make.
Yes, thanks so much for having us. It was really great to work with Trey on learning things from the threat emulation perspective was really fun.
Thank y'all. Alex Weintraub.
You just bring me on live?
I did. You are live. It is your time. It is 2:30, sir. It is actually 2:32. You should have been ready 2 minutes ago. I was
ready.
Tap dancing here for you. You're over there doing whatever you're doing with some pretend piano background, virtual background. Cool.
You want to see the mess that's going on back here? I was just talking to Daphne about this on the side. How do I change my background? Let's see. I can remove myself from the stage, but you know what? I'm not going to do it. But there's maybe 30 different things going on over here, and Daphne needs to come and clean it up at some point. So
Floor is yours.
Floor is mine. So, I want to share my content because I don't know if you have. Can I share my slides? Yay. Let me share my computer. I can upload a file. Let's do that. What file is this? I don't have the file. I just want to share my screen.
So what I just put up for you was the presentation you had previously shared. So you can drive all that. It should be your presentation.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see if it's the right presentation. Let's go. Okay. Hi, my name is Alex Weintraub, if you don't know who I am. And I just am following like two of my favorite people, Trey, Nicole, I know for a long time, and John Strand, who I've been listening to for several years. So really excited to be here and get to share my content on healthcare and cybersecurity. So I've been in the field now almost 15 years. I've been designing and building out security operations centers. And over the last 8 years, have been doing a lot of incident response for ransomware, email compromise, network intrusion, and my favorite were insider threats. So we're going to go through a little bit of my favorite topics regarding the healthcare incidents that I've dealt with. Let's see if we can go to the next slide.
So there's little arrows when you mouse over the screen. You should see be able to drive your presentation.
No. Let's press all the buttons. Maybe these buttons? No.
I did it for you, but again, it's so on the presentation screen itself, there's little arrows when you mouse over it. It goes away when the mouse isn't there. It's at the bottom of the slide that's showing on the screen. I got you. You're on slide 2.
Yeah, let's just do this. I'm just kidding. It is. There's nothing here. I don't know what you're seeing. I'm going to screenshot this and send it to you.
Your presentation is up and is displaying right now, Alex.
It's beautiful. Okay. So state of health. So today, this is what we're going to go through. State of healthcare. What we're seeing right now, we're seeing a bunch of cyber attacks there over the last year or two. I think I've dealt about 45 different ransomware engagements over the last 5 years that have been in healthcare. Everything from medical facilities to medical device facilities, all that kind of stuff. We're going to talk a little bit about that. Then we're going to go through the anatomy of attack. And we're seeing a basic trend here with a bunch of these threat actors, Akira, Killen, a few other ransomware groups, some of the APT groups that are doing basically the same exact thing that are extremely not sophisticated at all. And how easy it is for them to gain access, laterally move, leverage credentials, whatever they need to do, exfiltrate data. We'll go through that there. And then we're going to talk about the human costs. Unfortunately, we're seeing either deaths or other impacts that these cyber attacks are causing. I'll give you some stories. We'll go through defense, and then we can ask some questions. Good? Awesome. Now let's see. Ooh. Okay, so over the last, let's say 3 years, we're seeing a bunch of patient records being either exfiltrated by threat actors, shared online, and over the last year, in 2024, we saw a 34% increase in patient records being exfiltrated and then either being posted on the dark web, shaming sites, etc. Pretty big increase at that 34% rate. These ransomware and breaches that we're seeing are costing a lot for the healthcare organizations. We're only talking about healthcare here. 10.1 million is the average cost for a healthcare organization before they even go into data notifications, which can cost even more. We see that with Change Healthcare. We saw that with United. We saw that with a bunch of others, even Syncora. My son, my 4th kid, was born in February of 23. And I think in March of 2023, I got 3 notifications that his data may have been leaked on the dark web by then. We're seeing average downtimes being 14 days. That's going up a lot. We're seeing up to 30 days on some engagements recently. Why are they a prime target? This is something I've talked about to multiple media and other places. It's data and it's sensitive. And when they're down, they pay money to get back up. And it's easy money for these ransomware groups and APTs to just target them. This is just a money move for them. In some of my other slides that I talk about I'll even have something on like why are they targeting other industries over healthcare. And if you want to see that, I can share why healthcare over, manufacturing or financial. We're seeing a bunch of threat actors now just targeting the healthcare industry because of just the vast amount of data and the legacy systems. Oh my God. I was in a ransomware case. I don't know, Bryson, did I ever tell you? I was in a ransomware case where the threat actor exfiltrated data on a Windows 2000 server, and we were trying to figure out the IT guy was trying to figure out where the USB port was, and there was no USB port on a Windows 2000 server. So we needed to use a 52 pin to pull data from that server. And it took about 14 days just to pull about, 200 gigs from that server just to do forensics on it. And this was just 2 years ago. So 2020 server, Windows 2000 server in a healthcare regulated environment. Pretty intense, pretty scary to see that. And then we're seeing these regulatory bodies trying to scrutinize on this, but it's not, companies are still getting hit. We're still seeing threat actors targeting the healthcare organizations because of that vast amount of data. Awesome. The anatomy of attack. So in the last, let's say 60 days, we're seeing credential harvesting, phishing emails. My favorite is whenever I go into a scoping call for a ransomware case and they say Sonic Wall, I already know where the initial access is because Sonic Wall vulnerabilities are actively being exploited by multiple threat actors, including Akira. If you have Sonic Walls, I would say to patch them and also I know that Nicole just said this in the last presentation, ensure you have logging there, not just for their 4-day default, but actually have logging for, a good 90 days, 180 days, because these threat actors will sit in the environment for a good amount of time before they actually start exfiltrating data, or they'll exfiltrate data in small amounts of packs, and then they'll run the scheduled test to deploy the ransomware. These threat actors are finding and leveraging credentials pretty fast. In a recent ransomware case within the last 2 months, we saw them gain access in the end of July. In the beginning of August, during Black Hat, I got a call saying that there's leveraged credentials and traversal of the environment. So threat actor was leveraging the credentials of an IT guy. They were able to laterally move throughout the whole environment, exfiltrate data from 4 different servers using mega.nz, and then, attempt to deploy the ransomware. Luckily, we were able to deploy an MDR solution in time before that happened, and we were able to contain it almost 75% before the attack fully deployed. And it was pretty impressive seeing that. But their exfiltration is happening very fast. We're slowly understanding how they're getting from initial access to data encryption. It's basically a loop. It's a roller coaster of events that you need to be able to follow. And we were able to follow this threat actor from beginning when they got that initial access. The MDR at the time missed it completely. So when I was engaged, it was after the MDR missed it, and the IT guy's like, well, this is weird. Why am I laterally moving from some random place in Croatia? I've never been to Croatia. I want to go to Croatia. But yeah, we're seeing a bunch of that. And VPN vulnerabilities, firewall vulnerabilities, email, phishing, default credentials, super easy for these threat actors to use. So these really need to be looked at, especially on your crown jewels or your mission critical systems. Okay, so this impact is going beyond just the IT world. We're seeing that even close to home, we're seeing these ransomware and email compromises and other cyber attacks going on where it's taking down the whole infrastructure of these big healthcare entities, and it's causing massive delays. In some cases, people are dying. In a very, very personal cyber incident, there was a Texas hospital it was a cancer center in Texas, and my father's the chief of breast cancer in Hackensack. And when I was dealing with the case, I was really trying to help them restore their business, restore the healthcare, the the facility as fast as possible. And at some point I was like, guys, we're not going to be able to restore the cancer center in time. You need to send your patients out to other areas to get them to get their chemo. And luckily we didn't, in that case, fortunately enough, we didn't lose a patient. But there were other cases that I worked on where people died because the whole hospital was down. They couldn't either conduct certain life-saving treatments, or in other cases, they didn't have the full understanding of what the patient may have had, and they may have made a mistake. We're seeing here, there's a 42% reported medication administration mistake. These are based on personal engagements that I've worked on. And I'll tell you, it hurts to see that this happens, but people are relying on technology so much now that when it's not there, they lose course. And my father, whenever I speak to him about cyber attacks that go on, he's like, I'm so happy I write down my notes with a pen and paper, because if I didn't write that down and then go into my EHR and write it down, we would have massive issues. Average ransom payments, when we do see payments happening, can go between 300,000 to 15, 20 million that I've seen. And just because you pay doesn't mean they're going to hit you again. I remember my favorite line from Conti ransomware going, hell will freeze over before we attack you again. And then 3 months later, they'll have like their rebranded group reattack because, RDP was never closed down, which we're seeing a lot of as well. By the way, I didn't add that in here. And just the other legal impact here, we're seeing a bunch of emotional toll. There's a few healthcare facilities in Missouri and other areas where their burnout rate was so high, they actually had to tell nurses to take a week or two off because of the amount of burnout they were having. And people were quitting because the amount of additional work on the IT staff all the way to the nurses were causing a lot of burnout. So one of the big things I always talk about when I'm dealing with the cyber attacks is, we partner with teams out there that can support your IT team. We're not going to take it over. We're not taking over all of, your IT. I don't want to do the IT. I want to do the cybersecurity stuff. The most important thing is that you sleep at night and you don't work 36 hours straight and burn out, because that's just going to cause more issues. We're going to have more errors being made. There are going to be more problems. And then in the end, what's the value there? Like, you work 38 hours. Congratulations. How is that going to help the organization restore their business in a timely fashion? We work as a team, tag teaming, just like the WWE. We got to tag team this. And if we tag team and we work together as a team, we know what we're up to. You restore the business almost 65% faster every single time. I'm telling you, if you're working as the sole IT guy, you're going to have a very big issue when a cyber attack happens on your 2,000 endpoints. Okay. So over the last, let's say 8 years, we'll talk about the most recent 10 healthcare companies that I've worked with, where we're really seeing the biggest failures are right here. Everyone has local admin on their systems. I'm sorry if anyone's cringing right now, it's my bad, but like literally we're seeing privileged access everywhere. Local admin, domain admin accounts being used by like people in audit, and shared admin credentials being used across clinical systems. This has to do with maybe someone very close to me, not my father, but maybe my father-in-law who owns a dentist office. We found local admin credentials being used by every single person in that facility from beginning to end. And I kid you not, it didn't even make sense to me why the office manager needed a domain admin. And I fired the IT person because I realized that if I'm not going to protect my father-in-law from getting attacked, then he's going to come to me when he does get attacked, and it's going to be my fault. And I didn't want that to happen. So we changed all his passwords. They are not QWERTY1234 anymore. They are something more complicated now. He does not have shared admin credentials anywhere, and he doesn't have weak passwords anymore. We really find them. And the email account that was being used for everyone has now been removed, and they have separate emails for every single person at that dentist office. The other big thing that happened was the IT guy, the prior IT guy that I fired, was using a antivirus solution. And I'm seeing this in a lot of healthcare organizations where they're like, oh yeah, we're using antivirus and it's got this X at the end that makes it an XDR. And it may have Schmintercept, might rhyme with that. Schmintercept Schmex. And I'm like, yeah, that's not MDR or EDR or XDR. That's just AV. Great, thank you. Or we'll have, they don't want to spend the high cost for MDR, so they'll just do MDR for their servers, but not for their workstations. It doesn't work that way. So we removed the antivirus that was at my father-in-law at this dentist office, and we put in Sentinel-1. We put in an MDR. They're actually being monitored now. It was funny because within the first week of us monitoring, we found way too many things that were going on in their environment that shouldn't have been going on. Like, I don't know, they're no MFA anywhere. And they had a lot of people who would log in remotely. I don't know why. They had RDP wide open, but they did. And we removed that. 3389 is blocked in that healthcare organization now. And then what I did was I started testing incident response plans. I got him cyber insurance. I got him in touch with a cyber data privacy lawyer so that he had that in place just in case that would happen. And the biggest thing that these small organizations are not doing is they're not testing their plans. I spoke about this at RSA and at IT Nation Connect, and that is, everyone may have a plan, but when the worst case scenario happens, that plan gets thrown out, or they don't have a plan at all. And my father-in-law did not have a plan, and I became, with my MSP my MSSP that I told him to hire, we started doing tabletops together. We do them every year, once a year or twice a year, where we talk about different cyber attacks, what to do, how to restore, how to rebuild from your backups. We have 4 different backups now. He had backups that we're not going to talk about the backups he had before. They weren't good. But essentially, we started training them, and now he starts to talk cybersecurity. He's a 72-year-old, but now he's really talking cyber. He wants to know, like, oh, is Sentinel-1 really the best? Are there other tools out there? We're starting to invest in stocks now in cybersecurity. We're getting to a point where, like, he understands and he's asking the right questions, not about the stocks. He doesn't ask the right questions there, but he is asking the right questions on what do I do if MFA is disabled? Those are the questions he's asking, and it makes it easier for me to come up with new tabletops around those as well. I'm not the plan. Michael, thank you. I wish I was a plan. In one of the MSSPs that I'm close with, in his plan, it says, in case of cyber attack, call Alex. And I don't want that to be the actual incident response plan. I really want to break it down. Here's some more incidents we're seeing. Again, everything here is based off a story. Either they didn't have a plan, they had no microsegmentation or zero trust architecture, they didn't know where their crown jewels were. Nicole was talking about this. Like, before you really build a cyber threat intel program, you should understand where your most important assets are within your organization. Are they being protected? Where is the patient data going? Is it going to the EHR, or is someone actually writing it on their computer? And that's not secure because I can't see that. And when it gets deleted or gets encrypted or gets exfiltrated, we need to know that that data was there. And we're going to look through all the data through eDiscovery, and we're going to see, hold on, employee Y as a nurse was documenting this completely wrong. It caused a lot of issues. The second thing is antivirus in these healthcare organizations is big. They all have AV, Windows Defender, basic, no E5 license. They just have Windows Defender. And they're like, that should have protected us. I'm like, no, Defender doesn't protect against lateral movement and data exfiltration and using AnyDesk as their way of staying persistent in the environment. Those are all legitimate tools. Most of these threat actors aren't using Raccoon Stealer. They're going on and they're using Mimikatz, or they're using Cobalt Strike, which are legitimate tools. And in the end, the threat actors are like, why would we want to use these bad behavioral tools that are being, triggered on when we can use Notepad, or not Notepad, the non-Notepad, and detection and the EDR tools are picking up on that. But the AV is like, hey, it looks like Notepad. I don't know what it's doing inside of Notepad. I don't know why it's notepad.exe, and it's, laterally moving through my environment and deploying ransomware, but it looks good. We're talking to a client right now about segmentation of the network, and we did a test, and something that I'm going to be working with Scythe on very soon is doing a threat emulation of the environment to show them why their network segmentation could have protected them and help them prevent or contain and isolate the attack before it fully blew up in their environment that happened 6 months ago. It's really important to understand that, and their IT guys are starting to understand it, but their board doesn't. So we're gonna show them what it looks like with a threat emulation, just so that they understand that they missed this completely, because of the threat actor was able to move from beginning to end, laterally move throughout the whole environment, up to the app servers, into the file server, into domain controller, and then out, and deploy the ransomware easily without being noticed, because there's just a flatlands, like whatever. It was a tornado. It's important there. And then backups. We're seeing a bunch of these healthcare organizations not paying the ransom because they had a really good backup strategy, either immutable backups or 3 on-site copies, 2 offsite, 1 immutable. Like it shouldn't just be 1 copy. And please don't use a USB drive like those. Some healthcare organizations have RDP straight into the environment. We saw this a few years ago where they had terminal servers that they would turn on at 9 a.m. and then off at 5 p.m. And they thought that, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Pacific time, threat actor would never come into their environment because of that. Threat actor just changed their time zone and was able to log in, and they just destroyed their whole USB drive. And the guy's like, "Oh, I forgot to unplug it last night, and that's why they deleted the USB drive backups." I'm like, no, that's not the reason. That's not the reason why those backups were destroyed. Those backups were destroyed because you put them on a USB drive. And then just understanding security culture, doing tabletops. Tabletops, sometimes I break down tabletops into 3 different sections and phases. My first tabletop is called the Hearts and Minds table. That is brought to you by Matt Lee. Matt Lee brought this up in my, we were doing the summer series for I'm blanking right now. We were talking about tabletop exercises and preparing for the worst case scenario. And in that presentation, he brought up this Hearts and Minds. And I'm like, what is a Hearts and Minds tabletop? It's probably the most important one. It's where you sit down with your whole team at a table and you just read through your plan. And if you don't have a plan, you write up a plan and you bring everyone to a table and you start talking through your plan. That plan is going to change so much during that Hearts and Minds. It doesn't need to have executives. Maybe if you want to have executives ask the right questions, it's basically what people, if you've ever gone to a movie, before they start filming, they have everyone sit down at the table and they read through the whole script. The Hearts and Minds tabletop is reading through the whole script from beginning to end, what the different teams will be doing, understanding, you find a bunch of gaps there within your plan, especially if you just wrote it with AI, which I highly recommend not doing. The second one is an executive tabletop. We're not going anything technical. I just want to understand, what are the risks if they get to the data? They're going to ask questions about, do we have a lawyer who we're going to work with? Are they on retainer? Do we have incident response on retainer? Do we know who's going to do our forensics? Do we know who's going to do ransom negotiations? Ransom negotiations has a retainer model as well. And then in the third model around tabletops is the technical one. You could do it in a threat emulation. You could do it in a purple team. You could do it in a red team. I like the red team with a threat emulation and just set everything on fire and watch how the IT guys and the SOC and the NOC have no idea what they're supposed to be doing. That's what I used to do for Barclays is they would come up with ideas and I would add them to change it up a little bit just to see how my SOC, who have been training, would react to, the whole trading floor shutting down. And that was very important to us. And that's how we learned how to deal with the panic of a worst case scenario, was putting them through the ringer. Anyone here has ever watched, if anyone here has ever watched Bar Rescue, there's one episode in season 4 where if you haven't watched Bar Rescue, what they do is they come into these bars that are horrendous. They're failing completely. They're $500,000 in debt, and they try to help them restore and refurbish their bar. And the way that they find all the gaps is they do a stress test. They pump in 50 people into their bar for 30 minutes, and they see all the gaps in this small bar. It's a 100 by 150 bar. There's 100 people in there, and they need to serve all of them in 30 minutes. And there was one episode where the owner of the bar goes, "We had a plan. We knew how to we knew everything. We knew what to do. We completely screwed up. We didn't really listen to our plan once the people started walking through the door. Once that attack happens, that plan goes out the door. It shouldn't be that way. We really need to create a culture around cyber security, around continuous training, continuous monitoring, and continuous understanding that there are new threats coming out all the time." Okay. So, like we said before, and I know that Nicole brought this up a bunch of times as well, focus on tabletops. Continuous improvement will get your organization to contain, isolate, and eradicate the threat a lot faster and restore your business faster. It doesn't have to just be healthcare. This is all organizations. Focus on that culture around training and teaching. And that's why I love doing these conferences, is just giving out all the information that I've seen and I've witnessed, and teaching others. And I don't know it all, and I learn from the best to understand where an organization needs to be to even get to that 7% or 70%. I mean, 7 out of 10, 70% maturity level. Talk to stakeholders who don't understand cyber. Talk to, there's a, I don't want to be political, but John did it first. So he wasn't political there too either. But there's a guy in the government who was talking at one of these, I don't know, it's like one of these questionnaires or interviews or interrogations. And he's like, "Does this phone have access to the internet?" And I forgot who it was. I think it was the CEO of Google. And he goes, "Yeah, if you have it connected to the internet, it should have connection to the internet." So that's the stakeholders that I've worked with in the past. And I think that if you're at that point, you really need to get them to understand the culture of cybersecurity. Yes, your phone has internet access if it's connected to the internet. Can this hear you? Can this phone hear you if you don't have access to it? No, then I don't have access to it. I wouldn't be able to listen into your phone. Unless you're the NSA. Not kidding. I'm kidding. Not kidding. I don't know. The other thing is just going to the basics.
That's how you get the NSA, Alex. And that time.
Trey's coming in now. We have MFA, and then verify your backups, restore your backups, test them out. And that's all I have to say. Any questions?
You're out of time.
Yay. Well, I'm already done. Then my last slide is thank you. Should put the thank you slide up. Woo. It's a nice slide. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Next up, we have Gabe from Exona, who is going to be doing one of our partner demos. We want to thank them for helping sponsor and bring this to everybody. Gabe, you good to go?
I am.
I see your screen there. Look at that. We've got it.
Awesome. Thanks, Bryson. Gabe Diaz, for all of you that don't know me, Gabe Diaz, Senior Solutions Architect for Zona Systems. I got 15 minutes, so I'm going to do this fairly quickly. There's a lot of features I'm not going to be able to cover in this demo, but essentially what I'm going to give you guys is a scenario where I have an admin on my left-hand side screen, a user with lesser privileges, could be third-party vendor, could be lesser privilege internal employee, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're going to be leveraging these two accounts. We're going to see the controls from an administrative standpoint to a Zona CSG gateway. So essentially, a user is going to open up a browser, navigate to a URL. How we route that user to that URL, completely up to our clients. We've been deployed behind reverse proxies, VPNs, other edge solutions like Citrix environments, or even identity provider portals. So regardless of the identity, we can integrate with SAML. as well as LDAP, or you can create identities locally. So my left-hand side screen, my administrator, leveraging Entra ID here, I log in on a daily basis. So my two-factor mechanism or token is already cached into my browser. This was the first time logging in. I would have been prompted from, since we use Entra ID, we're going to get our push notification from our Microsoft Authenticator. I would have probably needed to validate a number and then my thumbprint. For the user on the right-hand side, I just enter my password, and then we have two options that we can enforce for local users or LDAP identities. Options I have are either TOTP, which is any QR code, reader, time-based one-time password, your Microsoft Authenticators, Google's, Okta's, it doesn't matter, or the WebAuthn, which is a hardware token key. If you guys can see my screen real quick, this is an example of one. This is from Thales. You can either use biometric card readers, anything that's FIDO2 compliant, from Yubico, YubiKeys, Hirsch tokens, it doesn't matter. It'll work on our platform as long as it's FIDO2 compliant. In this particular instance, I'm just going to use that token. I just need to touch it on my laptop here, and it just validates that I am the person in front of that system. And then you're going to see very similar panes of glass here. Obviously, from my user standpoint, I have less menu options than I do for my admin. The dashboard itself is kind of a quick view for users to log in, to get to work, and then get out of their sessions, right? And that is the whole premise of our technologies, for users to be able to log in, but also from an OT standpoint and a control standpoint, it's for the administrator to administrate access to specific equipment, but also control what that user is going to be able to do once they're inside those inside our platform. So users are always going to navigate to the connections. That's really where most users are going to spend most of the time, in the connection management screen. So as you can see, as an administrator, I have access to multiple pieces of equipment here, but based on segmentation, our segmentation approach, I've only given access to the assets that this user needs to see to get their job done. And as you can see, some of the access, specifically this engineering workstation, I have access to the exact same one here. I can quickly connect to it. This user needs to request access for that piece of equipment. And that could be for sensitive pieces of equipment inside in your environment, or critical pieces of equipment inside the environment. Essentially, what we're doing is adding an additional control mechanism to this particular asset, where we can essentially ask the user to define either a ticket that they already have to deploy them on site for, or remote, so they can do their work, or an approver that required them to get their job done today. So I'm just going to place a comment here for work. He's the one that asked me to do this work today. So I'm going to submit that, and very quickly I will get a notification on my dashboard through my approvals menu here. This gives me 3 things that I can validate for this particular use case. One, I can pick up the phone and validate that the test user 1 is in fact the user that is trying to connect to this piece of equipment. Number 2, if there's a change window in effect inside this environment, right? A lot of OT environments have been bitten by vendors or users making changes to equipment without, an approval process, and that causes outages. This can help with that type of workflow. And then number 3 is to the safety and reliability of the equipment and the people on site. So even though I'm a remote user, I'm going to remote into a piece of equipment. If the technician on site has his hand in a machine and I start mucking around, I could potentially injure that user, right? So it gives me the workflows to be able to validate use cases as we see fit. And that's part of the control of our appliance here. So I'm going to go ahead and see the description. I see that work approved it. I'm going to go ahead and approve this session for this user. This user gets notified immediately that they can go into that session. Now I'm going to open up most of these connections here. One of these connections is tied behind a window of opportunity. So this SCL switch, which I'm going to go ahead and approve automatically here for this particular user. And as administrator, I made a mistake. I didn't realize that this SCL switch was tied to a time-based access control, and I gave him access to that asset. Well, because it's behind time-based access controls, we're not going to give that user access to this specific piece of equipment when he tries to connect to it. So I made a mistake as an admin. I allowed access to this instance, but because of the time-based access controls, it's going to step in and help me out here. So we're only going to allow a user access to a piece of equipment as long as they're within the window of opportunity. So in this case, we're going to block that user's access here. All of the other sessions, users automatically ported directly to the pieces of equipment that they're trying to connect to. In this particular engineering work use case, I believe there was another user connected. So now I have to kind of ask permission to kick that user off. I'm going to go ahead and request that. And now I have access to this piece of equipment. During that whole process, you guys didn't see a user enter credentials into this asset. That's because we have it vaulted into this connection profile. So first things first, I can obviously connect and access the details of this connection. This user doesn't have any privy to that knowledge, right? So the name of the workstation he can see, but he doesn't know what IP address he's going into. He also doesn't know the credentials of that asset. And this plays into kind of shared credential instances inside of environments where a lot of our vendors or clients are trying to get away from their vendors dictating if they can change or have named user accounts for assets that they're connecting to. Now I don't have to do that, right? Because I have a named user account logging into my platform. Even though I'm using a shared credential, I can still see exactly what this user is doing on this piece of equipment. Or I also have a full video recording once this user connects to this piece of equipment. So all of these sessions here are now being recorded from start to finish. But also as an administrator, I can go to these active sessions and pick and choose which ones I want to monitor. So I can monitor this user's activity in real time. A little notification will pop up here for this particular user, notifying that I'm peering over their shoulder. I can disable that. I don't have to advise users that I'm peering over their shoulder, but I'm just being nice for this particular user at this given time. So the user is going to be able to do exactly what they need to do on a daily basis. This Schneider Electric HMI that I'm working on here, I've been working on it all day for a couple of the demos that I've done for the UniCon 25. As you can see, from a user standpoint, I'm going to give this user the ability to connect to this asset as if they had hands-on keyboard. I'm going to go ahead and mess around with this rung here. I'm trying to click as fast as I possibly can to all of these little pieces and open spots, just so I can try to trigger some type of latency or lag from a user standpoint. You're not going to experience that with our technology because of the fact that we're not presenting that protocol to that user and we're trapping that protocol inside the site wherever our gateway is placed. We are only exposing just the screen images of the asset that we're connecting to and the changes. So at any given point, I'm only moving bytes or kilobytes of data over the wire. I'm also, from a cybersecurity standpoint, the laptop that I'm connected from, I'm eliminating the attack surface of a hacker being patiently waiting on this laptop or trying to insert some malicious code into this asset here because I'm not presenting a remote desktop protocol to this user at all. The only thing that they're presented with is an encrypted PNG pixel, which is just the static image of the asset that we're connecting to. But we still give the user the full control over the asset. Now, if I wanted to be a user and move a file into this environment, so traditionally through an RDP session, you could just drag and drop a file into that. We've stripped the abilities of doing that natively from an RDP standpoint or an SSH standpoint or a VNC standpoint or an HTTP or HTTPS standpoint. We're breaking that protocol and just presenting pixels, right? But if I wanted this user to be able to move a file into this environment, I can do so in a controlled fashion, very similar to the just-in-time approval. Once that user introduces the file in there, I can let it stage on my box. I can validate it through some integrations with our file scanning capabilities, or we could essentially just let it sit on our platform until we deem it's safe to enter the trusted environment. Either way, we give the user the ability to do their job. And if at any point as an administrator, I see anything nefarious, I can terminate this user's session by just pushing them off the box, or I can disable their access entirely, booting them out of every session that they're connected to. I know that I have a few minutes left, so I have 4 minutes left here. So a couple of the new features that just came out this week that I really wanted to kind of touch base with you guys on is going to be the ability to share sessions, right? So let's say if I wanted to, I'm the technician working on this particular piece of equipment. I ran into an issue. I need somebody's help, right? And it could be a third-party vendor. They might not be integrated with our identity provider. They might not have an identity through our enterprise. They might not have VPN access, but essentially I need to get them emergency access to this piece of equipment. I can do that by creating a shareable link. I email this link to this particular user, and then now they can connect to this piece of equipment exactly as I am connected to it. I can also, as the monitor of this particular session, I can pass controls over to that specific user. A lot of our clients are leveraging TeamViewer or AnyDesk or AnyConnect. There's a lot of tools out there that are free, even Teams, to do kind of shared sessions. We can do that out of the box with our solution. Again, there's a lot of features and capabilities that I'm not going to be able to cover in these 15 minutes. So I encourage you guys to please reach out to us. I'd be more than happy to do a demo, even provide you guys access to our platform so you guys can test it out internally or in a controlled environment. So either way, all of these sessions, I can go back and watch a full video recording of what a user did during their interaction, save it for forensic purposes, save it for training purposes. The use cases are I wouldn't say limitless, but you guys get the gist of it. It's essentially, we've given the ability for OT administrators and OT technicians to get keys to their kingdom back, so they can dictate without the use of IT how or who can enter their environment and what they can access, and have full control and visibility on that on their engagement or their sessions. So I appreciate the time. I don't know if I have time for any questions. I think I only have 2 minutes left. I don't know if anybody can just raise their hand, or if anybody has a question, you can shoot it out or dump it into the chat. But I appreciate your guys' time, and thank you very much. I think you're on mute there, Bryson.
I've been doing that all day. I double mute myself. I keep doing it. You know what? There is definitely a startup idea in solving that. You know, the guy who comes on Zoom and is like, you're on mute, you're on mute, everybody's on mute. Come on, just for all this technology, got to make it easier. So 15 minutes goes by real fast, doesn't it, Gabe?
It does. It does.
And yet you were still able to not only give a comprehensive demo of Exona, you were also able to talk about some of the new features that are coming out. Where do y'all think you're going to be in a couple of years? Where's this all headed? What's the future?
I think, and I'm going to just candidly speak here, but with the use of AI, I think being able to see video recordings and then go back through and use some of that AI to try to find specific commands or specific timelines or specific things that a user did within that recording, so you don't have to actually sit through a full video and have to do like a forensic analysis of that asset or that recording. That's
Gabe,
right.
Yeah, I brought Rourke on too.
That was your opportunity to drive product management in that question.
Rourke,
Well,
anything you want to add for Exona?
No, I think the questions today have been great. We really appreciate everything. And Gabe, fantastic job, especially in 15 minutes. I know you can talk for an hour and a half.
Easily. Thank you guys very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Thanks,
Cheers.
Bryson.
It keeps moving around. Oh, there you are. Boom. All right. So we've been talking artificial intelligence. Yeah, Jake, this is what happens when you come on screen.
I know. Yeah, it's like
your text. I just sent you a proof of life too.
There you go.
So we've been trashing AI all day long, but we actually have some really cool artificial intelligence applied from the research that we've been doing. And so I just like to preface this because everybody talks AI and everyone hears AI research and development and they immediately think, oh, I've been prompt engineering for a weekend. Well, what Jake and Liam have been working on is a lot more than that. And that is all the setup I'm going to give for you two.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And there we go. Yeah, just shared there. Maybe Jake, I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourself first, about a whole kind of list of things to chat about.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm Jake Williams. I work with, well, obviously with Scythe. That's why we're here to talk about some of the stuff that we're doing with AI. And some of the research that we've done. I've got a lot of background in AI, a lot of background in security more generally, and I've been doing some interesting work with Liam. Liam, go ahead.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you. Thrilled to be presenting some of our work here and chatting more broadly about, as Bryson said, kind of the positive aspects of AI and kind of where they fit in, especially within the cybersecurity side. My background is mainly on the software engineering side, leading some of that work here along with Jake at Scythe. And we're really excited to chat a little bit more about both offensive and defensive applications and where they fit in the cybersecurity realm. So we'll go ahead there. And Jake, maybe we'll just catch everyone up here. talked about LLMs and AI and things like that. Obviously, there's a whole history to that side, but really kicked off in the last couple of years with the advent of the kind of GPT-4 going mainstream and starting to integrate those products into the enterprise. Obviously, we saw some tools like Worm GPT and Fraud GPT get spun out on the criminal side. And now then we're pivoting back to the enterprise integrations and how we're using AI to combat that. So I know you've seen a good bit of that, if you wouldn't mind speaking a little bit to kind of where you've seen the value in the enterprise.
Ooh, that's really interesting because most of the calls and consulting that I've done with clients over the last year, with AI, most folks are asking, how do I get the value that I'm hearing about so much, right? Everyone else has it figured out and I don't, right? And the reality is that, most clients that I'm talking to haven't figured it out, right? It's not like it's, there's some secret to crack. What I've generally found is that when we constrain use cases, right? When we're not looking for the do everything AI assistant, right? But looking to semi-automate tasks, or to the extent that we're using autonomous agents, right? Tightly constraining those tasks. It really, that's where we're seeing the biggest successes. In a lot of other cases, we're seeing folks say, well, I'd really like to do that. And it's great when it works, but it's not always working.
Totally.
How do I constrain that risk, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And certainly within the enterprise, it's coming at it from just a general prompt, right? When people don't start narrowing down that focus and tightening that scope, then we do get a pretty free-for-all result as well.
Oh yeah, entirely, definitely.
So maybe just chat a little bit. I know we've had some really interesting speakers kind of throughout the day talking about how we emulate the adversary. And here we've got a kind of basic workflow, right, of kind of the pipeline that we're using here at Scythe in particular, but across the board, of bringing in that threat intelligence, building modules and campaigns, and then deploying them. But it's interesting to see how much of that work is manual to an extent.
It's huge. So much of it is, is manual because, we're starting literally with threat intelligence. And some of the work, and I know we've discussed this as well, when we're automating the feature extraction, right? And that's the technical term for, finding the data that we want to use, and here procedural level data, right? That we're using for adversary emulation, sometimes technique level, but even that, right, is more difficult than I think a lot of people recognize. There's a lot of work that goes into, you can't just simply use a regular expression and go grab a piece of data out, because sure, it's an IP address, but it's an IP address without context, right? And so how is it used, right? If we see a command name, what command is that actually? Is it a renamed command? How is it being used, right? The devil's in the details here, and it's a ton of manual work, and I think more than most folks realize.
Totally. Yeah, no, I super appreciate that. Leads right into kind of our next slide of talking a bit about the difference between traditional red teaming, which I know you have a ton of experience with, and then now kind of where we're going and where we're building, right, of that AI enhanced red teaming. And I think an important call out for everyone on the call too is that emphasis on AI enhanced red teaming, right? Not necessarily AI replacement or anything like that, but really how do we go from that left to the right on the screen there? I'm curious on your take there of, like, obviously we've got the very manual campaign design. We'll get into kind of targets and things like that, but really where do you see that shift from the traditional to the enhanced side?
So I think that there's always going to be a space for, particularly in control validation, breach attack simulation, red team ops. I think there's always going to be a place for the more manual, high level, high touch, right, or high level control, high touch, campaign building and what have you. But I also want to note that as much as I think there is always going to be a place for that, that is a skill set that a lot of folks just don't have, right? So. And even when they have it, I think there are situations where it's probably not necessary, right? So the old adage of, like, for instance, I know you're a fantastic developer, but not every development problem requires a Liam, right? Not every red team 100% requires a Jake, right? And so we want to democratize that out, and I think that's where really a lot of the benefit is going to come, where it's both lowering the barrier to entry for a lot of organizations that otherwise couldn't dedicate both the specialized knowledge and the time commitment ultimately to do good breach attack simulation, right, and good adversary emulations. I think, though, realistically, the places where we're going to see the biggest benefit, right, is going to be in scaling those operations and ultimately being able to scale that campaign generation, ideally literally automating it, ripping it right out of the threat intelligence to go build those campaigns.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more, especially when we talk about kind of the ability to pivot, and we'll talk about this in a little bit, right? But the ability to pivot as you're conducting those attacks or those emulations, and seeing, okay, how can we respond to the environment, or how can we kind of go from one device to the next and keep an idea of what's the overall objective, not necessarily just saying, okay, we've got this static campaign, we'll step through the sequence and hope for the best, perhaps.
Right, right. And I mean, with enough expert knowledge and enough time and we're going to call it infinite resources, right? We could get in and say, okay, well, here are all the edge cases and zig left or zag right when you see this specific edge case. But, you know, realistically, I don't have that kind of time. What I would prefer is to, you know, communicate, forgive me here for using the military term, commander's intent, right? And have the agent, just like I would expect a real red teamer to do, have the agent react to the previous data that it's seen, and then ultimately, you know, figure out what to do next. Now, from a safety perspective, I want to constrain that, obviously, right? But that's going to be part of, you know, the stated intent as well, right? So.
Totally. And yeah, when it comes to that, kind of what should we do next, or how do we even detect, you know, prioritize the alerts that are coming through? I think from the AI perspective, right, we've talked a lot about offensive AI, and I know we're going to get to that part, but from the defensive side as well, there's a lot of the same tooling that we've seen to be found to be rather useful, right? From the idea that you can distill language, you can translate machine information or a different variety of information that's coming through different channels into these executive reports, or kind of drilling into, you know, what is the root cause, things like that. And so we've got a few things here, obviously detection, prioritization, but the reporting side is something that also I think is something where AI comes in as a really powerful kind of helper for the defensive side.
I think that's a key use case, right? I was just talking about this morning with a client as well, that, you know, realistically, you know, reporting is a place that a lot of stakeholders, you know, are dissatisfied with in their organizations. And I hear two big complaints come out of that. You know, the first one is where they say, well, I'm not getting the report in a timely fashion, right? I'm getting the report very late relative to, you know, relative to the actual event occurring. And a lot of that, you know, I actually attribute and I root cause that back to, you know, the second problem, which is they also say, hey, they're not communicating to me in a language I understand, right? It's totally very high technical, yeah. Right? And so often one of the reasons for the delay, right, is that, you know, we have folks that aren't business bilingual, and we have to send that tech report through one of these, you know, through that choke point of some of those folks. And this is a place where I think AI can provide a lot of, you know, a lot of force multiplying impact. Right?
No, I super agree. I think one of the prior talks talked a lot about kind of the importance of communication, and as AI starts to bleed into more and more of the cybersecurity realm, how much of that emphasis on communication is just going to become more and more important, right? Being able to translate between the technical to the business side, and obviously right back around.
Yeah, and I think this is, again, a great spot where I think AI is able to help with that. You know, if I'm a technical expert, I've got my technical, you know, findings, but I'm trying to synthesize that into something that a, you know, a non-technical stakeholder can understand, or contextualize why this is important for the business, right? That's not even just, you know, dumbing it down, as it were, but it's provide
Absolutely.
That business context. That's something that, again, even if we don't have those skills as practitioners, you know, it turns out that an AI often can help us, you know, to generate that, basically to generate that data in a consumable format.
Totally. And that actually kind of brings me to the next slide here. We're talking a bit about the purple team, right? The mix of that red and blue, and blending that loop of, okay, we've got executions, we've got detections, but how do we kind of close the loop and not spend so much time, you know, kind of asking, did we catch it or did we detect it? And at the same time, going back to what you'd said, right? Kind of lowering the cognitive load, allowing more people under that tent to be able to interface with the campaign that's being executed, or perhaps even the detections that are being produced.
Yeah, you know, you use the cognitive load term there a couple of times, and I like that. That's, you know, there's two ways that I've heard that defined previously, or heard that, you know, talked about. You know, one is, again, kind of that barrier to entry, right? So, you know, what are the cognitive requirements? And even separately, if I've got that knowledge, still, like, you know, how attentive do I need to be to make sure that the the plane literally stays in the air, right? We design planes literally so the pilots have very, very low cognitive load, and we don't put switches, that they're going to have to react to all over the place in different places, and so we want to do the same thing here with a lot of our security tooling. Look, I'm going to be honest, right? If most of our security tooling, the UX for that, right, was a cockpit, the FAA would ground us immediately. Right? And so
absolutely, yeah, for good reason.
yeah, for good reason, exactly that, right? We'd expect that plane to crash in a huge majority of situations. And so where we're able to use AI to enhance the user experience and lower the amount of attention that they have to pay to the tool to get the desired outcome, right? The more we can do that, and again, I know there's a lot we can't talk about right now that we're building into the product now, but again, that's really where we're going to see, I think, huge gains from a cybersecurity perspective. So first, again, lowering the amount of knowledge that you have to successfully fly the plane, and two, for the folks that have all the knowledge, right, lowering the amount of attention that they have to pay to it to maintain their safety margins. And again, that's just, and of course, I know we've talked about in the past here, right, that we've already got controls built into the platform already for non-destructive campaigns and what have you. And
But no, I really like that analogy too of, like, obviously everyone talks about building the plane while it's flying, but also kind of the comparison of, not all industries and not all products are necessarily at the exact same point in time and point in space. But being able to, especially with kind of where we are with the state of language models, kind of reinforce those learnings and take the learnings and kind of paths that we've applied to certain detections, to certain campaigns, and then say, okay, yeah, now let's score them. Let's take a look at how we actually were thinking about them, and then obviously distribute it to a wider group of people potentially.
Definitely. And hey, real quick before you pivot to the next slide, you just mentioned the the building the plane while it's flying, and I love that analogy. But one of the things that I like to point back to folks is even when you have a fully functional aircraft, the vast majority of the time, trained pilots, the vast majority of the time, they're just watching an autopilot, right?
Absolutely.
And when something happens and they have to come out of autopilot, that's really where, and look, the majority of our SOCs, the majority of the time, they're sitting on autopilot too. Okay, answer the alarm, run the playbook, ... right? And so again, same thing here. We want to bring folks, or we want to have folks in an optimal, creating an optimal success situation when they have to come out of autopilot, right? And that again is all about lowering the cognitive load. It's about providing the user with what we think is the optimal option right up front, right? And not having them dig through menus for it and what have you,
totally.
Right.
Yeah,
so
I think
that's follow-on actions, for instance, right?
I think that's a huge call out. That's really, really important too, right? It's all about ease of use at the end of the day as well. Yeah. It's not necessarily that operators or people on the blue team or red team don't know what to do, right? But just like a pilot, there's only so much information at once that you really want to be kind of throwing at any one user.
Yeah.
And that's somewhere where like this, auto suggesting, things like that, leveraging AI in a kind of a practical sense, and even going back to the start where you're saying of, narrowing the scope, having a tool that does something and does it well so that it can be depended on in the situation is something that I think is increasingly important, right? But sometimes gets lost in the AI conversation, especially when you're presented with just that one prompt.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
But yeah, let's pop over to the next one. We'll talk a little bit about security and privacy controls. I know this is something that's a bit more of an emerging topic, but it's definitely a topic when you get into the enterprise and you're talking about proprietary data or PII, things like that, right? How do we kind of control for that, especially when we're one prompt away essentially from potentially leaking those details?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that obviously we've looked at and we think is important in security context is, limiting and constraining tool use, right? And so, the one of the ways you stop an LLM from leaking data is not giving data to the LLM in the first place, or isolating it, right, in a controlled environment where we're running the models locally. Okay?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And
Bryce, I see oh, sorry, that's Brash.
I'm actually 15 minutes early. I am so sorry. I'm wrong. Keep going.
I mean, all good. You could have jumped in here and contributed as well, right?
Well, if I jump in, it's gonna be a rant. Jake, you know how I flow.
Well, okay, fair. So isolation, I think, definitely is important. I think it's important that we note too that sanitization is something we talk about a lot in security engineering, but it's something that's particularly hard to do with unstructured data, because when we talk about structured data, right, it's a social security number, it's a phone number, it's a address. I know what the format is, right? I have very strict bounds for the format. We get into unstructured data and it becomes really, really difficult to say, this is sanitized data. Doubly so when your data is, threat actor emulation, right?
Totally.
And so, so we've done a lot of work on, how do we, instead of dealing with purely unstructured data, how do we turn that into structured data so that we can do sanitization on it? And without getting into deep details on our side, I'll just mention that, we have a philosophy of fail safe, right? Basically meaning that if there's any doubt about, translating this unstructured data into structured data, and then ultimately so we can sanitize it, if there's any doubt about that from an automation perspective, then we just fail out where we say, nope, not using that one, right? Now, again, that's a bit of a counter paradigm to the way a lot of folks are thinking about AI. But as far as I think, we've decided that that's the only way we can do it safely, right?
Totally.
So yeah, you want to speak a little bit to that?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a really big part, at least for the engineering efforts, I'd say. It's like that we've been super excited about. It's been kind of our deployment options as well, right? And even when we're talking about a SaaS deployment environment, keeping all of those resources segmented on kind of a per client basis is something that I think becomes increasingly important when we're talking about these controls, right? Because at the end of the day, you really don't want any overlap between client data as you kind of build and scale, irrespective of whether you think that you can sanitize certain elements or not, right? At the end of the day, you want to make sure that those queries are just hitting against your own data sources. So while you can extract some of the learnings, I think, from different systems, and you can certainly apply a lot of generics across different systems, and that's where we've been pretty excited to say, okay, we can do threat generation, things like that, using AI tools. All of that comes with the caveat that it's all about privacy. It's all about security and ensuring that you're operating within that kind of closed environment. And that's something that I think has been also really exciting to build in a sense. Not necessarily, like it's effectively a private LLM, but it's really because you're segmenting all the customer data out, right? So that's something I know you just made, let you jump in there. But it really speaks to that human oversight side, right? And like the local execution space where we're not jumping those bounds.
Well, no, I think that's really important too. And specifically when we get into one of these use cases, right, where we're dealing with inherently offensive methodologies. One of the things that, and you may or may not be aware of this, folks on the line here, but if you use an AWS Bedrock or an Azure Foundry or Google Vertex, right, as your backend, because of their safe AI initiatives, they often filter out the kind of prompts that we actually need to submit, right? Which is another of the many reasons that we want to run with locally, or what are referred as open weight or sometimes open source models, where we can run with local execution so that we're not, basically we're not bumping up against that, and by the way too, which is a moving target, right? A moving target of those content filters. So something that works today may not work tomorrow, right? As the back end, whether it's Microsoft or Google, AWS, whoever, is updating those content filters.
No, 100%. And I think that's something that, down the line, we're really excited about potentially looking at, okay, we've got kind of a one-way ticket right now where you can generate behaviors, you can generate campaigns based around certain threats that you want to emulate, right? Adversaries that you want to emulate. But taking that a step further, right, when we're operating with that private data, there's also the opportunity effectively to go the other way around and say, what sorts of controls do we have in place? And how can we effectively build behaviors and tests around those to test for those controls? And that's something that you really can only do when you have access to that kind of isolated environment. There's no real overlap.
Right. Definitely. Yep.
So that kind of takes us. We talked a lot about, I guess, the advantages of LLMs and things like that. But then we should also probably talk a little bit about, we've got the hype, but then there's also the reality side, right? Like, what can we actually do? Obviously, there's a variety of things that we're working on at the moment to leverage these LLMs and kind of this narrowed execution space. But a lot of it, I think, just conversations between you and I even about, the definitions matter so much, right? Yeah. You can't just jump in and say, I want to prompt it. You have to have an idea of what are those bounds almost before you get into it.
Yeah, and I want to call everybody's attention to something you have up here at the top of the slide that I don't hear talked about enough, and it's defining clear metrics. For a lot of stakeholders, and I've fallen into this trap myself, right? They see AI, they run it in a contrived use case, and there's a bit of a confirmation bias, right? They get an answer, they look and they're like, yes, right? And then they find out it's not repeatable, right? Or you may experience that sometimes that success works in this one narrow case and doesn't work in all the other cases for your given, overall application. If you define clear metrics up front for what does success look like, what is the acceptable failure rate? How do we define success and failure? Defining those up front helps you get out of sunk cost bias pretty quickly. I will confess that even with some of the work we've done, I've fallen into a bit of sunk cost bias where I'm like, but it works right here, and I know it'll extrapolate out.
Absolutely.
It just doesn't, right? I know you've had a couple of those situations too, right? So yeah.
Totally. Yeah, it's that initial, it works, it looks great. I mean, that's a trap that I think language models in particular are an easy one to fall into, right? Because it's very quick. You get a quick answer, you get something that seems like it works, but it really then takes a bit of stepping back and saying, okay, well, what are the parameters? Where am I going with this? To actually dial into something that's repeatable. And that's something that, we've also, I think, focused on quite a bit is you don't want necessarily unpredictable outputs, even though it's language outputs, things like that. We have unstructured data. At the same time, the idea of being able to build repeatably is something that's become far more important as we look to test these controls.
Absolutely. And look, LLMs are inherently non-deterministic, right? Non-deterministic and repeatability, or non-determinism and repeatability, right? Or unfortunately,
a little bit.
Right?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So,
and then as always, like kind of maintaining the human expertise, like I think one of the biggest focuses that we've had is extending the ability of current users rather than trying to say this tool will do all of these things on its own. Yes, there's the ability to potentially create campaigns, execute a little bit more autonomously, but at the same time, you need some driver, some kind of executive in the room effectively.
That's it, right? And look, I'll share with you that we started talking about the some of the best AI use cases are the ones where we're constraining the scope, constraining the problem, and likewise here, right? The most successful outcomes that we get are when we're bringing in domain expertise, right? And then not replacing the domain expertise, but augmenting the domain expertise, letting that domain expert scale, right?
Totally.
And become a much larger force. So
yeah, and as we scale, we've got a few more minutes, I think, so we'll probably step through some of these slides a little faster, but we've covered a number of these topics already. I think one of the key risks and limitations, right? We've talked about being able to pull in that private data in an isolated environment, but it's also knowing when to step back and kind of check those models. And in particular, hallucinations have obviously been in the news over the past couple of years, and also data leakage, right? Like prompts that might expose the underlying mechanics or data that you don't want out there. But I'm curious if you've seen that at all in your work, or quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, right? In fact, in the LLM pen testing course that I teach, we've got a note on hallucinations, or a lab on hallucinations, where we ground stuff in our data, which is great as long as our data is perfect, right? If our data is wrong, so are the answers, right? So is the generation that the LLM makes. And so we see hallucinations all the time. A lot of that really comes down to, what is your source of truth, right? For the large language model. And so, for anything that we're doing, for any practical application of these, it's a garbage in, garbage out problem. We have to supply the right context with the right prompt, right? The wrong context or the right context with the wrong prompt, we still get garbage out, right? So, yeah.
Let's skip ahead here. I think you're totally right on that front. I had a quick slide on kind of AI augmented security. I want to make a brief note just because we did talk about lowering that cognitive load and, it serving as more the military term, right? But as a wingman, right? As someone who, as a force that can kind of multiply your existing efforts. But also to that extent of the democratization of these tools. Right now, we have a pretty small group of experts effectively able to do some of the actions, in particular, building these campaigns. And I'm curious your take on kind of how you see it expanding that tent. so to speak?
Yeah, again, I do think we expand the tent out, and I think that there are folks that, again, with lesser experience that are going to be running much more advanced campaigns than they could do today, right? Again, I think the top end, right? I think this is going to follow, give or take, an 80-20 rule, where, again, the top end campaigns take the vast majority of the time to build anyway. But the good news is, right, we can free up those experts to go build those manually, by again, automating the lower end stuff. So that's really where I see that playing out. And whether that's, bringing new people into the tent, or whether that's freeing up the people already in the tent, right, to go work on the really advanced stuff that honestly tickles the brainstem anyway, right?
Yeah.
Game on.
That's a great point too, though, of being able to kind of free people up to move almost a little bit faster or things within their own environment, right? And not necessarily always having to bring in, you're not scaling up necessarily, but you're scaling that capability just simply through the tools itself.
Yes, sir.
And here, this is something I wanted to chat about you briefly with, just because it's something that I think it's like, obviously, like we kind of see ourselves going in that direction, right? With your help a ton. And we've got this current model where, we're building the implants, we're deploying campaigns, but it's a lot of, as we go back to kind of the start of the presentation, we go back to a lot of the manual work. And can we basically help it use LLMs to kind of jump in and do a lot of the summarization, do a lot of the kind of initial manual work, and almost raise ourselves up a little bit, just as you were saying, for kind of freeing up capacity.
Yeah, it's again, rising tide raising all ships, right? So, two places that I see already us making strides here is, look, implants at the end of the day, right? They require syntax. We have commands, there's command syntax for that. That's a language you have to learn. LLMs are phenomenal at translation.
Totally.
It's a primary use case. So translating human language intent into our command syntax. The second one's reporting. What does that output mean, right? And this honestly is a spot, where even experienced analysts can have some challenges here. The LLM can really help contextualize the output from a given, command.
Yeah, and to Michael, to your point, actually, that's a great point to raise. That's exactly one of the biggest problems, right? When we're starting to strip out the context or strip out that kind of uniqueness of data, I think, and gets back to that private LLM model or specificity that you almost need in order to operate, or otherwise you just have this glorified kind of translation machine.
That's it. That starts with trusted and curated data sources, right? That you're drawing from to provide that context to the LLM. It's why we're getting much better results with locally, running local LLMs, right, than you would get with a frontier model even. And again, it's because we're providing curated data, and only that curated data, right, for those use cases. So.
Totally. And I know we've just come up towards the end of time. So I was curious, a few things, to focus on here. Obviously, AI being a force multiplier and kind of lowering that cognitive load, allowing, essentially more resources, or perhaps, same resources being able to do a lot more. But I'm curious if you had any additional takeaways or kind of thoughts overall.
No, I just want to hammer home that measurable outcomes point, because folks, like, if you take nothing else away from today, Liam has such a fantastic slide here, the measurable outcomes piece. It's mentioned twice in the deck. Take this to heart before you start the project, right? Figure out how you're going to measure success. It's harder than you think in a lot of cases, right? A lot of folks are like, don't worry, we'll figure that out. Don't, right? Figure out before you start, so that you're building around. It's almost test-driven development. I mean, I hate to use those
Totally
words, but it's that, right? So
yeah. That's very, very good call out. Yeah, especially from the test-driven side. No one loves to hear that all the time, but at the same time, it's critical because going back to what you said earlier, right? It's narrowing that scope down to something that's manageable and kind of you can execute on it.
That's it. Awesome. Hey, thanks so much for chatting with me today, man. This is
Thank
fantastic.
you. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Thanks for having us, Bryson.
Bill, the floor is yours. Here, and they're adding you are good to go.
Excellent. I actually have, I made an update to this right before our presentation. So can I do a screen share?
Yes, you can. You just have to do it, but that's the slide I have loaded for you. I can't help you otherwise. You're on your own if you go off script.
No problem. All right. Well, I'll go with what you've already shared then. So, hi everyone. I'm Bill Brenner, and next slide, please. So a little bit about who I am and why I'm here. And it looks like my slide looks like the design got a little corrupt somewhere. So I am just going to roll with it. But who am I? Why am I here? I'm not a technologist in the traditional sense. I actually found my way into cybersecurity by way of being a journalist. And so I have written for CSO Online. I'm currently the head of content for Cyber Risk Alliance, which includes SC Magazine and the Security Weekly podcasts. So that's my day job. Before this role, I was actually a director of research at IONS. So I've really enjoyed watching the presentations today from some old friends. I'm also involved with Cyberminds. I'm an advisor for them. I am a member of the advisory board for Sightline Security, and I'm a member of the Virtue community for the hacking games. And all of that ties into my mission, which is going to color the rest of this talk, which is my mission has been to try and shape the security industry for the better through my writing, by always keeping an eye on the human element, which has been a focus all day with previous talks. The big passion I have these days is showing where security tech can be used as a way to reduce stress and burnout. And another passion, the most important thing of all, is what we can do to better protect critical infrastructure. And I'm also doing a lot of writing these days on LinkedIn about my experiences with the AI, using it as a writer, and trying to keep myself honest by capturing successes, capturing not so successes. So for the rest of this talk, I'm here to talk about CTEM. And so I'll start by giving you the journalistic unpacking. So what it is, what it's best used for. And then I'm going to shift into the kind of the advocacy. So I'll go down the focus that I've had about how can CTEM be used as a way to better protect those who are using it, as well as protecting the organizations that they work for. So next slide, please. So CTEM, I try to capture the what is, the what it isn't, and the perspective from Cyber Risk Alliance. And when I say the Cyber Risk Alliance perspective, I mean the feedback and the guidance that we receive when we're working on content. So we do a lot of custom content. We do a lot of ebooks for security vendors. We've probably done 6 ebooks just on CTEM alone. So continuous threat exposure management. And one thing I've picked up on is there are folks out there, when they think of CTEM, they tend to think about it as a product in and of itself. So this is kind of the what we've seen with Zero Trust, where it's not this thing that you pull out of a box and plug in. It's a framework. It's a collection of practices for how best to identify, assess, and reduce exposure. And so Gartner has called it the next evolution of vulnerability management. I'm paraphrasing. What it's not, it's not just, I've heard CTEM talked about through the prism of vulnerability management, and it's a lot more than patch management. It's not just another vulnerability scanner. Again, it's a framework. What I have seen through our work at CRA is that there's a lot of passion in the security industry about CTEM as representing a significant shift in security operations and moving organizations from reactive to proactive security. And one thing I found at CRA through the custom side of our business is just as a lot of security vendors are really tripping over themselves to explain how AI fits into what they do, I'm increasingly seeing a lot more of that regarding how CTEM fits into what they do. So a lot of vendors racing to offer their own messaging, and a lot of good content has come out of that. And so I want to take that content and turn it into just some quick, snappy guidance that you can take back to your desk, pin up on a wall, and use as a reference point. Next slide, please. So I stole this from Gartner, obviously. I felt like I couldn't talk about CTEM without including this slide. So the framework is really built around these 5 repeatable steps. And you saw some of this coming up with Jake and Liam during the last discussion through their focus. But, it's really built around scoping of potential threat exposures, discovering the assets affected and their associated risks, prioritizing what your most critical threats and vulnerabilities are inside your environment. And then 4 and 5 is validation of whether identified risks are real. And then there's the mobilization part, allowing that speedier remediation, validation, finding out the threats a lot more quickly in real time and addressing them more thoughtfully and more effectively than we may have been able to in the past. Could I have the next slide, please? So a lot of vendors in this space, and I just as a quick note, I have Rapid7 here twice. These are the things you notice right before you're about to go on and give your talk. But again, I'm just going to roll with it. But vendors that we have dealt with and done ebooks and articles around what they're doing with CTEM include Qualys, Skybox, Palo Alto, Tenable, which we're doing a lot of work with right now, Horizon 3 AI, BreachLock, Safe Breach, etc. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we try to unpack for the Cyber Risk Alliance audience, and the Cyber Risk Alliance audience are, it's you really. It's anyone who's on a security team, and you're coming ideally to Cyber Risk Alliance because you're trying to better understand technical concepts and problems and what to do about them. And over the course of that work, we've done a lot of coverage around exposure management. We're doing a lot with Tenable around that. And exposure management, it's about offering the broader visibility, but CTEM is really meant to take that visibility and better operationalize it. We've covered a lot about EDR, MDR, XDR, through vendors like Sophos and eCentire. And so these really go into the reactive threat detection and response territory, whereas CTEM is meant to be kind of that next leap forward to being proactive. There's also the threat hunting component. So with threat hunting, you're searching for active threats, and CTEM is a tool that, when properly harnessed, a framework that, when properly harnessed, can be used to more accurately validate exposures and help security teams deal with them quickly. So it's built around testing the exposure to the threats that are uncovered. Next slide, please. So we do a lot of lists like this in our coverage at CRA. So, and yes, I used ChatGPT, who I refer to as my intern Chad GPT, to do this slide because I wanted the little icons that ChatGPT is fond of producing. So using that, I came up with, based on what we've covered, what the different steps are. So if you're looking at really hammering down on CTEM in your environment and adopting the framework full on, some best practices include the gap assessment, identifying current security postures and areas for improvement in your environment. Step 2, balancing in-house resources with external solutions. So there's always that rush to find a vendor who can best help you address your needs. And a lot of times, if you really look at what you already have in your environment, you'll find that you already have some of the tools already. It's just a matter of how you are harnessing them. Step 3 is really about using automation to streamline discovery and remediation. Automation, AI, theme throughout the day. And as you're rolling out a framework, it's obviously of critical importance to properly prepare. I have SOC team here, but just security teams in general, making sure everybody has access to effectively manage the tools of CTEM at scale. And when done right, a good CTEM program will help you reduce risk, strengthen your security posture. It is not perfect. It is not the solution, and I'll get to that a few slides down the road. Next slide, please. I wanted to have a couple of slides really to talk about what we've heard from various security experts in the space who are actively in the CTEM space and what they've had to say about using it for red and blue teaming across IT, across OT, and things that we hear a lot about are the importance of unified exercises. So using CTEM to help extend the red blue team drills beyond IT into that OT side of things, to uncover real world attack paths across converged environments. We hear a lot about cross-domain collaboration, training defenders to coordinate responses when adversaries pivot between enterprise IT networks and industrial control systems, and continuous validation, using CTEM, embedding CTEM into these exercises to really juice up how you prioritize exposures that could disrupt production, safety, and service delivery. Could I have the next slide? We've written quite a bit about using CTEM as a means of more effective automated testing in industrial settings. So things like safe simulation, using automated adversary emulation tools to test defenses in industrial environments without disrupting operations, resilience metrics, continuously measuring system performance, safety tolerances, and recovery speed during simulated OT attacks, and feeding the findings back into CTEM programs to harden your controls and validate patching strategies, and also guiding incident response planning. Next slide, please. So now we've arrived at, this was inevitable, and it's really been great watching everybody else's presentations today, because all day that common theme, the human as the centerpiece, using technology to fight burnout. And these are things that have become probably my biggest passion. So back in the day, so around 15 years ago, I used to write a blog called the OCD Diaries, and that would be where I kind of talked about my own challenges with things like anxiety and depression. And over the years, the way things have evolved for me is I told my story, and so it's not about me. It's about what we can do collectively to take care of our own, help each other out, help defend the defender. And so I'm looking at all the technology we cover it through Cyber Risk Alliance, be it, identity, be it cloud security, critical infrastructure security. The thing I always keep coming back to is, how can the technology in question be properly harnessed in a way that can help the user, so the cyber defender, better manage things like stress. So we hear a ton these days about alert fatigue. And during the last RSA conference, I was involved with a CyberMinds summit to talk about alert fatigue. And really what I'm finding with different technologies is that is one of the central areas where it can be helpful. Taking all the noise, all the alerts, all of the beeps, all of the boxes popping up on the screen, taking all of that and funneling it into this, I hate to use the term pane of glass, single pane of glass, because it's used too much, but I just haven't come up with something better yet. So having that one place to really unpack everything that's unfolding in front of you in a more logical, more contained, more saner manner. And so when Bryson asked me to talk about CTEM, I couldn't help but go in that direction. So next slide, please. So a few stats that I've found around the internet when it comes to burnout. And I saw this, we had Black Hat and B-Sides Las Vegas last month. And this was a recurring topic. And it was probably one of the things that I spent the most time talking to people about. And that is just kind of that situation where we're at. So this ISACA report from 2024 saying that 66% of their respondents were describing themselves as having stress levels that were growing, increasingly growing. Then you have CISOs reporting moderate to high burnout, which I found when reading something via Cynet. So they had that 91% figure. Half of those being surveyed by HR director expecting to burn out within a year, which is pretty heartbreaking, I would say, that that it's come to that. And cybersecurity, it's a stressful profession. You don't need me to tell you that. It's always going to be. And I think that's why a lot of us gravitate towards it. It's the challenge of unlocking these seemingly impossible problems and doing so in a way that just has that benefit of making businesses and the people who go to those businesses more secure. And so I just wanted to set the table there. Next slide, please. So looking at ways that CTEM can be used to deal with burnout, some of the things I've come across, and I actually had a better slide for this, but I'm one of these folks who will update my slides until the last minute, and so you won't always see the final version, and here we are. Nobody's fault but mine, but that's fine. But to expand upon what I have here a bit, CTEM can be harnessed to help reduce burnout in the SOC. So there's the turning alert overload into actionable context. CTEM focuses analysts on prioritized high impact issues instead of chasing just this raw digital tsunami that always seems to be coming your way. It's very handy at breaking down silos for better collaboration. Another huge cause of burnout where you find yourself on a team where different pieces of the team are working in silos and not communicating with each other. CTEM, when harnessed properly, can be used to unify visibility across teams, reduce duplicated efforts, and really cut down on these fire drills that we find ourselves in a lot. And through that whole process, it enables the user to better shift from reactive to proactive security. And so a lot of the benefits there. Next slide, please. So where do we go from here? Next slide. So here's my imperfect but honest perspective. Just calling it as I see it, I do believe that CTEM represents a significant shift in the right direction for security operations. It is the speed and the proactive nature of it is absolutely something I think is going to help as we work to better protect critical infrastructure, which cyber defenders are going to be spending, whether you're in the public or private sector, you're going to be spending a lot more time on the critical infrastructure part, because attackers will use other entities to get at that piece of infrastructure that they want to make stop working. So I think CTEM will definitely help thwart some of that. Definitely an effective resource for red, blue, purple teaming exercises. You're going to see many vendors continuing to really stake their claim around CTEM because of the promise that it holds. It's certainly a logical step beyond the patch management of, say, circa 2005. Reducing alert fatigue by focusing on the validated prioritized risks. There's the obvious compliance benefit, and addressing the burnout among practitioners in the longer term. Next slide, please. So just some parting thoughts, and this is really just building on the previous slide, that CTEM is a valuable framework, but it's not a silver bullet. A lot of security teams will invest in CTEM and will go through a lot of trial and error and may not use it to its full potential, and may have to really work it before getting the total benefits. Especially when you're talking about integrating existing security stacks. It's something that's going to the success is going to depend a lot on process discipline, cultural adoption, practical next step for those who haven't gone down this road yet. Piloting CTEM.
Hey, Bill, I'm sorry, we're over time. You got to wrap it up.
Sorry. Yep. And that was it, really. Those are my parting thoughts.
All right. Well, thank you, Bill, for covering continuous threat and exposure management, and going right into Jason, JD Christopher.
Good day,
for those who know.
How are you doing, sir?
Every day is a holiday. Are you good on slides?
We're going to find out in a second.
We're about to find out. I saw the email. I just wrote you back about don't be the ID10T error. Stay in the Army. Let's see what you got.
Let's see.
You now have Senior Vice President in your name. I don't trust you to do technology. You have somebody there helping you.
Allow. Let's see here. Oh, what is that? There we go. I got this. I'm on it.
All right.
Do you see my slides?
I see it. There you are. Can you run it?
Yes. Perfect. We are doing great. All right. That was my first test to making sure there wasn't going to be user error.
on my end, getting these up and running. So for today, I'd like to be able to talk to everybody about GridX. If you're not familiar with GridX, don't worry. I will give you a little bit up to speed. This is really specific to utilities. However, the tips and tricks that I'm going to give you is really going to be leaning into what we can do with tabletops. A little bit about myself, sort of the moments of why would you want to hear me say anything about tabletops. Currently, I am the Senior Vice President of Cybersecurity and Digital Transformation at Energy Impact Partners. We are a venture capital firm that was created by utilities for utilities. So all of the different portfolio companies, including Scythe, are companies that we invest in because we see sort of where it is that they're leaning in on security or resilience relevant to what utilities can do. And from my background, I actually come from a utility background. So I've actually been somebody who's done SCADA operations. I then found out that I really wanted to know more about cybersecurity. And then you fast forward 20 years and that has been my career. I've spent a bit of that time within the U.S. Department of Energy. I'll talk a little bit about that. And I am also a recovering regulator. I used to work at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, where I was a technical lead for the mandatory cybersecurity standards that we have in place today. So when I approach this problem of what is the tabletop sort of landscape look like, or what we should do better about it, it's really coming from being a practitioner, but also having seen where we've evolved over the past few years. And so to sort of set the stage, I will talk a little bit about the continuum of tabletops. Not every tabletop is sort of equal in this stage. There's no one size fits approach when we talk about what does it mean to do exercises. And then this idea of moving beyond the tabletop. We're really talking about what we can do from technical simulations perspective, what we can do from operational drill perspectives. And really actually hopefully teeing up a lot of good discussion going into the Scythe demo after I talk. And then what can we do to blend those techniques together? So how can we actually have a discussion around really not just doing the tabletop motions, the check the box exercises, but being able to do not only that, like a little bit more, but actually have a strategy to put them together at the same time. And then I'll give this sector specific example with GridX. So if you are not a utility, don't tune out. I will make sure that I have conversation points about what you could do with your tabletops. I know we've had a few speakers talk about this idea of testing, this idea of doing tabletop discussions, and I'll be able to pull that thread a little bit forward over the course of this talk. So first, what is a tabletop? This is actually a definition that comes from FEMA. And when in that whole conversation with FEMA, they're using tabletop exercises to talk through what you do during a natural disaster. And they describe it as a discussion-based, stress-free session where participants examine a hypothetical emergency scenario to assess plans, procedures, and identify strengths and weaknesses and response capabilities and collaboratively resolve problems. And when we think through sort of how we got here, the tabletop concept is obviously not unique to us within cybersecurity. I just mentioned FEMA. What many folks may not realize is that this actually starts with Napoleon. So we started really talking through tabletops and wargaming with the Prussians in the response to Napoleon just having a vast superiority of maps with the Kriegspiel. And it was this military map, turn-based style game that you would play. Actually, really, you could pull the thread even further. If you're doing games today on any sort of system, it probably looks like what the original Kriegspiel looked like. And so 200 years ago, we were talking through, well, if somebody does X, what would we do for Y? And building out what that may mean from a military perspective. And in the 1940s through 60s, during the Cold War, we actually adapted that to sort of be our civil defense drills. So what does it look like from the perspective of our own civilian infrastructure dealing with the idea of maybe it's nuclear threats? Do we know how to do the whole duck and cover routine? To what does it look like if we were to lose sort of continuous services to a community? What does it look like to look for if we had a natural disaster? And that's where we started having these conversations around emergency preparedness. And so when the Department of Homeland Security sort of adopted into having all of the wherewithal to look at FEMA, that's when you start seeing HSEEP. HSEEP stands for the Homeland Security Exercise and Evaluation Program. It's much easier to say HSEEP. And that was sort of codifying how it is that we put these tabletop exercises together. And so we've now had about 20 years with this idea of having injects and having measles, which is the whole idea of having some sort of massive scenario event level that you want to be able to walk through. And we've really built over that with time. And so as we could sort of see then from that early 2000s to 2010s, the sector-specific discussions were really coming about. That's when I first started getting involved from the conversation of post-blackout in 2003. What would utilities do from a business continuity disaster recovery? I love the fact that that was talked about in earlier sessions today. To be able to have those exercises be something meaningful for what we were doing across our industry, not just this idea of, well, what about these hypotheticals, but the hypotheticals that are really linked to how it is we do business from a community perspective or utility perspective. And then in the 2010s was when we started focusing on cybersecurity. I am going to focus a bit more on industrial control systems. We've been doing tabletops in that sort of sector as a response to the early 2000s push, and tying that all together from an overall discussion point of not just, again, the hypotheticals, but the hypotheticals tied to the service that we perform. In this case, when you turn on a light, the light's going to go off, you're going to have power. If you're turning on a faucet, you'll get water. That cybersecurity should not be the thing that interferes in those areas. And there are various different types of exercises. And this is where I'm going to start into this idea of the continuum of tabletop exercises. Because if somebody says they do a tabletop, it may not be the same definitional phrase that you may use for a tabletop. You could just start off with a seminar. This is a picture of me with more hair, both on the top of my head as well as my beard, as well as very nice jacket there. Seminars are super easy to perform. You can just sort of walk into almost any conference. There'll be a lot of different folks like myself that would love to be able to provide a seminar that walks through what a scenario could look like, walk through those impacts. Workshops are going to be a little bit more involved. Maybe you'll be able to have something that's very specific to you. Maybe you'll be able to have some tools at your disposal. You'll be able to walk through things in a more sort of, I'd say, tailored perspective. You can see here the tailoring, if I'm dealing with hundreds of people, is still going to be pretty high level. It's not really going to get into the specifics about how it is that you do operations or how it is that you would respond to an incident. Tabletop discussions. Now that is the one that most people recognize when they say tabletops because it's in the name. And it literally is what we see here, where it's somebody just being able to sit around the table maybe and have a discussion about what you would do in a hypothetical sort of scenario where it's question-based, where there are new things that are happening. And again, very much more discussion level. Or games. Games are great. If you're not familiar with backdoors and breaches, I gain no money from being able to say play backdoors and breaches, but it is a fun game. You get a 20-sided die, you roll for some initiatives, you can sort of see how you would respond based off of the different sort of tools that you have in your toolkit. And it's fun to play and sort of have a discussion with people. But again, really discussion-based. Compared to operational drills, where maybe I'll have somebody do a full bare metal restore of a rack. Maybe they're going to go through and the entire steps that you need to restore a system or an asset is part of that operational drill. Now I'm using things that I would do during actual incident response. Functional exercises. This is actually taking place with Liberty Eclipse, which I think is actually happening today. If you're not familiar with Liberty Eclipse, it is one of the different utility exercises that we do in our industry. It is in a nondescript island where they actually have a test bed of different facilities that you could go through a hack and an incident response recovery from. And so you can sort of see, again, it may not be your system, but you can see what it's like to get and energize a substation again, or you could look at what it looks like to be able to have degraded service in an area, or maybe have to see what it means to do manual operations. Not specific necessarily to you, but it would be very functional in its basis. So a functional exercise, again, getting closer to the realities of what it may look like. To then full-scale exercises. Full-scale exercises are where you're actually doing a lot of this, pulling it all together. Sure, maybe you're asking executives questions about would they pay the ransom, but you're also having somebody do malware analysis. You're actually having them do the steps that would be required to get back to operations. Very massive efforts in those cases. And I'll talk a little bit more about what those could look like momentarily. But when I think about all of these, when you talk to somebody and they say, I did a tabletop, they could mean that they just did a seminar. They could mean that they played a game, which again, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's not the same thing as doing those functional exercises, those full-scale exercises. And so when we think through this, the complexity versus the capabilities, what it is that you're trying to test. You could do a seminar. You can play a game once a month, once a week. I mean, those things are pretty easy to put together. But the full-scale functional exercises, the things where you're using your tools, that's going to require a lot more diligence and a lot more investment on your end. And when we think about all of it, it's all under sort of the spectrum of training, where if I'm on the sort of green side of this, it's more discussion-based compared to being more operations-based. The way to think through it is that the green area is helping me develop the plan, whereas the orange area is helping me understand, well, what am I actually doing during this? Because there is a fantastic quote that I will use. Everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. You can do these sort of green discussion-based exercises, and they are really good for having a plan. But if you don't know what it looks like to actually go through some of those steps during a forensics investigation, then you're not going to necessarily know how long it's going to take. You're not necessarily going to know if you're actually able to respond and recover in a matter of hours, days, weeks, or in some cases, months or more. And so being able to put that together and do those operational exercises is extremely important. And so I want to spend a little bit of aside, because this did come up a little bit earlier, this idea of doing executive tabletops. Now, executive tabletops, I'll just ask the very pointed question, which is more indicative of a cyber prepared organization? If somebody says, I am prepared for cyber threats, would you find it to be having more trained executives or more trained field techs and engineers? You don't have to write in a comment, just sort of think through yourself. It would, in fact, be the more trained field techs and engineers, especially in the industrial control system space. As a matter of fact, a report that I've finally drafted out and will be published in November, our SANS 2025 State of ICS OT Security. I've now written this for the past couple of years. We actually asked a couple of questions about how do you feel about preparedness when it comes to future cyber threats. And it was a very small percentage, as you can imagine, that said that they were fully prepared. But the ones who did, they shared one key factor among almost everything else that I sort of asked over 100 different questions for, which was that they use field technicians and engineers in their tabletops. They were 1.7x more likely to say that they were fully prepared if they were reaching down to that level. The executive side actually really didn't matter too much. I mean, once the executives understand risk and they understand sort of here's the bottom line impacts you could possibly have, it's very different than maybe Bob, the engineer, who plugs his iPhone into his engineering workstation just to charge it, because no one would obviously attack him or his iPhone or the engineering workstation that is plugged into. And so having those sort of cyber preparedness discussions is really important as we get into the root level. Just a quick aside on that. And if you want to know more, we'll be publishing that in November. There'll be a webcast associated with it too. So the idea of getting into that technical level, right, is getting to the idea that you're going to train like it's game day. I want to know how you're going to respond when you actually get tackled. I don't want flag football. That doesn't really help out with anything at all. You're going to get in that muscle memory conversation. It'll give you that sort of in-depth training that you can then provide. You can actually use the tools that you would use during an actual incident and have your folks roll through with it. It'll give you opportunities to test a lot of different security controls, especially if you're in a highly audited and regulated environment, like we'll talk about momentarily with the NERC-CIP standards, the critical infrastructure protection standards for the electric grid. You'll be able to understand your interdependencies. You'll be able to test communication plans and sort of go through your reporting processes and overall see what that looks like. So a quick review, just to sort of give you some ideas about what you can do before I get into some more specifics with things like what you can do with GridX. If you're not familiar with Pickerel, this idea of having the incident response lifecycle from preparation to identification, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned, where we flow down that lifecycle. And obviously any lessons learned, I hope that they are lessons learned and not observed, because then they will be part of your preparation stages as you go through this cycle yet again. And there are a couple of things to sort of note when looking at Pickerel and what we can do from a tabletop idea versus operational drill perspective. Where if I'm looking at preparation identification, it is not uncommon to find yourself actually in this. This is what I call steady state. The steady state discussion here is your common life. If you're a SOC operator, you're going through identification. Hey, that wasn't really an event, so I'm back in this preparation stage. And it's just sort of your normal about what it is that you're looking at. And in a typical TTX and typical tabletop exercise, it would be this idea of having training or maybe going through some checklist procedures, maybe even reviewing what's in your jump bag for those of you who do incident response. And we talk about the actual incident response tabletop itself. It's a reaction to injects. It's a reaction to these conversation points that people want to be able to have. Like, hey, we just identified rogue communications from a suspicious IP address. What would you do? And again, it's discussion based. Again, nothing wrong with it. The conversation also, like Bob fat fingered his password 10 times. If I'm in an industrial control system facility, I do session lockout, and now I may actually have something I need to respond to that could lead to a reliability event. Could be a little bit of a bad day. Work through those type of different checks of what would you do compared to an operational drill, where I could actually look at PCAPs. I could actually perform analysis on maybe a suspicious communications and what that may be. Actually structuring threat hunts around it. So build a hypothesis. say things like, hey, we think that a certain attacker profile will be in our test environment for our substation communications. We'd like to be able to have a hunt over the next, like, let's say we'll do a 30-day backlog and be able to see if we see an activity and actually do the hypothesis generation, do the threat hunt, get yourself to something a little bit better. The thing that's cool about doing those is, again, now I'm going to have somebody who may be better during incident response than not. And I'm not treating it necessarily as like, hey, we're doing like a log review. I'm treating it as a threat hunt. I'm treating it as another capability that I'm adding on top of the tabletop. And so being able to do that and build it in is, I think, a really important aspect of manifesting from what the tabletop is asking you to do compared to what your technicians are doing, compared to what your engineers are able to do with an operational drill. Containment eradication, for those of you who don't know, there's also a loop here, but affectionately, I would call that the doom loop, where you contain, but you don't fully eradicate. And therefore, you find reinfection, and then you identify an incident again, and then contain. You don't do full eradication. It can become this really bad cycle of life that you're stuck in. And so there's a couple of things that people may ask during a tabletop that would be pretty standard, like what would you do to pursue containment? How are you confirming that you've actually gotten to eradication? Whereas in an operational drill, you can go through this idea of a simulation or go into a test environment with actual malware or simulated malware and isolate the system. Or if you're in an industrial control system, how can you not necessarily isolate the system, because that may not be possible without having a reliability or a safety event, but how do you actually control the industrial control system? Maybe it's manual. Are you able to actually do manual operations? Do you even know who to talk to do manual operations? Because I guarantee you, it's not going to be the IT person sitting in the SOC. And so how do you have the sort of communication flows and the workflows to make sure you're actually able to do these type of things? And so then also, as a Keely, whenever we're talking through this with the test environment, finding the original point of infection, because you can control that in your test environments, get to root cause analysis. One of the #1 things that tends to lack in this idea of this doom loop that can possibly happen to you is if you don't get to that actual root cause and then you get into reinfection, new incident, doing it all over again. And sort of the last discussion here on recovery and lessons learned. This is where I see it's more like fireworks are going off, a bald eagle screaming in the background, like, hey, we did it, we're getting to good. Because a typical tabletop will ask you, like, hey, do your backups work? When was the last time you tested them? For all my systems, for a large percentage, for that one system there, I know we did 90 days ago. It should be fine. Discussing what new normal looks like, because especially in industrial control systems, you're not going to be back at old normal. It may be manual operations for weeks. Do you have the ability to do that? And so you're going to have these really sticky discussion points with engineers and operators, and it's a really good discussion. And you're going to capture those and put those into your lessons learned. You're going to update your incident response plan, rinse and repeat. But again, on operational drill side, where we can do more, we talk about actually doing a full bare metal restore. Talk about what that looks like from rolling back to test configurations, evaluating what your business continuity folks are saying are recovery time objectives, recovery point objectives. Because they're putting in a document like, hey, this is the order of the systems that will come back online, and they'll do so in this many hours, this many days. Is it true? And the only way you can really know that is if you're going through these exercises. What I also highly recommend is taking lessons learned and putting in with the hours that it actually took you, as well as the dollar estimates. Those I find to be really successful talking points when, again, engaging with executives. Because, again, I want to be able to move us towards this orange level. It's one thing to do the green. The green's really good. You need the plan. But we also need to know what we're actually going to do when we get punched in the face and have that reaction. And, again, training like it's game day, like that muscle memory kicking in as I get further up these stacks. Which gets me into GridX. So for those who do not know GridX, if you're familiar in sort of the DoD context with the idea of having sort of these national level exercises, it's not that. It's a sector-wide exercise. It's actually not run by a federal agency. It's run by NERC, who is our regulator, as well as the ISAC, Information Sharing Analysis Center, which resides within NERC as well. It's what we call a distributed play exercise. So we have thousands of folks participating at the same time across different utilities and organizations. They're all working simultaneously through their own facilities, through what the injects are saying. They tailor the injects to be able to say, instead of substation alpha, they'll have the actual substation that they're going to try to roll trucks out to if they want to do something that's really high in tune with what it looks like to do a functional exercise. But it's what we call a hybrid exercise. It's going to have distributed play, where it's got technical and operational aspects for the utilities, system operators, grid security personnel, and then an executive tabletop. And the executive tabletop will be on executive timelines. right? The executive's not going to be emailing you every hour, at least I hope not, asking for the updates. They'll be responding in terms of hour, day, week, months, even in some cases, as they're dealing with what it means to run an organization going through a really bad day. And it happens every 2 years. We've been doing this since 2011. So again, roughly the same time frame that I gave you earlier with what we've been doing for tabletops. It's part fire drill, scavenger hunt, simulation. There's a whole lot of things that can be baked into it. And we've had massive participation over the years. That's when COVID hit. We haven't really recovered as an industry in the post-COVID numbers. There's a lot of folks who during COVID did more virtualized tabletops for themselves. And so I think my guess would be that's why we haven't seen as much of an uptick as we had in previous years. And so this gives you an idea of what it looks like. So it's quote unquote a 2-day event, but it does take you about a week to go through everything. Where we have a move 0, which just describes the normal stuff that we deal with day to day. Like, hey, the FBI called about some sort of recent threats. Hey, there's some notices that you want to be able to see from CISA. Again, all normal stuff. And then the boom happens. And we start seeing a degradation in reliability, which is what we're really trying to drive for, not just the security discussion, but what happens in our industrial control systems before we get into this idea of new normal. And so you can sort of see these different moves take place throughout the 2 days. It allows a grid operator, the security team, and everybody else to respond and figure out what it means for them. And so, again, revisiting this conversation about which is more indicative of a cyber-prepared organization, the trained executives or the trained field technicians or engineers, I actually had to steal a quote from Mick earlier today and updated this slide immediately to say that GRC folks are people 100% and loving the GRC team. It's not just enough in a lot of these cases to talk about these different audiences and what it is that we're doing for them and how it is that we're training them and how we're getting them ready. At the end of the day, what a lot of people care about, for better or worse, is compliance. And so I want to spend a little bit of time talking about compliance and how you could use GridX, or if you're in another industry like healthcare or similar, where you could use the standards that you already have and use the tabletop to then back up what it is you're doing compliance-wise, all under this guise of operational drills and simulations. So within electric regulated utilities, we have a lot of security controls that are quote unquote high risk. I mean, the auditor is absolutely going to be asking questions about them. They're absolutely going to be performed. They're going to be audited on maybe a yearly basis, depending on your utility. But every 3 years at the very least, you're going to be going through some sort of conversation here. And I'm giving a list. Don't worry if you're not from the industry about what are the things you have to worry about. But here are some of the things that you could absolutely test during GridX. Talking about CIP5R1, our firewalls. How it is that we put our firewalls together. The way to think through almost any standard when I talk about standards is they are all like 90% the same. In CIP5, we talk about electronic security perimeters. It's a firewall. So just sort of know the nomenclature's there. You're not going to find anybody saying, oh, I should be doing configuration baselines. I didn't know that. CIP7, talking about ports and services, detection malicious code, event logging. CIP8 and CIP9 are incident response and our recovery plans or our baseline configuration. These are all high target, rich environments for us to be able to actually do this from a demonstration of evidence and audit perspective on top of the tabletop that can be done with an operational exercise or a simulation. If you really want to get crazy with it, you can do a whole lot more. So CIP2 is what our engineers do to talk about what is really important and critical. They identify that by understanding, like, if there's a 15-minute time frame for degradation, misuse, misoperation, would it lead to reliability or safety event? Understand what your low impact systems could look like, training, physical security. There's a whole lot of other things we could do, but the bullet points are sort of like your best of hits that you could absolutely do no matter what the GridX scenario is or tabletop that you're dealing with. And so if I look at CIP5, let's say I want to talk about the overall, what do we do from a firewall perspective, or electronic security perimeter. And the inject is just very simple. An alert at the utility SOC shows you regular traffic between the control center assets and the human resources systems between 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning, following the termination of a control center ICCP link. That is just the communications going between 2 different control centers. And if I were to get this, I could just say, well, this is what we would do. Or I could go back, take a look at what I have to do from a compliance perspective. Well, I need to require inbound and outbound access permissions. I need to have one or more method to detect known or suspicious malicious communications. And so I could just have somebody, unfortunately for them, manually go through what it looks like to do with this firewall rules and sort of parsing through, what does my firewall look like? Am I allowing communications between these things? Is this even possible for this to have happened and occurred? I could use a tool. On this case here, I'm showing MPView, MPView, Nipper. There are a whole lot of firewall rule discussion pieces that happen here, where I could look at what's inside my corporate domain. I can run a stepping stone analysis, and I sort of get a highlight of how many 1 or 2 step systems I could possibly do. Again, same analysis, it's a little bit quicker. By doing this as a sort of a sanity check, it allows me to be able to check off a couple of things. 1, yes, let's respond to the inject. Let's do the tabletop. Don't fight the scenario. But 2, on the technical side, how would we validate, how would we verify that it could not happen to us, or what we would do to respond and recover and look at our systems. Similarly, if I'm looking at R3, this is a whole conversation about what we would do for our internal systems themselves, like how are we hardening or what are we doing to detect malicious code. And so this one, we have an inject that says at 10:15, operators reported a ransomware event on an engineering workstation during routine maintenance at substation alpha. Change it to whatever your substation is. And again, I would look at what are my compliance requirements. Well, I have to deploy methods to deter, detect, or prevent malicious code, and I have to have mitigate the threat of detecting malicious code. Depending on the system, I could have policies that would deter or prevent. System hardening prevents and deters, but they aren't really doing detection, in which case I really need to then look at my solutions in that space. What am I doing from antivirus, allow listing, host-based firewalls, IDS, IPS? Some of them will detect, some of them will prevent. And the ones that detect now, I have multiple requirements that I again can use from an audit approach to check the box, be able to understand what I'm doing from an evidence perspective, as well as play through the scenario, play through what I'm doing from an operational control perspective. And that same one, looking at logging. Logging is another big thing that happens in NERC quite a bit. We have to look at successful login attempts, failed access attempts, malicious code. We have to be able to have these logs for at least 90 consecutive days. So it's so lucky for me that I can just go into Windows and I can easily select the 90-day option for the amount of memory I need for, no, that's not here. That doesn't exist. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I do have a set of options here that could really mess up how I would verify this, right? If I have maximum log size that is set and I override events as needed, the oldest first, then I may not get to those original root cause analysis. If I'm not overriding events and I have to clear the log manually, I may stop at a timestamp and not know what happens afterwards. And so again, this idea of looking for what could go wrong and what could happen during these incidents, really critical. And then the idea of being able to look at these logs every 15 calendar days. Multiple things, multiple like compliance checks boxes. The GRC people would love you, and you get to do the exercise and do an operational drill all at the same time. It's like a win-win-win-win-win scenario. So what's next? I know I'm coming at the top of time, and that Bryson will soon kick me off the stage. So GridX is coming November 18th and 19th. There are a couple different scenarios that you can pick. From the standard scenario, which will have things like maybe some malware tools that you want to be able to leverage. Maybe I'll have some simulation discussions. GridX in a box is an abbreviated scenario that you could use more on that discussion-based term style discussion. And the tabletop scenario is, again, this idea of having the tabletop exercise that you could also use with executives. If you are a utility in North America, you can go ahead and email gridx@eisac.com, get more information. There are no more openings for planners of the scenario because we're 2 months out, so everything's kind of locked in place, but you can become an observer, you can get these scenarios, and then you can choose. You got about 2 months to be able to figure out what type of scenario do you want to run, what NERC controls do you want to validate, do you want to go through some sort of IRP verification, and do you want to use simulations, or do you just want to make it discussion-based, which you obviously know at this point. I really want you to make it more operational. I really want you to get more into functional exercises and full-scale exercises, because just to end on my note, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth.
True story. I actually punched my brother in 1989 in Moscow with Mike Tyson's glove.
That is awesome. I thought you were going to go into a whole thing about cybersecurity tabletop exercises, but that takes it, man.
No, I mean, for folks who want to hear Bryson's opinions on those things, you can check out the SANS ICS Summit in 22 and 23, where I gave a bunch of things, or my RSA talk I gave with Trey this past year, which was a top-rated session on the advancement. Can you go back to your slide? Go back one more. This one right here. And what we did is we've been doing a couple of years of research here at Scythe on, you've got the TTX with the discussion, you've got the operations, which brings the production reality. And in an electric environment, of course, everyone's afraid of any risk to what's doing that. And we showed how you can bring the two together and parallel them, because there's still value in both, right? While you have it here in discussion more being level of effort, that doesn't necessarily mean level of value is low,
For
And
sure.
So pulling those both together was the RSA talk that Trey and I gave together this few months ago at RSA.
I feel that we've just spent a lot of time as an industry focusing on the green so much that we just really need to ramp up into that orange.
We sure do. Any last thoughts you want to leave everyone with?
No, I'm very helpful to be able to have this conversation, and thank you very much, Bryson.
Well, we love working with you at Energy Impact Partners, and stay tuned for more industrial control system stuff to be coming in the future after this conference.
Very awesome. Looking forward to it. Thank you, sir.
Oh, and there's Mark. Yeah, for those of you wondering, that's the talk I was referencing that I did with Trey, which was a top-rated session at RSA on how to integrate tabletops and real-world exercises. But this is now cutting into the Scythe demo moment, because even we get to demo our tool. So, Mark, I think you've got this. Do you want me to stay? What are we doing?
I'm good.
You're good. Of course you are.
Drive
Great.
it. Yes, I can share the screen. I can do everything needed here. Okay, so what I want to do is spend just about 10 minutes, talk about Scythe at a high level. Certainly we don't have time to go into any details, but I think the critical thing is, looking back at the day's sessions, we've heard a lot today about what teams are trying to do. I go back and think about teams that are now exploring continuous threat exposure management to get more proactive around measuring their defenses, understanding where they've got exposures, and dealing with those remediations early on. Scythe really is the perfect tool to arm a lot of these organizations. We've always been a tool focused on providing organizations an advanced testing platform that ultimately provides organizations the ability to really understand potential risks of threats and different types of cyber attacks. I think through the years, we've extended the platform to be a balance where we provide a lot of red teaming support along with a lot of blue and purple team support so that teams can have that holistic view of, I want to understand new threat actors and new types of attacks, while I also want to ensure that all of my deployed security controls are effective. And if there's drift going on, I want to be alerted to those. So ultimately, what we're trying to do with Scythe is give teams a very easy way to measure and understand potential impact, along with understand their security control effectiveness with a very easy set of dashboards that give them very customizable indications of what they're trying to measure. Here, I'm just basically showing, I've got 25 endpoints that have been fully onboarded with my security stack. I know currently that 88% of the static protections that I've deployed are in fact working, and I've got 12% that are not working that I need to get into and investigate. I've got 64% of my behavioral analysis preventions working. The others I need to explore. And again, this is the big area that Scythe has been focused on for many years, is helping teams perfect and deploy behavioral detections that will help you understand when a malicious actor has gained access to your network or gained access to some of your services. This is what we're focused on. Now, we're doing this in a very pragmatic way where we're trying to give teams a very guided way to go through and look at their different aspects of their security ecosystem. Everything from having CAN tests to help them test all of their preventative controls, making sure their firewalls are configured correctly, and if there's drift, to be able to detect and really alarm on those things. Secondarily, helping them understand whether their detective controls, really critical today for being able to identify behavioral, malicious behavior and so on. Your EDR, your SIM, your DLP and so on are working as you expect. Corrective controls and email security, right? So the big thing that we're trying to do is give teams the content they need that's fully customizable, that can be optimized for their environment, in a way that they have broad coverage across email and then all the things within inside their organization. Now, Liam and Jake did a great conversation earlier about where we're going with AI. This is an area that I'm excited, right? I lead up the product team here, and by integrating a private LLM into Scythe, we have the opportunity now to really transform cybersecurity for the good. We have the ability to feed in information about your test objectives, your network architecture, what security tools do you have, what are the vendors, what are your adversaries that you're worried about, and be able to dynamically create all of those tests for you, or certainly augment and tailor the content that we've got so that you're better prepared to have a very objective measurement of where you're at today. The next thing that we're trying to do for organizations is help them baseline. Where are they at with their cyber hygiene? Do they have good controls in place today to predictably prevent different types of attacks? If they have a ransomware attack that started, or a phishing attack, do they have the right controls in place where they can detect it early on, stop it, and prevent impact? Our threat preparedness test will give you that baseline score. It will help you assess, maybe with phishing attacks, you're at 73%, probability of blocking those things. That'll give you some insights about what do you need to do to get closer to that 90-95% preparedness to be able to block things. Same with ransomware, same with insider threat. We want to give people these baseline measurements that they can track over time to really measure, is the team getting better? Is it staying the same? Is it getting worse? And then use that as a guide to help them continue to build their overall security posture. We want to give organizations a very easy way to emulate IOCs or micro emulations or very specific MITRE attack TTPs. We want to give organizations the ability to emulate a specific adversarial threat. This is an area that we come across quite often where a team may say to us, hey, we just heard about this new scattered spider iteration. I'm not sure if we're okay. So we'll have that content for organizations. They can run it to determine whether they've got a potential risk and some exposures they need to deal with. Now, on top of that, we also provide content to help organizations measure their overall cyber health in conjunction with security standards they care about. Maybe your team cares about CIS benchmarks. Maybe you care about ISO 27001. Well, what's the best way to measure that objectively to make sure that your controls are actually complying with those standards and helping you maintain that level of control? We've got test cases that will help you do that. In addition to that, well, I think one of the most important things that we have been promoting for many years is that, helping organizations through Purple Team and tabletop exercises. These are very collaborative exercises that help organizations not only improve their technical controls, but measure and identify process gaps where you've got maybe areas where there's a lot of sub-optimizations happening and it's taking 8-10 hours to get information to flow through your organization during an incident. It also helps you train your team by going through these exercises on a continuous basis. So orchestrating Purple Teams is a big area for us. We've got dedicated capabilities here, and we'll continue to focus and promote that. And then a couple last things, then I'll talk a little bit more about some of the functionality. Certainly helping teams operationalize CTI. We've got a lot of larger organizations who have their own CTI teams. They want to use our platform to build emulations that will help test and emulate what they're seeing, so that their downstream teams, their detection engineers, their control engineers have the ability to build out those detections and then test to make sure they're working as they expect. And then last but not least, creating customized tests. I think one of the unique things here with the platform is the fact that our library, it's gonna make me log back in. Our library it's got, I think, somewhere close to 1,500 different, small micro emulations and tests for security and tests for different types of security tools and adversaries. The key thing for us is making sure that we can very easily filter this content down to what you care about. So if you're an organization focused on finance, you can get in here very quickly, parse that down, If you care about finance and maybe you're really caring about security tools, you can continue to filter that down. We also want to make sure that everything that we build is documented so that it's very easy for teams to understand what that particular piece of content's doing. So we've embedded in all the information that teams need to understand what's going on here. We give everybody the diamond model to help them understand this particular update to Scattered Spider is focused on different elements of your network. We provide the hashes, we provide the victim information, right? The origins that are being targeted, the industries, and then all of the key tactics and key objectives of that campaign. So we try to give as much of that information up front so people will understand how they can leverage this content most effectively in their organization, but also how to modify if they want to, and really provide that, those insights around that. The biggest thing that I'm trying to do is make sure that the tool is very easy to use. We provide guidance along the way and also provide separation, right? So one of the areas that we've seen with a lot of our large organizations where they've got distinct teams that are managing their security tools, if you integrate our product with those tools, you still have the ability to integrate, maintain that secret information about usernames, passwords, API tokens. You can still use this information directly in our campaigns, but it's obfuscated from the people that's maybe in your detection engineering team. So this is a very easy way for organizations to utilize information that's going to be highly protected and controlled throughout organizations. And beyond that, we don't have a ton of time. We do integrate with all of the security tools in the marketplace so that as you're running these campaigns, these tests, you can correlate any information that Scythe creates with your EDR, with your SIM, with your ITSM, ServiceNow implementations, and so on, so that you've got this real seamless experience where you can run a campaign, you can see how it's impacting your controls in your tests. If there's a problem or a gap, you can very quickly raise a ticket with ServiceNow or Jira to make sure that it's not only captured, but someone's being assigned to fix it and really close that loop and provide that continuous testing environment. So with that, Bryson, why don't you rejoin me? I mean, this is kind of your baby. You founded this a while ago, and anything you want to add?
So we've covered a lot of different elements around these concepts
throughout the day.
All today and throughout all three tracks. It was kind of funny, folks who were jumping in on the last CTEM session, like, oh, I saw CTEM and IANS too. And the reason for that is, I mean, we all make fun of Gartner because you're going to pick on the people who kind of set the standard and describe those pieces. But the reality is, with the continuous threat exposure management process, Gartner really hit on the right note with looking at it from the user process, the enterprise process. And I mean, I'm going to kind of break my arm off to pat myself on the back because I was a part of helping them do that. So I have my hands in creating CTEM, and AEV actually is literally, I created that phrase many years ago. And it's been interesting seeing the overall industry catch up. So it's two things. One, snapshots don't do it. This is why pen tests fail. Everybody knows about the joke about, well, attackers don't have scope, which is a ridiculous thing to say when you're a business and you have to be able to scope things because you can't affect things. But the other part of it is a snapshot is just a piece in time, and your business and your users and your organization is constantly changing. So you have to map to that. And then the other part, because I talked on the rant with John Strand about how MITRE ATT&CK is abused, and I see a lot of tools using MITRE ATT&CK that way. Don't take my word for it. Here's what you can take that's true. If you don't have a realistic enough signal, because that's what offense is. We are quality assurance. We are signal to give you proof of where you are, what you got, what works, what doesn't work. If that isn't a good enough signal, the detections that you build aren't going to do anything. And detections are harder than offense, because offense, I can drive without context and it'll give me context. Detection engineering does not work without context. And so if I can't provide a high fidelity signal to generate that context, I've built a house of cards. I built a Swiss cheese that does nothing. And it kills me to see so many clients and so many organizations continue to build a house of cards that there doesn't work. It doesn't work. You have wasted money, you have wasted time. And that's what I've learned in the last 9 years of working this problem commercially.
Yeah, agreed. Well, good. If you guys do have questions or comments about anything related to Scythe, the Scythe platform, feel free to reach out to me or Bryson. You can certainly get us on our website as well. And with that, Bryson, I will turn it back to you and Chris.
So, Chris, how are you doing?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Every day is a holiday, which I know as a Marine, you definitely get that one.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So I love keynotes, right? I think a lot of folks don't really understand the value of a keynote. This is one of the reasons I really wanted you and Nilo to give the keynotes here, because you do understand. You get the greater ethos. You get talking to the zeitgeist, the questions, the chessboard, the mentality. And so that's why I'm so excited to hear about how AI winter is coming from you, sir.
Absolutely. Can't wait. All right, let me see here.
You can't see your slides?
Yeah, I just shared them. Can you all see them?
So I have the ones that I shared here. Let me do nothing and see what happens on your side.
Okay.
So I have your slides. There you go. That's yours.
Okay, great.
I made it harder. My fault.
No worries, no worries. Just figured it'd be easier for me to drive a little bit. All right, how's that look?
Good to go.
Fantastic. So, depending on who you speak to out there, a lot of folks are talking about AI attacks and how they're not quite here yet. But number one, they are in some ways. So Anthropic just came out with a report a couple days ago, maybe a week ago, that was talking about nation state actors leveraging deep fakes to get jobs at companies, hundreds of jobs at companies. And then also there was someone who actually leveraged Claude to automate different extortion attacks. And so this is just the tip of the iceberg, for my opinion. But I'm not even going to really be focused on the attack side. I'm actually going to be talking about how are we all dealing with this AI craziness that's going on. When you think about winters, right, from a technology perspective, I'm sure folks remember the crypto winter that we went through, where it just seemed like everything kind of died down and there was a lot of buzz that died down. From my perspective, there is a little bit of both. There's a lot to be excited about, but there's a lot that has been promised to us that doesn't necessarily live up to the hype. So who am I? My name is Chris Cochran. I've been in cybersecurity for over 20 years. I started in intelligence in United States Marine Corps. I was at the National Security Agency doing technical intelligence. Went to United States Cyber Command when it stood up. I kind of did a round robin of consultancies. I was at Mandiant doing security operations and incident response. I led threat intelligence at Netflix. And today I'm deep in the AI space. Now, before you say, hey, it seems like you just recently got into artificial intelligence. Actually, this has been sort of my background since way back. My senior thesis was on augmenting humans with artificial intelligence. So I've been watching the space really, really close. And only recently have I really taken the plunge and actually started to produce services and products for folks on the AI side. So I'm the founder and CEO of Commandant AI, where we help organizations adopt artificial intelligence safely and securely. I'm a big AI safety guy, big governance guy. So if anyone else needs any help in that area, I'm your guy. I'm also senior advisor at the SANS Institute for Artificial Intelligence. So I travel the country helping folks figure out this AI stuff. And this is what we were promised, right? Everyone's saying, oh, AI is going to change everything. Everything's going to be completely changed. And I agree to that to some extent. Unlimited potential for growth, I think eventually, not right now. The new industrial revolution. Now, I believe that's true. I honestly do feel like that this is the equivalent, if not more so, than the industrial revolution or the dawn of the internet. But here's what we're actually dealing with today, right? A report just came out, 95% of AI pilots fail to deliver value. And there's a bunch of reasons why that could be, and we'll get to that in a little bit. Tech layoffs cite AI as justification. We're going to talk very deeply about that. And then the AI bubble is poised to collapse in 2025. Now, do I think it's going to be a huge collapse? No. But I think we are feeling the strain of it as we speak. There's been a lot of VC money that's gone out to folks because there was a big rush to market. And so people didn't want to get left in the dust. And so they gave money to these organizations, well-intentioned organizations. But I think it's a blend of not understanding just how fast this technology was going to develop, then not truly understanding what artificial intelligence is really good at. Right. I think you kind of have this blue ocean sort of view of artificial intelligence, but it's still in its most nascent stage. Right. Sam Altman talks about how, the worst model you're going to use is the model you use today. It's only going to continue to get better and develop. So, it promised to change things for the better. And I think things are getting a little bit better, right? Because artificial intelligence is really good at doing the things that we don't want to do, right? It can expand information, it can distill information, it can transform information. Here's the sort of soapbox that I've been on for a long time, is that folks have been talking about replacing people with artificial intelligence, right? Even some of the vendors, but the vendors are starting to change their tune now. But pretty early on, they were talking about, hey, we're going to replace the level 1 analysts. We're going to replace the level 2 analysts. But from my perspective, the technology is not yet at a place where it can completely wholesale replace anyone in cybersecurity, right?
All right, Chris, I'm jumping in because your slides have not advanced. You're still on the title slide.
Oh,
nothing has changed, and you're not in presentation mode.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to run this for you?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
This slide you want to be on, or the next one?
Let's go to the next one. Yep. So, yep. Yep. So, folks, I've been spending a lot of money on artificial intelligence, but only 1% of the companies out there are at a mature level when it comes to artificial intelligence. And less than 30% of AI leaders report their CEOs are happy with the AI results. And that's because you have to set expectations for what artificial intelligence can actually do and what is it really good at. I think that when you try to sell the moon, you basically set the bar too high for yourself. But that's just from my perspective. Next slide, please. So this is another one of my touchy topics. I'm sure you've all seen folks talking about, oh, we did layoffs because of AI. We did layoffs because of AI. There have been multiple large organizations that have cited AI as the reason for layoffs. But from my perspective, I think it's a bit of a scapegoat. AI didn't fire those folks. The CEO did. And the reason why I say that they sort of jumped the gun is because I feel like as an individual, you're intelligent, you have skills, you have contributions to the organization. AI is not yet at a place where it can completely wholesale replace a human being, right? We were just talking about how it can augment, but it doesn't replace people just yet. And so for the folks that are saying like, hey, we did this because of AI, I would understand more understandably if they were letting go of those people because they wanted to take the money that they were giving to those folks and then investing in an AI. I could see that happening. I understand that layoffs happen because you want to stay competitive. You want to survive in this market, which can be relatively tough. But saying that, oh, we just took AI and replaced 512,000 people is just kind of ridiculous from my perspective. So when you think about, hey, is AI coming to take my job? I would say it shouldn't yet, at least, from my perspective. It might, depending on where you work, but when is it going to actually be at a level in which it's going to take someone wholesale, take their job wholesale? I don't think that it's going to happen very soon, but it can happen when you're talking about AGI and you're talking about super intelligence, but we'll get to that later in the presentation. Next slide. So what's the hidden cost of rushing into artificial intelligence? So what I do with the SANS Institute is I travel. One of the things I do is I travel the country, and I have these dinners called Jeffersonian dinners. And so for folks that have never been to a Jeffersonian dinner, it's where you sit down with folks. I've done dinners between 8 people and 31 people. 31 people is a lot. But what we do is we sit down at a restaurant, we make sure it's like a closed private space, and we literally have one conversation. I'm sure a lot of folks on the call have been in those classic corporate dinners where you sit down, you talk to the person on your left, you talk to the person on your right, eat your steak dinner, and you get the heck out of there. But what I do with these Jeffersonian dinners is we sit down and we have a guided conversation around artificial intelligence. And the common theme that I'm seeing across the entire country, honestly, is that folks are being pressured to involve artificial intelligence into their organization, which I think could be a good thing. The problem is they're coming at it from a very different angle. They're saying, hey, we need AI, figure out a problem. But what it should be is you figure out your requirements, right? Because it could be a classic software solution that would help you. It could be something else. It could be a process that could, do the same thing. But people are trying to rush and figure out, what can I leverage this AI thing to do? So whenever you're looking at what is the thing that I can do with artificial intelligence, first figure out what is your requirements, and then start to piece together, okay, artificial intelligence can work here because of X, Y, and Z. So what's happening is folks are rushing as fast as they possibly can to bring AI into their organization. And so that's a staggering note here, is that for every $1 spent on initial AI development, organizations spend 5 to 9 on maintenance, integration, and remediation. And this is across the board, from people leveraging and utilizing AI to building AI, because it's honestly really, really expensive. If you've ever looked into the economics of what it takes to run an AI focused company, it's pretty staggering. It's not the same margins as a classic software organization, because you have compute, you have other costs that don't necessarily scale very, very well. There's a lot of things that goes into leveraging it that way. But these are the problems that we're dealing with. And then that's not even talking about the risks that we bring on by bringing in artificial intelligence into our organization. So one of the things that we did with the SANS Institute is we have the AI guidelines that we published, which you can get at the site, and I could drop it in here after I'm done. But yeah, I mean, these are the problems that we're dealing with. And they're only going to continue to get worse until we actually start to build rules and some rigor around how we're deploying and leveraging AI in our organization. Next slide. So these are some of the monsters under our bed. So I actually wrote a very cute hitchhiker's guide to AI strategy, governance, and risk. For anybody that wants to leverage it, I have a QR code here. It'll take you right to it. I have another version of it that's going to be coming out on the SANS website that has some worksheets and things like that. But here's some of the problems that we're dealing with leveraging it inside the organization. So data poisoning, right? I was just doing a podcast earlier today, and one of the topics we got on is, what are the problems with data when it comes to AI? And one of the big problems is, if you think about it from the big organization perspective, they want to suck up as much data as possible. But what happens if you suck up something that makes you sick, right? And I mean, I'm sure we've all been to a buffet. How would you know exactly what made you sick if you ate everything in the buffet? And so very similar to that is that artificial intelligence organizations want as much data as possible, but sometimes there could be something like a little poison pill in there that could make the model act differently. It might be able to change the behavior of the model. There's so many things that could go wrong there. On the shadow AI side, it's funny, every time I do one of these dinners, I literally say, okay, who here has a high controls on leveraging AI in their organization? Everybody raised their hand. And I said, now who thinks that there is no one in their organization that's circumventing those rules? And no one raises their hand, because folks are seeing what the value can be for as an individual. Now, when it comes to being an individual, AI is one of the most game-changing technologies you'll ever use. But when it comes to being an organization, that's where things get much more complex. Model drift, we could talk about this till the cows come home. And I'll bring this up again later in the presentation, but the AI 2027 report is absolutely fantastic. If you're not a big reader, there is a video that I'll drop in here. It's by a kid. I think he runs the 80,000 hours group for artificial intelligence. But what it basically talks about is how things are going to eventually start to build itself, like the models are going to build themselves. And I think we're actually getting relatively close to that, right? With things like the GPT-5 codex just came out. And so it's really good at coding. You have Claude Code, things like that. And so then you're going to start to get changes that aren't initiated by a human being, and let alone how neural networks work to begin with, right? It does back propagation. So it sees what it needs to do, right? And it's reaching for that reward. And so it tries to say, okay, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And so that's why when folks talk about even the developers of some of these models don't necessarily know how it works, they just don't know, because it's a bit of a black box for them. Of course, there's things like bias that goes in. I used to have a background in threat intelligence, and bias can change things for any assessment, let alone anything else in cybersecurity. But these are just some of the risks that we're dealing with in AI. Next slide, please. So this is where we are right now from my perspective, right? Everyone's kind of seen that Gartner hype cycle. I think we're beyond the trough of disillusionment, because we're starting to see a lot of these failures in artificial intelligence. Now, I wholeheartedly believe there's going to be a large uptick once we start to get a handle on the governance, on the risk, on the policies, on the legislation when it comes to AI adoption. But until then, it's kind of like we're just stumbling around in the dark, because a lot of folks, like I said, they just want to leverage AI, but they don't necessarily have the operational rigor to put around it to make it really functional for them. Next slide. So here are the three principles from my perspective, and this is how we can start to move in the right direction. So the first thing is responsibility. So I've had the honor of being able to contribute to the security standard for the EU AI Act, a really big legislation in Europe. I've been able to contribute to some of the NIST work. I've been able to contribute to some of the OWASP AI, reports that have come out. But this is one of the things that we need to start with, right? We need to really talk about, like, how do we put that operational, that strategic rigor around AI so it does the things that we want it to do. On the security side, right? How do we do things like, how do we red team our artificial intelligence to make sure that there isn't something that a bad actor could leverage to do something damaging to our organization, right? How do we put additional controls? How do we put controls around inference? How do we put controls around things like prompt injection, right? And then the other thing is that I will continue to foot stomp this till the cows come home. You need human ingenuity when it comes to artificial intelligence. We have to be the human in the loop to help dictate what this AI is doing. Think of it as an Iron Man suit. Sure, it can do some things on its own, but there's just nothing like having a human being in there to direct the actions and the goals of the artificial intelligence systems. Next slide. All right, so it's the wild, wild west out there, and we have to protect ourselves. So I would recommend understanding things like the EU AI Act. I would read some of the ISO information that has come out recently, and then things are changing all the time. They have already made some changes, right? There's the America's Plan for AI has come out. Just even if you take 15 minutes of your day just to understand, like, how are things changing, how are things developing in the AI space, it's going to pay dividends for your work, for your organization, and even just for your personal life. So I would recommend that. And then also, one of the best things that I listen to is the AI Daily Brief. It's, 15, 20 minutes, you get your information in a daily feed. And that's how I like to stay up to date when it comes to AI. But we have to really get a handle around this stuff. So there's a lot of organizations out there that are really focused on governance, things like safety. So for those of you that don't know, the difference between safety and security is, think of it this way. When you're in your house, you want to keep your family safe. So you get a security system, right? That's security. But let's say you have a little baby and you start to baby proof the house. Now that's safety, because now you're saying, I don't want the house to hurt me, so I'm going to enact these safety protocols. So when you think of it from that perspective, there's security of the AI itself. There's security from AI enabled attackers. And then there's safety from the AI doing things that we don't want it to do. And that can go all the way into super intelligence and AGI. Next slide. So let's talk a little bit about superintelligence and AGI, right? I mentioned the AI 2027 report. Basically, the gist of that report is this. They, in a narrative form, surmise that in the year 2027, that there is going to be an agent developed by, they did a mythical amalgamation of all of the organizations that are in AI right now. And the race between a foreign state and the United States pushed us into innovation and progress without so much of the governance and security side to it. And so in this narrative, it says that this agent continued to, number one, develop, and then it got to a certain point where it could start to build itself. And then it became misaligned. And what misaligned means is out of the best interests of human endeavors. And so when it was misaligned and continued to develop itself, it got so good that it started to replace all coders in the organization. We started to look to it as almost like an ambassador for the United States, and we started asking it for advice. And then it started to have a conversation with another AI from another organization and sort of plotted to take over the world, right? It gets a little sci-fi, but I would say this. Everything that was in that report is actually rooted in real research and real technology. Now, is that how it's going to go? Maybe, maybe not. But we do have to take steps in order to not make that happen, right? So what's going to happen next is AGI. People know that it's going to happen eventually. What they debate on is when. AGI is where AI is just about as good as anybody else on the planet. And then super intelligence is when it's better than anyone ever. And so when are we going to get there? Who knows? But the earliest prediction is 2027. And so that's why I've really been foot stomping AI safety. There's a lot of organizations out there that are really focused on AI safety, AI security, right? Organizations like SANS, organizations like OWASP. We really need to put a lot of focus around this, because I understand that there's a bit of a race, whether you're talking about at the national level or you're talking about companies themselves, but we really have to have the responsibility to architect these things in a way that's going to keep it on the right track. Because I'm a father of 3 daughters, and so I think about what is their world going to look like 5, 10, 15 years from now. And so that's why I've been dedicating my time to talk about AI safety, talk about the risks around AI. Look, I'm the biggest AI fan there is, but I still understand that there needs to be a little bit of a balance when it comes to innovation and safety. Next slide. So no one, absolutely no one, and then me, after I read the AI 2027 report, I actually created an AI artist called Agent 5. So if you read the report, it goes from Agent 1 is kind of where we are today, and it works all the way through Agent 5, and Agent 5 is when it becomes malicious. But if you listen to some of the tracks, it actually teaches you some of the concepts that are in the report. There's even a song that's about machine learning. Now, I will warn you that much of the album is a diss track to humanity, because obviously Agent 5 is supposed to be smarter than everybody on the planet. But again, it's just in fun. So definitely check it out if you're interested in it. And let me know, drop me a message if you like any of the tracks. Next slide. So yeah, here's another QR code for LinkedIn. I'm very active on there. I actually have a lot of reports that I'm going to be coming out with here in the near future. This is probably the best way to get in touch with me. If you're an organization that needs help, just drop a line to info@commandant.ai and we'll help you out there. And with that, we could turn it over for some questions if we have time.
We do, sir. Okay. Do you believe that we presently have the mathematical foundation for what has been presented as the inevitability of AGI?
Yeah, so from a mathematics perspective, everything's already there. And I would even say from a technical perspective, everything is there. The problems are not necessarily what needs to be built, but how are things going to be put together in order to get to that level. So for instance, we talk about LLMs. There's a lot of researchers that say that LLMs is not going to get us to AGI. It's going to be something that's more along the lines of neurosymbolic AI that can see, right? It can see, can interpret. And there's a few researchers that are actually working on that right now. And that they think that's what's going to get us there. And so there's nothing that I've talked about, with the exception of maybe superintelligence. There probably is some things that need to line up or be developed in order to get there. But to get to AGI, the math is there and the technology is just about there.
Which leads to the follow-on question, which is a really good one, which is actually, how do you define AGI? What is the artificial general intelligence?
Yeah, so the difference for me is that what we've really done well is we've done really well on narrow intelligence, right? So for instance, ChatGPT is relatively narrow because it's really good at words. It's really good at code, but it doesn't quite do everything very, very well. Now, when you get to AGI, this is something that does pretty well on just about everything. I would say that even though superintelligence is really where everything is, this thing is better than everybody, I would say AGI is probably going to be better than average than most people at just about anything. And so I think it's going to take some time for it to get there. There are obviously some really point in time and targeted aspects of the world, the work world that AI is really good at, but it's not good at everything yet. I don't know if anyone has seen the news lately. There have been a couple layoff announcements, and specifically around annotation, data annotation. And so some of these organizations fired all the general annotators, and they wanted to go more specialized, because what they're finding is, going completely focused on general AI could be cumbersome. It's not as punchy. But if you really focus on something that's more specialized, you can go much further, much faster. And so I think that might be part of what's going on there. I think that, once we get to the point where AGI is a thing, you're going to see a lot of the organizations kind of perk back up to being more general, being more verbose, and making some claims. But I think a lot of organizations are starting to backtrack a little bit, and they're trying to say, like, okay, well, we can solve this really pointed thing in AI. We can't do everything just yet.
More on the prosaic side of things, since you've been pushing QR codes here, are you putting up phishing links?
Yep, complete phishing links. So if anyone took a picture of it, I got you. No, I'm just kidding.
And then we've already got a shout out. Agent 5 is pretty good.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh. Do you think that advanced persistent threats associated with advanced research have better AI capabilities than people generally assume?
I believe so. And here's why. So think about it from this perspective. So I'm sure some of you have heard about Expo, and how Expo as an organization was actually built by the guy that created the Copilot for GitHub. And Expo, the organization, it does, finds vulnerabilities, and it became #1 on the HackerOne leaderboard. Right now, take that exact same thing, but then turn it on its head for something that's negative or something that's malicious. Imagine having something that was that good at hacking and then turn it into an agent that was automated. So I think that there are probably organizations out there that have something that's probably at least that good. They might be saving it. There might be a little bit of obfuscation. There might be something that prevents them from being very verbose with it. But I think we're headed in that direction. So I think that there's a lot of capabilities that are available that we haven't seen. So for example, in the AI 2027 report, there's a section where it talks about what the public sees this fake organization to, whatever the capabilities are. So for example, I think it was like Agent 2 or something like that was released in the United States, but the organization itself was already on like Agent 4 or Agent 5. And so the capability was far beyond what we saw as a society. So I think that could be happening at, a few different places across the world.
Funny little tangent here. So Expo, which you just mentioned, was actually the original code name for Scythe. So when we we co-developed it with Target from 2016 to 2018, and so we called it Project Crossbow, which we shortened to Expo. And it was a play off of an automated advanced weapon, and then a play off of the Target logo. So Expo was actually it's always funny to see that because we were the original Expo, but that was our private code name.
That's crazy. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is funny. So a lot of folks saying, great AI talk. Thanks for the insight. Maybe we should panic, because I think that's every security talk ever. You leave, we're going like, oh shit, it's worse than we thought.
Bad news bears.
What's something good? All right, this is your chance, Chris. Leave us on a high note.
On a high note. So this actually just happened last night. So for those of you that know, I helped run the Difference Makers Awards for SANS. It's sort of like our Oscars night for cybersecurity. And so every year what we do is we take in all these nominations. It goes into a giant sheet, and we go through and we hand process all of that stuff to condense it, and then we get it to the advisors on the board for voting, and they select the finalists, and then the finalists go for voting. And we were gearing up to do this whole thing again. And I was talking to Rob Lee from SANS. He's like, hey, be prepared to stay up till 6 o'clock in the morning, because we closed the votes at midnight. And I was like, you know what? I refuse to accept this. So I literally leveraged a couple of different platforms from an AI perspective. And I was able to finish, not only clean it, but then produce instead of sending sheets out, which we've done before, create a Google form with all of the entries, with all of the descriptions in about 30 minutes. And so that's the good news. I would say, like I said earlier in the conversation, there's so much we can do with artificial intelligence to make our lives easier. We can automate the boring stuff, right? That's an old school sort of slogan, but we can actually do that with artificial intelligence today. Artificial intelligence is really good at probabilistic. It's not very good at deterministic. So I wouldn't necessarily say, hey, let's go run my SOC yet. But anybody out there that's, writing information, that's analyzing, that is communicating, like, artificial intelligence is going to make your job that much easier. I've been able to do things that I never even dreamed that I would be able to do with artificial intelligence. So I wouldn't say be completely afraid of the future. I would say keep a mind on it. I would say, volunteer your time if you really care about the direction of artificial intelligence. But from a daily user, a daily employee perspective, AI is a game changer. It's the biggest thing since the dawn of the internet.
As a former winner for Innovation of the Year at the SANS Difference Maker Award, I could speak to that. And unfortunately, I didn't get a picture with you, but I did get a really cool picture of you on stage for the Difference Maker Awards.
Look at that.
Next time I'll have to get a picture with you, my friend.
Let's do it. Yeah, it's done.
Thank you so much for closing out what I hope has been an awesome day for everybody learning. And look at that. We even ended on a high note.
Beautiful.
Hoorah.
Appreciate it. Hoorah.
Thanks, Chris. Oh, Mark, what a day it has been. The 6th UniCon in the history of doing all of these, generating all of this content across 3 tracks with all of those fantastic partners, IN Security, Exona, Vanish ID, and Nucleus Security.
Yeah, it's been great. It's the other tracks were really good, very informative. And yeah, for me, I can't wait to go back and look through all the recordings. We will be sending out an email to all those that registered with the information about where to get the clips. Give us 2 or 3 days, but certainly by next Monday, everything will be up on the YouTube channels. And you guys, if you have any questions, let us know.
So I did a little something different for our final raffle because we had 2 folks who really shined in the last hour or so here in track 1. And that's how I work. And I'm in charge, so I can do whatever I want. So all of those raffles are down to 2 people, which we're going to do now. And so it is between Noah and CloudStrife, who were just phenomenal in questions, comments, and had a whole thing going. And so our final raffle is between those 2 out of the hundreds that we had. Looks like that's a pretty clear win. CloudStrife, you are the winner for the grand prize. Please reach out to us at info@scythe.io, and we will get a grand prize swag package sent to you, which includes gift cards and swag and a whole bunch of cool things, including, in fact, you know what, Mark? I didn't tell everybody what it was, but we really need to take credit for this, that this is out there in the world, because this is actually the public debuting of it. I want people to be jealous, because CloudStrife's about to get one of these, is the Scythe coin that now exists. There we go. So
with an embedded message,
with a Easter egg code in it.
Yes.
But these now exist, ladies and gentlemen. So I just want you to know that if you are out there in the world and you do good work with us, we now have a way to recognize you, including just like our 2 grand prize winners from the Scythe team. So on behalf of the herd, we look forward to seeing you out there in the world. And come back next year. April 9th, National Unicorn Day, will be the return of UniCon.
Yep. It's been a great day. Thanks, everybody.